Kill it, kill it, kill it, can. Okay. How is everyone doing today? Ooh, wah, ooh, wah. Ooh, wah, ooh, wah, ooh, wah. How is everyone doing today? Yeah, man. Bro. Yeah, bro. So we could still be together. I say, some Venice. We got Valkyrie being the first person in the chat. Shout out to Valkyrie. How you doing today, love? I'm good surviving this winter storm. Hey, that's what's up. We got it. Hey, Valkyrie, where are you exactly? Like, are you on the East Coast? Like, Delaware, VA, Maryland, DC, PA, Midwest? Where you at? Because I'm in Maryland right now, and we got it pretty good. Is it still snowing, actually? Hold on. Yep, still snowing. I'm in Maryland, and we got it pretty good. We got it pretty good. Hopefully, this does continue into the night, so a nigga don't gotta go to work. But we'll see about that. We will see about that. Yo, what's good, Ig? How you doing, bro? I'm in SW, Ohio. SW, Southwest Ohio. Nah. Okay, cool. Ohio. I've been out to Ohio a few times, mainly for work, but I have been there just to visit some people, family. God, this hair is way too long. Let's Oh wait, no, this way. Hair is way too long. Oh, yeah, hair is way too long. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna hold off on doing the live review of the comments for that Genjutsu video. We're gonna give people an adequate time to watch the video, give it a couple days, then we're gonna spend the block on that one because the comments on that video are very funny, to say the least. They're very funny. Most of them are what I expected. People outright ignoring arguments, not taking into consideration the full scope of my arguments, etc., etc. So yeah, we're gonna spin the block on that. Shout out to Shinigami. We got Shinigami in the chat. We got Saint in the chat. What's good, bro? That is my editor. Mrim1273. That's one of my editors. Shout out to him. We got John Dro 56. Hey, I finally get to catch you live again. Yes, sir. What's good? How are you doing, John? Okay, dude, I have a video idea for you. And I've been wanting a video about it ever since watching Thousand Blood War and getting into Bleach fandom. I want a power comparison between the antithesis. Okay. A power comparison between the antithesis and Orihime's Santen Keshun, Soten Kishun, and her hairpins ability. Interesting. Oh, is it Valkyrie? Is it Valkyrie or Valkyria? Valkyria. Viralia Valkyrie. Valkyria. The comments were horrendous. Yeah. Those are going to be fun to go over. See, unlike the last video with Soul Crush, I don't think I saw any good argument. Honestly, I haven't seen a single good counter just yet, but it is only the first full day and stuff like that. Also today, we're going to be joined by Shonen Kon. He should be pulling up pretty soon. Yeah, that's good. Are you on EST? I'm live right now. Phil. Okay. Yeah. You had it the first time. Okay, wait, so wait, was it Valkyrie or Valkyria? Valkyrie or Valkyria? Which one did I have the first time? But okay, yeah, a power comparison between Antithesis and Orihime's ability. So, what exactly would you be looking for in a comparison as far as like their two abilities? Like just as far as whose is more powerful in a certain situation, or how they both exactly work and what's the difference? Okay. Valkyria. Okay, gotcha. Valkyria. All right, and Shonen Kon just okay. Bet. How do I join? That's a good question. I don't think we know how to make people join lives. Let me see, bro. Hold up. Okay, don't know why that just started talking. Okay. Do you want to go live as well? Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's see. Go live. Can I invite people to the live? Brainstorm ideas. Edit schedule. Live channel. Stream. Stream. URL. Analytics. Stream health. I don't know if I can invite people to a live. I got to get more tech savvy. I can't be wanting to be in IT and like not know if I can even do this basic thing right here. That's kind of crazy. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take it as we can't invite people to our active lives. So we'll probably just have to do what me and Ig do, which is Discord. We'll have to voice call over Discord. Oh, unless we use like Streamlab or something. Streamlab should work. Yeah, Discord. All right. Gotcha. Okay, now what is my Discord? Because I really don't be knowing my own Discord. Timothy. Okay, what is my Discord? Ab-Stract 1570. 1570. All right. Okay. Okay. Beautiful. Would you react to the death battle between Ichigo and Yusuke? We will be reacting to the death battle between Ichigo and Yusuke. That definitely will be happening. Been getting a lot of requests about that one. Huge fan of Yusuke, huge fan of Ichigo. I don't really care who wins that fight. I more so care about the arguments that they're going to use to say who wins. And so we'll be going over that. I am kind of ashy. Yeah, we'll be going over more so the arguments like that they use to say who's going to be the winner for the fight and why. As far as who wins, I'm a fan of both. Don't really matter to me. Most of my video ideas are 2 Blue Vortex related. Got you, Karibo. All good. Two Blue Vortex. Yes, it's still coming soon. I know I keep saying we're going to read Two Blue Vortex, and we are. We are. Don't get me wrong. We are. Like, as long as it's still within my mind's eye and my head and stuff, we're going to do it. It's just, what day do we want to kick off reading Two Blue Vortex? Because here's the thing. When I usually go for reading a series, like when we did Boruto last time, I don't stop. That's what the main streams are going to be built around, reading Boruto, reading Two Blue Vortex and stuff. So it just has to be like the perfect time for me, I guess. They both deal with causalities, right? I'm wondering how they are like and how they are different. They both are very intriguing abilities. I don't know if I could like make a whole video around it though, Valkyria. I don't know if I can make a whole video around it. I honestly think I could break down Antithesis and Orihime's ability in less than 3 minutes. That's the thing. Like if I had to like dedicate time to actually like write a script and do a voiceover and all that stuff, I don't know if I'd have enough content to make it like worth a full video. What I could do is put it in a Bleach hacks video. That might work. Because with that, at least I could talk about Urihime's powers, Uryu's powers, and Hachi's powers. Since Hachi's is close to Urihime's, I could do that. That might work. Val, not Vel. Yeah, Valkyria. You did before, bro, with Nirvana. And me when I jump in. Oh, shit. He said it's not working for him. Gotcha. All right. Kon's Dreams. Konsdreams. I must have misspelled something when I sent him Ab-Stract. Okay. Sent. Bro, I was just typing the pronounced. Hey, we got this guy in decline. Not nothing. All right. I'm going to bring up Shonen Kon. We have made the link. I have the Discord. Oh, yeah, that's right. Headphones can't be on when this happens, or else people can't hear. That's right. Voice call should work. Yeah, that'd be fine. Okay, where is he? There we are. Panama. Timothy. All right. Let's see. Share my screen. I didn't know you could screen share through Discord. I did not know that. Oh, wait, no, I did know that because Igdil did it when we were doing our thing. All right, Kon, can you hear me, bro? Say again. Speak up.
Can you hear me or is my voice bad?
I can hear you. All right, hey, chat, scream. Can we hear Kon? Just start speaking, bro.
Hello.
Okay, let me see. Is the desktop audio coming through?
I'm on my laptop right now, so it's probably not a good.
You on your laptop? Okay, I'm on my laptop too. Let me see. OBS. Let me do this real quickly.
How's it going, though?
So far so good, bro. So far so good. Wait, his voice is low. All right, let me do this. How do we normally do this shit, Ig? Give me a second, bro. They said your voice is low. Let me see if I can fix that on this side somehow. I usually have my headphones off. Oh, you know what? I know what to do. I think I know what to do. If I have the audio all the way up here, and the desktop audio is on. Okay, give me a mic check, Cone.
Hello? Is that better or is it the same?
I hear you perfectly. Hey, chat, how is Cone sounding? How is he sounding? All right. Well, while we get that going, talk to me, man. How are you doing today? How are you enjoying the snow? Are you snowed in?
Let me look outside real quick.
Like shit.
Yeah. The weatherman lied to us, man. Like, we ain't get no snow. It's just raining right now.
Gotcha. Hey, where are you at anyway?
I'm gonna stay in the south. I'm in Georgia.
You in Georgia? Okay, gotcha. Okay, cool. They're saying much better, much better. Nice, nice. Cool. Nice. But yeah, so say again, bro.
I can't trust these weather people anymore.
Oh no, that's a fact, bro. I was hearing so many conflicting things about this whole storm. It was going to be like -10. It was going to start Friday, go into Monday and stuff. I'm like, all right, it didn't even start till Sunday, but okay.
What about you? You snowed in or not?
Yeah, nah, pretty much. It started around like what did my fiance say? I think it started around like 2 a.m. for us, and it's been going nonstop. Pretty much, yeah.
Where are you based? You born in North, right?
I'm in Maryland.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you way north.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that.
But
So yeah, like
mhm.
I think what did I tell you about? What videos? I think I told you about
You said
what was it?
Ichigo Soul Society versus Naruto
Oh,
War Arc.
yeah.
Yeah.
So like I thought about that, right?
Yeah.
You went on like yeah. The reason why I wanted to do this video because I watched your video on what was it, Soul Crusher or something like that.
Mm.
That was a good video. I'm not
Pre-
gonna lie. They even broke them highs.
hey, but no, hey, appreciate it, bro. I want to say this too, real quick, before you start going.
Yeah.
Your video on the Bleach's cosmology, that was actually one that, like, because I when I was doing my research, I was like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Who is saying what about this topic and subject? Because it's something that I also wanted to cover, and yours actually really helped the foundation for mine. I was like, oh, Cone is on it. Let me see what we got going on over here. So definitely, bro. Much love to you too, bro.
Yeah. But when it comes to like Soul Society art, where would you scale like Soul Society art Ichigo? No, there's not like a lot of variant opinions on that.
Got you.
Not really.
Yeah. So I would say my scaling style in general, bro, it focuses on low balls and minimums. I don't know if you've seen my Kakashi versus Toshiro video, but that in a nutshell, that video pretty much encapsulates how I do my scaling. So as far as Soul Society Ichigo, it requires a bit of backscaling because for me, the most impressive feat doesn't really start, the most impressive feat that is, right? Not saying that the scaling and stuff isn't there. The scaling's there, but the most impressive feat that we could actually like calc and get something for really comes by way of Ederard Leonis, in my opinion. And everything that happens prior to that, we would just back down and say, well, okay, obviously Byakuya is stronger than Ederard Leonis. Therefore, he would be hitting with at least the AP that we've calced for Ederard. You know what I mean? And so through my calc, I got that around like town level total energy and then city block AP, because over here we separate AP total joules. We separate all that shit. So they're not they're not necessarily one whole barometer for me. They're completely separate. They mean completely different things, and one affects the other in a completely different way. So for Soul Society Arc Ichigo, at a bare minimum, I know for a fact he is at least city block level AP. I know that for a fact. Now that might be like, oh, city block, that's way too low, Ab-Stract, right? But you have to understand that's just where the necessary minimum scaling is coming from. Like I'm saying, that is what I could provably argue him at with like being 100% accurate about it too.
Yeah. That like the visual feats, the visual destructive capability feats that you can calculate. That's like one of the main layers when it comes to calculating Soul Society Ichigo, because it doesn't really have that many feats or statement that can really like scale him above that. You know what I mean?
Right.
So like another thing I wanted to look at is the Sokyoku, which is a big controversy. The statement where he can destroy the society. I don't look at it from that perspective. I look at it from a different perspective, and that's involving the first movie. But how do you feel about the statement, the Sokyoku being able to destroy the society? How do you interpret it?
So Sokyoku, I'm not a fan. I'm very careful with stuff like that, bro.
Yeah.
A lot of my scaling is heavily based on evidence and heavily based on either things actually happening or more so a preponderance of the evidence. Are there enough things that lead, even though it didn't actually happen, are there enough things that lead to this being a truth, right? So what I would do is this: like if me and you were to collaborate, and well, when we do collab, right? If we want to use that, for me, I feel like we would also have to use something equivalent within Naruto. That's the only way I could kind of rationalize it, because my framework would be to like, if we're not going to outright reject it, we would have to like quantify it to a certain degree to where it's like the statement itself isn't cap, in my opinion. I'm not saying it is, right, but I go off a strict barometer for truth. So that's the only thing. Like I wouldn't mind using it, but I feel like we'd have to also be a little bit more charitable to whatever we're doing for Naruto as well.
Yeah, that's completely fair.
Gotcha. But give me your perspective on that as far as the 1 million Zanpakuto destroying the Soul Society. Do you take most statements as literal, as truth, and like what is your process for gathering evidence and stuff like that?
Well, I don't know. I've gone back and forth on this on that specific point as to whether or not it's consistent with the Soul Society Ichigo and his increase of power throughout the story. So the way I normally scale, I don't really use the statement of him being able to destroy the Soul Society because, like, you can like, is he talking about the Soul Society as it's like a governmental system? Is he talking about the planet, the dimension? And then I more so look at the 1 million Zanpakuto thing. Like,
Okay.
how do you calculate the power of 1 million Zanpakuto?
I agree.
And would you agree that like the power of a Zanpakuto, like I thought about like how do you even scale a Zanpakuto? I thought like, would you agree like a Zanpakuto would be in proportionate to power to like a baseline Shinigami, or do you think like there's a varying difference in that?
It's an interesting question, bro, because like think about it like this, bro. So
Yeah,
when Ichigo and Renji go to the royal palace, they know, like, no bullshit, they have to put up a fight against the Asauchi, right? But this is them at the end of the series, basically. So it's like, hold up, is every Asauchi giving like that level of fighter a challenge? Are they all that strong and then they become Zanpakuto and then they become technically weaker because they haven't been imprinted on? It's kind of hard. It's very hard to quantify, honestly, bro. How would we do this? See, I would need. I don't know where I would begin to try and quantify the power of an individual Zanpakuto. I don't know if it's possible, to be honest with you.
I remember I watched the Zanpakuto. I think the Zanpakuto rebellion arc is what I saw, and just reading the manga, I feel like here's what I like. My interpretation is that like the power of Zanpakuto is like basically equal or relative in strength to like the user. Like for example, Yamamoto. Without the Zanpakuto, he's already narratively implied to be one of the strongest Shinigami, if not the strongest Shinigami up to that point.
Right.
Transcended Ryatsu. And then we have statements from Aizen saying he has the most powerful Zanpakuto, or he has the strongest or most greatest Zanpakuto.
Yeah.
Look at this statement. And then there's databook statements, I think, believing he has the strongest fire type Zanpakuto or something like that.
Right.
But the Zanpakuto's power and the abilities is not going to be higher. It's not going to be like cracked if the Soul Reaper is not powerful and cracked in his own right for like Hyokuzugetsu. It wouldn't be as powerful if Aizen simply wasn't that strong.
That's true.
When Togihari Togi know how to use it in Infinite World, he's significantly weaker than Aizen. So it has a lot of setbacks and weaknesses that Aizen Zanpakuto simply doesn't have. So like, I feel like it's like there's a relative sort of thing when it comes to power to Zanpakuto.
Okay, so you would be saying they more so scale 1-to-1 with the Soul Reaper for the most part, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can get behind that. It makes sense. So the question though is then, what is the average power of a Soul Reaper then, right? Because I don't think they would be talking about the Sokyoku is as strong as 1 million Captain class Zanpakuto. So then the question is, how strong is the average Soul Reaper, and how could we I guess box that in and quantify that?
That but here's how I remember I looked at my old post before on Instagram, and here's how I said, have you watched the first movie, Memories of Nobody?
Yes, but it's been a very long time. I haven't gone back to that one in a while, actually. But yeah, I watched it.
So in that movie, they have this thing called the Keto Cannon, right?
Yes.
And the Keto Cannon was like some sort of weapon used by the Keto Corps to destroy the Valley of Screams.
Right.
And then when they charged the Keto Cannon, they visually show the amount of Shinigami that was used to power up the Keto Cannon. And I visually around 160 to 200, I believe. And so I don't know if you want to say like they're the average, because it was just a bunch of random Keto Corps members. I don't want to say if they're like the average Soul Reaper, or like maybe you can say like they're more powerful than the average. You don't really know, because you don't really know how powerful Soul Reapers who charged the cannon was.
Right.
But if it's like, let's say they're the average Soul Reaper, right, and there's only 100 to 200 Soul Reapers, divide that by 1 million, and then you can calculate how much stronger the Sokyoku is in comparison to the Keto Cannon.
Okay.
You can just use the argument, like the deductive argument, like the Sokyoku is the thing that's used to execute Soul Reapers, up to the weakest and all the way up to the strongest Soul Reapers, right? If the Keto Cannon was stronger than the Sokyoku, then they would use that for execution instead of the Sokyoku, because that's a stronger weapon or something like that. Make that argument. I
feel like so like it would logically make sense to say if the Keto Cannon is stronger to use it than the Sokyoku, but then it's like, would that, not narratively, but like would that actually make practical sense? Mind you, the Keto Cannon was going to be used to destroy a dimension of unknown size. I don't know if that would be practical to use it like within the Soul Society, lest they maybe blow up the dimension. And then the other thing is like the Keto Cannon reminds me of, or I should say, the Chakra Cannon from Naruto reminds me. Exactly right. And so with that whole thing, my issue with that has always been like, okay, hold up, they're using X amount of ninja to fuel a weapon that will either destroy the moon or displace the moon. I don't remember which one. But the thing is, that's not their necessary. That's not AP. Energy, at least in Naruto, energy does not equal AP. And so for Bleach, we would understand that, okay, it's being fueled by Reiatsu or Reiruku, whatever one you want to pick. It's being fueled by this, right? Yeah. But then it's also going through a process because it's being converted via the machine. And honestly, I was having a debate with someone in the comments. I'm like, yo, Bleach technology is only as good as the people that prepare it, right? Mayuri being able to blow off Pernida's arm or his finger, even though it's the Soul King's, even though like it is part of the Soul King, is a testament to how Mayuri's scientific advances go. Him being able to seal eyes in the same thing. So like, even basically, I'm saying I don't know if I would even want to use that as well, just because we don't know how these internal processes really work and what's really going on. You know what I mean? Honestly, I would probably just stick to more general things. Because here's the thing. If we're doing Naruto versus Bleach, bro, I think... Well, are you set on using Soul Society Arc Ichigo and War Arc Naruto?
It doesn't have to be Soul Society too. You can use...
Are you set on that matchup in specific?
Naruto versus Ichigo?
Yeah.
No.
Okay,
Because
cool.
really, I wanted to make a bigger video like a Do Naruto versus Do Ichigo, anyways. But
Okay,
it's really happening.
gotcha. Because here's my thing, bro. I think we both understand. We both know that Bleach does stomp hard as shit on Naruto, right? As in
Yeah,
AP, speed, especially durability. I don't know if you see my video on durability, but yeah, that too.
yeah,
For me, we would have to be using characters from certain arcs versus Naruto's higher arcs. So like Soul Society arc Ichigo versus that Naruto, that one is good. We could probably make it work, but I would be more interested in seeing because Naruto is versus Ichigo, in my opinion, is always done. Whether it's different forms, whether it's different things, it's always done. I don't want to use someone like maybe like a Jigen, an Ishiki. Let's see how he does against a mid tier captain or something like that. Because anyone else might actually be too much, in my opinion.
yeah. I really thought about it. I don't really see like Jigen, Ishiki, Momoshiki used in cross versus
Yeah,
battles.
I don't see him a lot. I don't see him a lot. I'm not sure.
That's how you done.
Yeah, I see Kaguya a lot, and I'm not sure if that's because like they're mainly physical fighters and they don't have crazy hacks and like abilities and stuff, or if it's because they're just like not as popular. But yeah, and
Yeah.
honestly,
Most of their scaling just comes from either Kaguya or novels, if people like to use that. I believe that's like part of it because they don't really have no new beats that can upscale. Or it's new.
no, that's true, and that's always been one of my biggest criticisms about the Boruto franchise so far. They haven't moved the needle as far as where Naruto left it off at. They haven't really moved the needle. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this because collaborative videos, entail both of us taking aspects of our scaling and kind of melding them together. So,
Yeah.
how do you feel about creation equaling AP? Because I got my boy Ignil. He's one of those guys. I don't really do that. We get into debates all the time about it. How do you feel about it?
Yeah. I think it just depends on verse to verse. So like something like Kaguya, were you kind of creating the TSO? Like, do you mean like creating dimensions or like something like creating an ability? Like, let's say like Kaguya using the TSO. Would you count that as creation?
I would more so go with the dimension thing, like
Okay,
creating,
so like
creating space and then filling that space with matter. Would you say that is the equivalent of the AP being used to do it somehow?
I think it depends on the verse and
Okay.
how they exert their power and if it correlates to whether they attack or how they attack or whatever.
Okay. Well, so let Naruto and Bleach. We sticking to that. Let me hear that.
Yeah. Okay, Gremmy.
Mm-hmm.
Gremmy imagining and creating things. I think it scales them. I had this whole section. I made a Gremmy video. I had this whole section where I talked about why his creations is scaled to his AP. For like example, he's a Quincy,
Mm-hmm.
and main source of a Quincy power is manipulating and controlling Rishi, right?
Mm-hmm.
That the ability to do that is correlated to their Ryatsu and how much Ryatsu potency they have. The more Ryatsu, the more Ryatsu they have, the more Rishi they're able to control, and that's narratively seen throughout the manga. And then it's like a proportionate thing. And then throughout the fight, the more Gremmy creates, the more tired and more exerted, and the more power he's using, right? So I'll go more into depth in the video. I would have to rewatch it again. I forgot what I said because it's been a while. But there's arguments you can make to visually and narratively see that the power he's creating is in correlation to his Ryatsu, thereby being in correlation to his attack ability.
Okay. Gotcha. And this is a video that you have up and that you made.
Yeah, I think it's how strong these characters.
Okay, bet. Yeah, no, I can definitely check. You know what? I'll probably check that out today while I'm on stream. If you're still here, we can actually watch that together or something like that. And okay, so yeah. Say again.
Yeah, I said yeah, we can do that for sure.
Definitely. Okay, cool, bet. And as far as Naruto, would you kind of grant them the same thing, or more so like, okay, no, not really. Chakra doesn't do it because they're not even scaling to their total chakra, or like, how would you do it with that?
I think what are some examples of now like creating dimensions? Like, can you give me some examples of that?
I mean, we just have the basic shit. Kamui and Kaguya's Amanamanaka or whatever like that. It was stated that Momo created his dimension or some other shit. Ishiki has the dimension where Naruto and Hinata are being stored. So
Yeah.
just those basic things.
That
Yeah.
whole dimension thing, that's a whole layer of things I can get into. But let's say like they did, just blatantly created with their chakra. Do I think they scale to the AP? Not necessarily. We'll need more details in that because okay, the reason, okay, I don't know how to put this.
Hey, listen, bro. You don't gotta convince me. I'm already on the side that it doesn't. I just want to make sure that like we agree. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you ain't gotta convince me. Yeah.
What is your reasoning for why it doesn't?
Oh man, it's so many. First off, let's just talk about chakra. Well, so creation feats in general, right? My perspective on creation feats is this: we're only going to get an AP value when something is verifiably destroyed. I don't know where people are getting you can gather AP from creation and then assume because you've now erased it, that is now the same thing as destroying it. There are two different processes that require two different energy levels. I'm not sure how people are quantifying them. I've more so just think people are saying, okay, hold up. He created this with his energy. So if we take the total energy of that, stop right there. You're already doing something wrong. That's not how, no, that's not law of conservation. We're not doing none of that stuff. So like my scaling more or less outright rejects creation feats to those extents. There is an argument, like I will say there is an argument for Bleach, but it's not my argument, right? There, one of my man's, Reverend Ronin, he be sending me some stuff. He like, Ab-Stract, take a look at this, and I'm like, okay, hold up, all right, it looks good. It looks good. I don't know if I can say yes or no, but it looks good, right? And so like I would have to like in the video I'd be like, okay, formally this is how I think of creation and this, that, and the thing, but I haven't actually made a determination on it just yet. So for me, I just wouldn't use it, bro. I like raw AP values. I like seeing things that we can verifiably say, hey, look, this attack had this much total energy. And then when you divide that energy across the surface area or the volume of the attack, it had this much AP, right? And for you, we can segue into that real quick. How do you feel about AP? Do you take AP as the total energy of the attack? Or do you take more so AP as like, the concentration of that energy across its volume or its surface area?
I would say the latter.
Okay. So if we're doing that, it's not.
So wait, give me an example of what you mean by both examples.
Yeah. So the latter one would be Biju Bomb destroys mountain. It destroys every inch of the mountain. To destroy that mountain, the total energy would have been, let's say, 200 million joules, right?
Yeah.
Now we would tier that 200 million joules and find the tiering system, whether that's like island level, mountain level, whatever. Or we'll just use kilotons and megatons and stuff like that because I actually know that bad. I think megatons is island level. I think. I'm not 100% certain. But, okay, Biju Bomb destroys island, has total energy of X megatons. Therefore, the Biju Bomb is island level, right? What I'm saying and how I do AP, though, I get way more specific. What we would do is we would take that Biju Bomb, we would see how much it destroyed, to what degree it destroyed, and then we would actually factor in the AoE of that Biju Bomb because we understand that the energy across the Biju Bomb would necessarily be spread out, which means the energy is divided per cubic centimeter of the Biju Bomb. I think not the best way, but the quickest way to understand it would probably just be to watch the Toshiro versus Kakashi video. You'll get a complete understanding. Well, I want to say complete understanding, but that is a good way of quickly comprehending what I'm talking about. But Yeah,
AoE is definitely involved with the attack potency, like how much the energy is spread across the certain area or object
gotcha.
after it reaches its designated target or whatever.
Definitely, definitely. But see, my thing is, most people do not be taking that into consideration. In fact, I only know a small sect of power scalers that take that into consideration for the most part. Like for example, you could argue that the Rasen Shuriken is a stronger technique than the Chidori, but the Chidori would actually have higher AP per cubic centimeter because it's more concentrated. But the Rasen Shuriken is stronger.
I see what you say. So you're talking about how big the size of the attack is, right?
Yeah. That when we're talking about the AOE and the volume, yeah. That's not, but yeah, it's not to say that the Rasen Shuriken is weak by any means or like, anything like that. It's just that per cubic centimeter, the Chidori would be hitting with much more potency. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, like if we're doing Naruto for that, well, so first off, the chain scaling in Naruto is very wonky in my opinion anyway, because because they don't scale to the energy system. And if we're having a verse that doesn't do that, for example, I asked in one of my streams, do you remember the flashback where Kakashi was face to face with Orochimaru after Orochimaru was like fleeing the village?
Yeah.
Okay. So Kakashi makes his Chidori and goes to attack Orochimaru. Orochimaru dodges. I think he cuts Kakashi, then he escapes. Kakashi and Orochimaru meet again when Kakashi is trying to steal Sasuke's curse mark, right? Now the problem is this: that was both of them when they were younger. What happened? Like in between that time, did Orochimaru get any stronger to where he no longer has to dodge the Chidori? Did Kakashi's Chidori get any more potent to where he can not, or can he just steal one shot of Orochimaru with the Chidori? Because it was obviously a threat, hence why he dodged it, right? So all that to say, like the chain scaling in Naruto is kind of wonky, but I feel like we can make it work if we're making certain concessions. So like if we are going to take the total energy of attacks for both, we could probably make it work. All depends on what we want to do.
Naruto's durability is interesting. Like I've seen consistently that characters weaker than what the supposed stronger character is supposed to be still able to damage that said character. Like their durability is not. Do you think their durability doesn't really scale to like their attack potency at all?
Yeah, yeah, and fat. You're completely right, bro. Not only me, a lot of people have concluded that the verse is really just glass cannons in that case, because yes, they're outputting all these high output chakra based attacks, but mind you, when Sasuke got lariated by Killer B hadn't shown or scaled higher than what city large building level AP at that point, and this is like killing Sasuke. He had his whole lung collapsed and basically shit like that. So it's very crazy as far as that goes.
Yeah. I feel like I think Bleach has like one of the best ways to like compare AP and D and durability.
Oh, hands down.
Correlated.
Hands down, yeah. Because we see factually with Bleach that Reiatsu in fact does affect all of your stats. All of your stats. Yeah. We're talking about from how strong you are / can be to how fast you are / can be, your durability, all that stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, I feel like another way to determine durability is also just like showing them taking attacks. Like,
exactly.
Besides that, like I've heard some people argue that the characters should be able to tank the amount of energy output they're able to produce. Like let's say it's a punch, like Goku punch a certain character or a certain thing and exerted a certain amount of force, his body should be able to take the what's that called? The fucking rebounds of that force or whatever. Therefore, he's gets to his AP or something like that.
Yeah,
I've heard that.
Yeah. The thing with that is, bro, it's definitely a no within Naruto as far as how that goes. Other verses, sure. But as far as, oh, I'm outputting the energy of a Biju Bomb or a Rasengan, I should be able to take X force. When we've seen you take much less force and be injured and nearly die from it, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. But so yeah, so I go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just about to ask. So in your mind, who would you want to see? And let me ask this before I ask that question. Do you want this to be a more honest video as far as like, okay, Bleach does heavily outscale Naruto, so let's kind of be honest and make that known, or do we want it to be more equal and more of a fight?
When it comes to my scale, I'm more of like an honest person. Like, here's the scaling, here's what it is. I mean, there's other interpretations. You can highball this character, do this. Maybe he can beat them in certain situations, but I'm more sure to like just provide the scaling and where I honestly believe the scaling is.
Okay.
The result of that is basically.
Okay, gotcha.
Making like content, I mean, like on Instagram and like I've seen people just like sort of lowball their scaling or lowball their interpretations to make everyone happy, and like that's or whatever the consensus is at that time.
Yeah.
For the community, like back then, saying Bleach was universal was absolutely insane, right? And you would get a lot of backlash for that. So people would like downplay their scaling in order to appease to the crowd. But now the consensus is starting to be like, okay, Bleach is in these higher tiers, making it so more content creators and more scalers can actually produce or say that sort of thing without getting like backlash and having to hold back their scaling. But I've never been the type to like hold back my scaling. If I think a character scale is the way, I'm going to scale it this way, and then argue and debate about it. Got
you. No, that's completely accurate. That's completely accurate. So then, do you have anyone in mind in particular who you'd want to use? You want to start with Kage, Akatsuki, Otsutsuki? Because like we can jump tiers if we need to. We could, well, because I do want it to be interesting too. Like people aren't really interested in the lieutenants. Because honestly, yeah, say again.
I do want to do it Otsutsuki. But like all their scaling just comes from basically the same. It's all the same basically. If you scale one with Otsutsuki, basically scaling all of them. they're all the same feat basically. Besides, how do you feel about Momoshiki's novel statements about him creating dimensions, absorbing stars, creating parallel dimensions, all that stuff? How do you feel about that?
Novels in general. I use novels in general very sparingly. I don't take. It's very rare where I'll take them under like scaling consideration because so much is left unseen or unanswered via novels. But his creation feats wouldn't really be any different than what we've seen or heard or seen Obito or Kaguya do. Because you're creating it with chakra doesn't necessitate that your AP is this much, doesn't necessitate that your durability is much. For all we know, it could be a hacks ability and it just manifests via you weaving the signs or whatever like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it all kind of depends. Unless it's like a Chibaku Tensei thing where we kind of see Pain physically create the orb and that orb is doing things. He's having a fucking nosebleed hemorrhage because he's, exerting himself. That's something else. But these guys are kind of just creating dimensions however they do. We don't really get to see it, so we can't really, scale it like that.
A lot of things, they get lost in translation, especially if we don't have when we don't have official translations of novels. Like, the whole debate becomes, does this kanji mean this, and are you taking the higher interpretation of what this word can mean?
Yeah.
Like, it becomes like a translation battle, and then nobody really wins because nobody really wants to accept the other translations.
That's a fact. Hey, not speaking Japanese is such a bitch, bro. I swear to God, because people will play with you. You know what I mean? Like how you just said, as far as the translations and interpretations, people will play games with you. And it's like, all right, well, neither one of us obviously speak Japanese, but if we can't even come to an understanding, then there's not even a conversation to be had at that point. It'd be really annoying. It'd be really annoying. I Real quick, I think I'm really feeling Momoshiki and Kinshiki versus somebody. That's what I'm feeling right now. Because at the end of the day, yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
because if it's a 2v1 and Momoshiki is getting pressed, at the end of the day, he could absorb Kinshiki and then we could have that conversation, you know? Or it could just be a 2v2 and, it turn out that way. But yeah, that's what I'm feeling about right now.
Which
Momoshiki.
character do you think would go good against Momoshiki? Like,
Well, so here's the thing, right? Where do you scale Naruto the last movie?
the last
Yeah,
movie?
because that's, in my opinion, that's where Momoshiki is going to be like capping off of or coming off of. So I would, and I'm only asking because like I have my thoughts, but I also want to know where you have him. I would probably have him at around like end this series Naruto. If end this series Naruto, and this is without me doing my personal scaling for him. This is another channel member that did scaling for him. Probably around like maybe like country level AP, with actually country level DC too. Yeah. And that's probably for like his biggest attacks. I'm not talking about like his basic strikes and stuff like that. Yeah.
And you're talking this is post fight Kaguya after all her feats and all that.
Yeah, probably post fight Kaguya. And this is like I said, just following a general scaling chain. Like if we were to say all the feats in Naruto, because mind you, my problem with Naruto is that the feats are extremely difficult to scale linearly, like as in going forward in the series, because we don't have people surviving things. We don't have an adequate representation of how the power interacts with each other as far as, okay, if I have more chakra, I should be stronger than you. But that's not the case, right? So if we're doing it linearly and we're saying, okay, hold up. Chidori was used here. It's this strong, did this much damage. Well, okay, hold up. Now we have 6-gate guy. That would scale above Chidori. And then so on and so forth. You could get them to like country level using like that kind of metric, I'm saying.
Yeah. I haven't really done extensive research on the calculations for Naruto, but based on the calcs I've seen, I would say like in the series Naruto, where I would scale them, if I'm being completely cutthroat and honest, I would say multi-continental to moon level.
Okay.
That's where
Okay, multi-continental moon level. Okay.
Huh?
No, I'm saying that's fine. That's fine. Okay, cool. All right, multi-continental to moon level. That's
We to talk about like all the feats because maybe you can change my mind because basically I've seen characters like I've seen calcs from like the tree expanding I think it was Mother's tree.
yeah.
It was my expansion of that tree being like planetary level or something like that. Someone calculated that or something like that.
See,
But I've
yeah.
seen various calcs that I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't take the tree expansion. That's always been weird to me. Like, we understand AP is damage done, right? We understand DC is that. Like, if we're just going to say total energy, then we might as well take Ichigo evaporating the fucking sea and say that's his AP. You know, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because like, if we're not looking at things that actually had an effect on something, it was just, oh, well, the roots spread across the world and it took this much energy to do it. Then all right, then we might as well just say Gremmy is the level of whatever he made his dimensions, the stars, the galaxies. Add all that together, that's Gremmy's AP. Like, you might as well say that at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really. Yeah.
And how do you feel about the TSO and Kaguya creating dimensions for the database?
The TSOs are interesting. They're interesting because, and I'm going to kind of flip flop here as far as I go back and forth between two things. It's interesting on the ninjutsu negation level, right? Just to switch to real quick to the hacks of it. It's interesting because we understand that the Edo Tensei are using living bodies as the like medium for the souls. But when those bodies are hit by the TSOs, even when they're using shadow and light style, we don't see those bodies. Meaning either it was a choice not to show the bodies because it's not like pertinent to show them, or they're not really doing what we thought they might be doing. One of the two is a fact. As far as how they're used in their like initial AP, we see that the TSOs can be stopped by a Susanoo hand, a Susanoo hand that has Senjutsu chakra. So all of their stats lie within the fact that they are nullifying chakra. But we see that when it's put up against something that it can't nullify, say for Sasuke's Susanoo hand with Senjutsu, that's kind of where it stops. How this would work on Bleach characters. So I did a video on like Batagon versus the 5 Kage, very old video. And I concluded that like, well, so the TSO only really stops chakra based attacks. It really wouldn't do anything against Reiatsu based attacks at all. A ground Rei Seto would be enough to destroy it based on the scaling of Bleach. A ground Rei Seto would be enough to destroy it. As far as Kaguya's dimensions, are you asking? Oh yeah. As far as her dimensions, what are you asking as far as that point?
The ETSO.
The ETSO. Yeah.
The expansion of the orb, destroying wherever there was that D.
Right.
A lot of people scale that to the solar system level where each coming.
Gotcha. Yeah. So that would fall into a complete unknown. That would fall into a complete circumstance of hearsay, right? We have a statement followed by no feat and followed by zero scaling whatsoever. And then there's the argument that, well, if she created her entire dimensions with chakra, the ETSO's function is to nullify chakra. Could we not just say that it will do that? It would do the thing it's, meant to do. So we don't actually have a feat for it, number one. And then we don't know the type of destruction it would have been. We don't know the actual process. Was the thing just going to expand infinitely? Was it going to expand to a certain point and then explode? We really don't know. And one of the guys in a server that I'm in, Sage, his claim was like, okay, cool. So you know how I explained to you how we do AP and total jewel stuff like that, right? Yeah. So he was saying, okay, cool. So if the ETSO is infinitely expanding, that means the energy per cubic centimeter across it is getting weaker and weaker or smaller and smaller. It necessarily would have to be so because, the bigger the volume is, the more energy is getting spread across it. So the question is then, why would that kill a person that has higher durability than its surface levels AP? Like, why would that work? Essentially, why would the ETSO kill Goku just because it's growing bigger and getting weak? Like, yeah. That's essentially it. So no, I wouldn't use it. I wouldn't fall back on it. For Kaguya, I'd use more things like her vacuum fist. That has shown to be pretty good. Her ash bone has shown to be pretty good. Punching through the Susanoo is very impressive. Even Sasuke's Susanoo cutting through the meteors, as big as it is, it's impressive for Naruto. You know what I mean? I'd use more stuff like that. Stuff we can actually verifiably scale and Cal can actually see and stuff like that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So like, let me my interpretation of what you just went through, like the two Steven orbs, like they eradicate anything it touches, right? And a lot of people skip that, or a lot of people say that's a existence eraser, like that. When he cut off, what was it? Minato's arm, when he was a soul, his arm was still cut off. Therefore, it's like soul erasure or something like that.
That's what they say.
That's completely ignoring the fact that isn't it stated that it just nullifies ninjutsu?
Yeah.
That's the entire reason why the ability does what it does.
Yeah, exactly. That whole point. Once you introduce, hey, using shadow and light style nulls ninjutsu, and we understand that the Edo Tensei is a jutsu that calls the souls, jutsu, meaning it's using chakra, right? It calls the souls back to the world of the living and gives them Edo bodies that also have chakra. There's not really much of a conversation to say it's soul manipulation, to say it's soul destruction or anything like that. It's simply the technique being undone via what it touched. And so,
and even if you want to grant them that, the highest you can possibly say is like, okay, now it's like a baseline Zanpakuto.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean it's freaking existence eraser.
Yeah.
It can stop immortality, because that's what Death Battle used. Death Battle said because it could cut souls or something like that, or because it could cut the Edo Tenseis, then now it can stop Aiza's immortality.
Yeah, no, that's completely that's a huge jump in logic. Huge jump. No, wouldn't do that.
And then Kaguya's ETSO. The first part is like I don't even believe she can output all of that. Even let's say she scales to the orb, and the orb was going to destroy this dimension varying in size. It doesn't matter if she can't output all that energy all at one point.
Exactly.
Where it's like it will scale to her attack potency. It was a constant input of chakra, so
Yeah.
she's constantly streaming chakra into the ETSO. So it's not like she can output all that energy all at one point.
Exactly.
Additionally, the fact she was drawing chakra from Shinobi.
Yeah, the Alliance.
So she was good at that. It's just a whole bunch of, and we don't even know how yet. Like you said, how exactly it was going to destroy the dimension and recreate it and whatever. We don't know the process of that. How long it was going to take.
How long was it going to take?
Yeah,
We're talking days, months, minutes. Like that all factors into AP. All that stuff factors in. And yeah, to your point, bro, I don't know where people got that. Oh, I can do an attack, therefore all of my attacks are now the strength and level of that attack. No.
Yeah.
Kaguya is let's like under your thing. Let's give it to her, right? She scales to it. That doesn't mean the Ashbone is hitting with the AP of the ETSO. That doesn't mean vacuum fist. That doesn't mean her basic strikes. That's not how none of that stuff works.
This is more like a spirit bomb sort of thing where
yeah, honestly,
put energy from very multiple sources.
When you think about it,
it's not even
yeah,
the same as a spirit bomb because the spirit bomb actually like we actually see how it destroys it.
Exactly. The spirit bomb has feats, scaling, good statements about it, good showings. You know what I mean? It's destroyed even with its huge ass volume. We've seen it destroy or at least hurt people that are stronger than Goku. We've seen it. So yeah.
And then the other thing I wanted to ask you about Kaguya is the data book statement where it says she can create dimension. That is a scan that people like to use to scale Kaguya as well. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, no, it kind of goes back into the same thing as I was saying before. We would like, okay, can you, so first quantify creating a dimension. How much energy would it take? And then tell me exactly how that transfers over to her attack potency. And then you're going to run into the problem that, well, okay, if it takes this much energy and I see her do an attack that is weaker or she's getting hurt by things that are weaker, then we have to call that into question. Because why is Sakura hurting Kaguya? The answer isn't because Sakura is universal as well. We don't do that. Sakura doesn't have any feats of being anywhere close to universal. So we're not going to upscale Sakura because she now hurt Kaguya because you think that Kaguya scales to her dimensions. That's not how the just scaling logic works. So yeah, it would just be that preponderance of evidence. You got to prove that stuff. It's a heavy claim, requires a lot of heavy proof.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. So and yeah, in general, just wouldn't use it, to be honest.
Yeah, and that just goes back to like one of the main issues. One of the main issues I had about it is the translation of it. Like a lot of people say, it's weaving space or something like that. So
yeah.
We narratively see Agi's amending. Well, I'm not even going to try to say that. It's like her ability allows her to combine and manipulate space to the point where it's all connected and all one, which allows her to teleport from dimension to dimension. So like, she's not really creating something from nothing. She's just manipulating the space that already exists.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And that's no. That's an absolute fact. Weave dimensions, yes. That means you're taking materials and things that already exist and you're just really putting them in a uniform way or position.
Yeah.
So.
And every time she teleports from dimension to dimension, it seems like she's exerting a lot of chakra just by doing so.
Mm-hmm.
That's also why she had to absorb all those shinobi. So yeah, it's not like it's just something she could do off will, and all of her attacks scale to this level of power, even if it wasn't the case. So
that's a fact. How do you feel about Genjutsu in Crossverse? Because I just dropped a video like a day.
Yeah, I just watched that.
Okay, nice, yeah. The comments are hilarious. We're gonna spin the block on the comments one of these days, though, probably like next week or something like that. But how do you feel about that overall, Genjutsu Crossverse?
When I always thought about Genjutsu, I always went back to the chart of I believe it was Naruto, where it shows all the chakra networks that goes throughout the brain and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, if they have to insert chakra into this network in order to manipulate and create these genjutsus, what about characters and verses who doesn't even have this network? How are they going to use genjutsu there that doesn't even exist?
Right.
So that was my main problem with genjutsu.
There you go. There you go. Okay, so yeah, we stand the same on that. And honestly, the funny thing is, like, outside of Naruto characters, this is pretty much a universally agreed upon thing. You know what I mean? Like, no one outside of the Naruto community is thinking Genjutsu is going to work because they understand that Jiraiya was talking about the chakra in a person's head or the chakra in a person's brain going through their cranial nerves. And then even if you want to say, oh, well, I missed that part. Well, did you miss the part about the Tenketsu? Did you miss the part about the chakra pathway system and how it moves chakra? Did you miss all that too? So yeah, that's hilarious. And as far as our verse equalization, what are your takes on that?
Yeah, your video also talked about that as well. It's an even greater level. Yeah, when it comes to Naruto versus Bleach, yeah, when it comes, it's not a 1-to-1 thing. I just say just because chakra has what does it involve, soul and body or whatever, soul and
you know what? Real quick, bro, we gotta talk about that. Not like me and you specifically, but me and like, or us, like the community has to talk about this because I've been hearing chakra is mental and spiritual, or mental energy and physical energy, right? And I've been looking at certain scans and they're not wrong. There are certain translations that do say mental energy and there are some that say spiritual energy. And so for me, this almost changes the conversation, right? Because I'm very particular about what's being said. If it is mental energy, then this whole spiritual shit goes out the window in the first place. That, like, you know what I mean? Those are two different things.
So you're talking about when it says spiritual energy and physical energy, that
yes,
that the kanji or whatever it uses can't be interpreted as mental energy stuff.
I won't even say the kanji, bro. I've seen English translations say mental energy. I've seen them say spiritual energy, and I'm like, all right, hold up, because one of the people under my what video was it? I think it was the Soul Crush video, actually. Yeah, under the Soul Crush video, someone's like, yeah, chakra is not even spiritual energy; it's mental energy, and here are all the references. And I was like, okay, we gotta look into that then, because I might be doing too much work if it's not even spiritual energy. I might be doing too much work. So yeah.
We'll definitely have to look into that. Yeah, like this whole Genjutsu versus Kyokusugetsu debate, it was over before even it started.
Oh man.
Genjutsu cannot work on the other person.
Oh man. and like when I did that video too, bro, like I was trying to be, well, not even trying to be, I was being as fair and as honest as possible. I thought I gave, Genjutsu its props for what it can do inside its verse. I thought I gave Kyokusugetsu its props for what it could do inside its verse. But like when you boil it down, well, no, what did I say? I think when you boil it down, I do think this, right? I think Tsukiyomi alone has a higher, I don't want to say potency. It might be more lethal, right? I would say it's more lethal, being that it can cause physical fatigue, mental fatigue, all that other stuff, attack the quote unquote spirit, all that, you know what I mean? So I would give it that. Yeah. But when we're talking about overall effectiveness and use cases, Aizen can spam fucking Kyokusugetsu for over a week straight. He can trap multiple people at a time. He does all five. Listen, he doesn't manipulate, right? That's Genjutsu. He doesn't manipulate. He controls all five senses. So all your sensory faculties are under his control, not manipulation. He's not making you, no, he's controlling them. So you physically see what you want him to see. There is no room for seeing past it because he has control over your fucking optic vision. You know what I mean? Genjutsu doesn't do that.
Back to the Tsukiyomi. I remember I made an argument about the infinite Tsukiyomi that it doesn't even have feats of affecting the soul, because like I remember, didn't it not affect the Edo Tensei after it was put up? Like everybody was putting the dream, like, except the Edo Tensei.
So it for me, I have a counter to that, but the Edo Tensei, as far as its relation to the infinite Tsukiyomi, the general argument I hear is that the infinite Tsukiyomi was going for people that were actually alive. That's what it was going for. But we do also know that Itachi, when he was in Edo, got put into a Genjutsu by Kabuto when he was using Teyuya's demonic flute. But my counter to that is Itachi's spirit is literally in an alive body. It's literally in a body with chakra. So no, it's not, oh, Genjutsu doesn't work on spirits, or no, it does. But the reason it does is because they are in an alive body. If you want to argue Genjutsu working on spirits, you got to show me that outside of an Edo body and outside of a human body, because those are just mediums to get to the spirit at that point, or the soul at that point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then the other one they always like to bring up is the Sasuke put Orochimaru's soul under Genjutsu and stuff like that. I'm not a fan of that because Naruto is famous. I think Naruto, I'll say this, Naruto, as much as Bleach, has mindscape battles or mindscape interactions. And I'm actually even finding out for Bleach, these actually might be more soul-to-soul based interactions for Bleach. I can get into that too. Yeah. But when you look at it, when Naruto and Sasuke clash, they meet in each other's mindscape. When Naruto talks to Kurama, they meet in each other's mindscape. When Obito gives Kakashi his Sharingan and they meet, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying, bro. It's all mindscape things. None of this is soul-based interactions. And so, no, I reject all of those ideas and ideals at that point.
Yeah, when it comes to Kyokushitsu, like, when he activates it on you, your soul is literally imprinted. Like, even if you physically remove all your five senses and gain new ones, like conceptual ones, you would still be under hypnosis because the very thing it targets is beyond any physical or any like physical attribute.
Facts.
It's a interpretation.
And it gets even crazier, bro, when you factor in the fact that Ichibe made Yuha's entire identity something else, and Kyokusuigetsu still worked. So what the fuck does that mean? Like, so Aizen's Reiatsu, Aizen's power, Aizen's ability is scaling either at the same level or higher than Ichibe's? Could be. And we would even have to say Yuha's actually too, because even when he like awakens the Almighty, he immediately starts to peel away Ichibe's characters, his ink and all the other stuff, meaning his power is fading away from him, right? But if it is doing that, it should also be doing that to everything else affecting him. But it didn't do that to Kyokusuigetsu, so, you know.
So, yeah, these when it comes to the Bleach high tiers, they definitely have some sort of, like, conceptual manipulation. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Some sort of conceptual powers.
Yeah.
Like, for example, Ichibe being able, like, just to change the very concept of one's being. And then we have Aizen being stated, I don't know if you would agree with this or not, being stated to be beyond reason and knowledge. Like, if you're into philosophy, like, reason and logic is like a conceptual founding to like the universe in which we live in. Is like the backbone. It's like the back end code to the physical universe. It's something. It's like conceptual. It's like a conceptual thing, and Aizen just states beyond that. That's a whole nother thing you can get into. But like conceptual manipulation and these conceptual attacks and all that stuff. It's like it's consistent in Bleach.
It's extremely consistent in Bleach, and honestly, Bleach doesn't make it easy on any verse that they might happen to fight. They have so many avenues and so many tricky ways to win a fight or even damage a person. It's really not fair overall. Like,
just the feat of, wait, what were you saying?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, the feat of Aizen being able to manipulate every single future that U-Haul saw.
That's retarded.
To a perfect degree.
That's retarded, bro.
Like, people really don't understand how insane that is. He's making perfect illusions while fighting.
Yeah.
This guy to your character in every single future, and you can argue that's an infinite amount of futures that U-Haul can see.
Yeah.
To the point where U-Haul didn't even conceptualize breaking it. Like, it was crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah. And also to go back real quick about the Kotetsu, the reason thing is interesting to me. I've never went as far as looking at it as a philosophical or mathematical layer or level. I never went that deep into it, but we do understand that Kotetsu itself does consistently interact with time, which is the concept of change. Basically, it physically interacts with that, and
Yeah.
and I haven't did it yet, but I've been meaning to make a video on Aizen destroying that thing and what it actually would mean for him, right? I don't want to go as far as saying, well, oh, Aizen scales above 4D or 3D space time now or anything like that. But there's definitely an argument to be made that if this thing is interacting with layers upon layers of time, right? And because we understand that being thrown into the restrictive current or interacting with the restricted current can kill you, right? Because it'll age you either this way or it'll age you either that way. And this thing is interacting with that on a daily basis. So its levels of resistance to things is crazy. It can't be affected by spiritual pressure. Well, I mean, Eisen disproved that, but we really don't even know how that happened. We can say it was spiritual pressure, but we really don't know at the end of the day. Well, no, I think we probably would say spiritual pressure. I don't think it would be anything else. But
So like,
yeah.
go ahead.
I'm like that. Like that's just crazy to me as well. Because like people say, oh well, Kotetsu's just the janitor. My nigga, if you're the janitor for God, you still scale above everybody else. Like don't just say you the janitor. Like yes, he keeps this clean, but we understand what this is, right? The restrictive current. It's time manifested. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Literally governs space time. So.
Exactly. So like in the what was it? The rebellion arc? I forgot what it's called. Not design, but the rebellion arc. The go take. What was it? What do you call those mod souls? It was an entire arc in Bleach.
With Kage Rosa.
Yeah, Kage Rosa. What was that arc called again?
Not the Regai arc, right?
Yeah, the Regai arc.
Yeah.
Ichigo gets absorbed into the Kokotsu, right? And then someone helps him break out of it. And later in the arc, we see that it was a future version of Ichigo that helped the past version of Ichigo. So it's just like this thing is like beyond, is outside of time to the point where there's multiple variations of Ichigo in different time frames being able to interact with each other. It's like it's a deeper thing when you look at it. I don't know if you of course most people don't consider the arc canon, but I have arguments to make it canon. I don't know if you want to get into that, but
Wait, hey, honest, real quick. You said that happens in the Regai arc?
yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go back and watch that. I haven't.
You gotta watch that arc.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch that shit. Okay, I didn't know that happened, bro. I didn't know that happened.
I love want to scale Kage Rose because like his feats is like being able to displace across time and space, and like just the feats that happen in this arc is very crazy.
Yeah, honestly, too. Wait, Kage Rosa is after Aizen, right? After he beats Aizen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The time frame is after Aizen, before the Fullbringer arc.
Okay, yes, that intermediate period where he's like slowly losing his powers over the month, but it's not in the month. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Yeah. Well, what is your favorite filler arc? I'd have to go for me personally. I think I'd have to go with the bounce. I don't know why. A lot of people don't like the bounce.
What?
I like the bounce, bro.
You might be the only person.
I know. I know. Let me tell you. Let me just make my case first. Let me make my case.
Yeah.
So, I think it's dope that. I like their origin story. Number one, created by the Soul Society, then abandoned by the Soul Society, then hunted by the Soul Society. I like all that shit. That shit's fire to me. I like the subplot of Maki Ichinose, and I like his Zanpakuto. The first and only light-based Zanpakuto. Boy, I wish that shit was fucking like actually canon. I wish it was. So I like that aspect of it. The dolls almost act like Zanpakuto, but they're more, I don't want to say more sentient, right? But they have more autonomy, right? They can actually move and interact and speak and talk and things. I like that aspect of it. And the fights in that arc weren't bad. Byakuya versus Kaguya is a good fight to me, bro. I like that shit.
Wow. I ain't gonna lie. I might be hating on it, but I haven't watched it since I first watched it, like when I was a kid.
Okay.
I need to rewatch the Vampire.
Okay.
That's something I do. I'm just taking the opinion, the general consensus of what everyone thinks about that arc, and everybody's saying it's trash.
Got you.
Yeah, my favorite arc has to be the Reiki arc.
Okay.
Arc. Like just the amount of fights that was in that arc was Kenpachi versus Kenpachi.
Ray Guy too.
Also, Vice versus Ichigo.
Yeah.
The animation quality is insane. Yeah, it's good.
I'll give you that because the animation was really good in that, especially like Ichigo's final fight with Kaguya, where his Zanpakuto breaks, nigga grabs the glass, and then Ichigo slide. That shit is hard, man. Like, oh my gosh, I'm really mad they didn't like save some of that stuff for the actual anime, but it is what it is. You know, can't get everything we want. But
And the storyline was pretty good. I really like the Kaguya as a character. He was a pretty interesting character.
So Kage Rosa as a character, I don't know if he should have been as strong as he was, bro.
Yeah, he was strong.
I don't know if he should have been that strong, gang.
Yeah.
Um,
He split himself into two,
yeah,
and that one version of him is able to contest Hollow-Fied Bankai Ichigo.
Yeah.
Able to do all these things and damn near mess up the entire Goten 13. I'm like, oh shit.
yeah. I would have preferred him more if he was more of a lab rat that was able to create things on par with, like creating counter Ray Guy is a genius thing because, well, I don't have to do the fighting. They can do all the fighting for me. I thought that part was genius. He was just a little too strong for me though. But overall, really good.
What you saying?
I said overall, really good.
Yeah. Literally at the end, he has his feat where he sticks his sword into the ground. He said he's going to absorb Rishi and destroy the entire Soul Society. I'm like, what the
Yikes. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That is wild.
Insane. Yeah, I'm looking at the feats. So Ichigo goes into the Kokotsu, or the, what do you call it, the cleaner, and he says, why is there another me? And then Kisuke says the time axis of the Dawn guy is isolated from all of the worlds.
Right.
The cleaner does not exist in any other time axis. He met himself from the past in the cleaner. Someone's asking him that, and then Kisuke says the Ichigo of the present saved the Ichigo of the past. Like, it just gets crazy.
What in the hell? Wow. Yeah, I gotta go back and watch that shit then.
Yeah.
I gotta go back and watch that. Okay, so let me ask you this: who's your favorite captain, Stern Ritter, and Espada?
Captain Bachi's right.
Okay,
He's the GOAT.
Kapachi the GOAT.
Stern Ritter, I'm gonna have to go Ugram.
Really?
Yep.
I was not expecting that. Not expecting that.
He's my favorite. It's either him or Gremmy. Those are my top two.
Okay.
And then you said who else?
Espada.
Espada. Oh gosh. I'd probably say my favorite is either Stark and then Ulquiorra.
Okay. Those are Kaguya the good answers. Good answers. Okay, cool. I would probably have to go with Toshiro for captains. Yeah, Toshiro is my man. He gets a lot of hate. He gets a lot of undeserved hate, in my opinion. A lot of undeserved hate. But Toshiro is one of them ones. Stern Ritter. I would have to go with I would have to go with I would have to go with Askin.
Asking. Okay.
I fucks with Askin, bro. Askin's funny, number one. He's strong as shit. Number two, his fucking shrift is broken as all hell. Oh, actually, hold up. Askin versus the Otsutsuki might be a good one. Let me think about that real quick. Say again. Say again, bro.
I've never seen someone put Asking in like a versus matchup. That would be interesting.
Me neither. Honestly, me neither. But I really think it would be interesting because he has a lot of crazy scaling, especially since, fighting Squad Zero and their redemption and all that other stuff. And he has a lot of good feats. A lot of good feats in scaling. Honestly, let me think. Askin versus Momoshiki and Kinshiki. That might actually be too much. We probably have to. We'll talk about that. We'll We'll get into that.
A mid-high tier is probably like. Have you read the spirits of like someone like Soya Toshiro or Cian Grunts?
I know of them. I know of them. I don't know any of their like scaling or feats or anything.
Yeah, that would be way harder because it's not even officially translated. Then you have to find out. Yeah, it's harder. So it's probably better to do someone who actually has like visual feats from the manga.
Yeah.
In the spot or something.
Honestly, that wouldn't be a bad idea. That would not be a bad idea. Like maybe Grimjow on up. Maybe Grimjow and Noitor versus Momoshiki and Kinshiki. That honestly, but is that going to, or are people going to watch that though? Are they going to watch it or they going to think we trolling and shit?
Yeah, so who's your favorite spot?
Oh yeah, favorite spot. I would have to go with Grimjow, definitely. Pretty basic answer, but I like the Grimjow since his introduction. That whole which one of you is the strongest? And then he blitzes Rukia, one taps her. Ichigo can't hurt him in Shikai. Ichigo can't hurt him with his sword and Bankai. I like all that shit. I like all that shit.
I like Stark because he was so nonchalant. He was just cool.
Yeah, in my opinion, I wish Kubo kept Stark around, bro. I don't think not that he deserved to die or anything like that. I think he went out too early though. I think he had a lot more he could have done. I think he could have assisted in the whole Stern Ritter Quincy thing. I think he could have assisted in that. Going too soon.
Yeah, I feel like there's definitely a lot of stuff he could have done with Stark. But narratively, it was a good ending. Like he lost Lily and that he was truly unknown, and then he just died in that moment. That was truly like sad and like depressing to watch that. But and there's a lot more he could have done with.
You bring up a good point though. I didn't consider him losing Lily and that. I forgot about that. And honestly, if she was gone at that point, he wouldn't have had much to actually live for or do. Honestly, so I could see Kubo getting rid of him then.
Yeah, the entire reason why he split into two is because
right, solitude, loneliness.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it's his full power. Like before he split, I always wanted to see that bit.
Oh man, yeah, that would have been crazy to see. That would have been very crazy to see. What are you looking forward to as far as Core 4? Like, what are the top things you're excited for? Top things you're looking for?
I'm just okay. So, just me personally, I'm a feat guy. Yeah, I love feats, man. Any feats we can get, any colors we can get. Yeah, this is the last core. Go big, go home.
No doubt.
To see it all. I'm trying to see the multiverse be destroyed. I'm trying to see it all. You feel me?
No doubt.
Besides that, the fights, great animation. One of the main fights I'm looking forward to is Toshiro, Byakuya, Kenpachi versus Gerard. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see Bankai Kenpachi and Adult Toshiro. That's one of the main things I want to see because Toshiro is one of my favorite characters too.
Oh, okay, nice.
And then hopefully we can see more Bankais like we did in the other course. One Bankai I always wanted to see is Love's the Visor Bankai. Maybe he uses that against Gerard, but before he gets absolutely washed.
Like shit.
Something yeah. And I'm just looking for good animation, good stories, new narratives. Like I feel like we're gonna this core is really gonna reveal a lot narrative wise, for like everything. Just about the lore of Bleach and like characters like Uryu Ishida. Like there's something going on with Uryu that we just don't know about.
Yeah.
One video I wanted to make is like a theory about what exactly Uryu Ishida is and who he's connected to, and if he's connected to like something like the Soul King. That's one thing I wanted to make a video on, and hopefully we can get something like Kisuke's backstory. Because have you been up to date on like the Club Outside stuff?
I don't know. I haven't seen the most recent thing. No.
Yeah, so like a while ago, Kubo said like he has a backstory for Kisuke, Yoruichi, and all that stuff. And I just would love to see something like that.
Okay. I did not know that.
And a true like detail-oriented narrative explanation of like what happened back then.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Soul King and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
Know what's going on.
Oh, you said the Soul King's backstory as well as Kisuke's and Yoruichi's?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think so to start from the beginning, bro, I would say I'm definitely looking forward to because they said Toshiro was actually going to get some new non-manga original scenes with the Gerard fight, right? So I'm definitely excited to see his Bankai. Definitely excited to see Askin run the gauntlet. You know what I mean? He already fought Ichigo, Chad, or the Hime, but now we got Kisuke coming in, Yoruichi. Well, definitely excited to see how they do that. The new stuff as far as Mimi Hagi, because Mimi Hagi is technically not destroyed, not really, and Yuha didn't absorb him like he did in the manga.
He did.
I don't think he absorbed Mimi Hagi. If I remember correctly, the last scene that we saw was Ukitake. Ukitake is still like in the pose, or like basically Mimi Hagi's still going up into the air and it's like spreading out all over. But there are some theories out there as far as, to your credit, right? Uryu's origins. There's some theories about him being connected to Mimi Hagi, or him might being the new host of Mimi Hagi. Because the whole flash on his arm when he first beats Senjumaru, the whole flash on his arm, it looks like Mimi Hagi. So
Yeah.
there's some theories going around about that. I'm really excited about that. What else? I'm curious to see how they're going to wrap it up. I'm curious to see if they're going to like overtly give us anything new to say, hey, we have this coming. You know what I mean? Whether that's novel material or whether that's like Hell Arc. I'm very curious to see how they're going to wrap it up. And then, of course,
I think. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Just lastly, Ichigo versus Yuha. Oh my God, man. Whew. Please do us. Please. Please do it justice. Please give us Ichigo's fucking Bankai. Give it to us. We deserve it. Man, oh man.
I saw someone say like a way they can do Ichigo's Bankai without like changing the story of how it was broken is like Ichigo activates his Bankai. We see how powerful it is, but it gets revealed that was like actually a future vision.
Yes. Do that.
See why Yuha was so scared.
Do that. Yes. Have Yuha fucking sleeping and wake up out of his shit after. You know what I mean? Do that. Yeah. Give us the fight, but you don't give us the fight if you don't want. If you don't like, you know what I mean? If you don't want to make it canon, don't make it happen. But give us the actual future side of the fucking thing. And then I completely forgot about Yuha versus Aizen. Hopefully that gets extended by a lot. Hopefully, right? Because Aizen's screen time, it's always good to see Aizen, right? But we want to see Aizen in action. We want to see him for what he's known for, fucking shit up. So
yeah, I've seen like the calculations of episodes and manga chapters, and I think if I remember correctly, someone said like based on how many chapters are left and how many episodes there are left, we could have possibly covered on 6 episodes worth of new content.
That's actually fucking crazy. That's bonkers. 6 episodes?
Yeah.
Damn. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. I'm excited for that. 6 episodes is a lot to fucking work with. That means because we saw Ishin and what's the boy's name? Ishin and Ryukin. Thank you. Would use that? Yeah, we saw them get there early, right? They weren't supposed to get there till like I think midway through the Gerard fight or something like that, but they got there early. So that gives them a lot of time to do things. That extends Uryu versus Hashfall. I think I heard something about an Unohana backstory. I don't know if I want that, but I heard something about it. Don't know if I want that though.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know Unohana. Oh yeah, Unohana was stated like in Club Outside that she does have a backstory that we've never seen before. I feel like that's something we can see in the Hell Arc or something like that if we see her.
I hope so. I want all new content to either further the story as it relates to right now or the scaling. Give us new powers and abilities or give us new information. We already know Unohana exists. We know she was a Kenpachi. We don't really need to see anything else. She is dead, so.
Like, the things narratively wise, I'm hopeful, like I said, Soking, Uryu. I think Uryu versus Jugum is 100% getting expanded on just based on what we saw in the trailer. Yeah. That's definitely getting expanded on. Definitely. Yuha versus Gio, that should definitely be expanded on. Maybe even Uryu versus Askin versus Urahara. Maybe that could get expanded on. But I hope so. Like Yeah, he's already halfway through. Askin already fought Yoruichi, so now we're just waiting for Isuke to show up and activate the Yoruichi ability,
Yeah.
and then all that stuff happening. So, and there was an interesting thing at the end of the Askin fight where he's like, "I'm leaving it up to you, Ichigo and Rukia." A lot of people make theories on that. Like, why did he mention Rukia? What exactly is Rukia? Did he just mention them because they're friends, or he's closest to them, or is there something going on with Rukia that we just don't know about?
That's a good
I don't know.
point. I didn't consider that part. That's a good point. Yeah,
Because
no.
after Renji goes up to the Legend Palace, Rukia doesn't really do anything besides talk to Orihime at that. But we can see theories about her being a different race and stuff like that.
What, Rukia?
Like, yeah.
Okay.
Have you seen those?
I haven't seen the theories. The most I've seen as far as Rukia is Kubo has always like went out his way to detail how good she is at keto and stuff like that, the demonic arts, quote unquote, and stuff like that. But like no actual theories grounding anything.
Yeah, so the theory basically is like it was started up because during the Aranka arc, like there was title pages where like people would draw these characters and behind them would be like Japanese kanji fonts of their names, right? And the visors, they would have their first name in like the Shinigami font, and then the rest of their names would be in a different font because obviously they have the hollow in them, right? Then the Espadas, they would have an entirely different font from the Shinigami. And then when it comes to Rukia, her first or last name is in the Shinigami font, but the other part of her name is in a completely different font, which people would think implies like she has something within her that's different
Oh wow.
from normal Shinigami, because all Shinigami just had the regular font.
Got you. Okay.
That's what it's saying.
That is actually interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, no, the Hell is going to give us so much more fucking lore, man. I can't wait.
Yeah. And then I made a video on this. Is like, you know how if you notice like every Shinigami Bankai, they don't change their physical appearance. Like, all it does is like add something to their body, or is it like an elemental thing, or it creates an out. They don't change. Like, they still have the regular Shinigami clothes. They still have the regular body. Like, and the only characters whose physical appearance truly change is Ichigo Kurosaki. His Shuhakusho changes. Kenpachi Zaraki, he turns into a red demon. And Rukia Kuchiki, she has a new Shuhakusho, and her hair changes. She changes her physical appearance and stuff like that. And Ichigo, obviously, he's a hybrid, right? So that's not a surprise there. Kenpachi, he may possibly be a demon from hell. Who knows?
He might be.
She may have something within her.
He might be.
Just that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, it's a bunch of things that.
No, that's definitely interesting, bro. real quick. Karibo in the chat said Squad Zero is weaker than the Otsutsuki. What do you think about that, Shonen Kon?
That's completely cat. just based on.
Hey, yo. Say again, bro.
All we need is Senjumaru's statement.
All we need is Senjumaru. Senjumaru actually, you know what? Senjumaru versus the Otsutsuki might be a good video idea. That actually might. Yeah. That'll do clicks and views. Actually, that actually might be a good video idea.
I was thinking about doing the Senjumaru versus Kaguya. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, make her fight 5 Kaguyas, and then
Yeah. We'll do that.
Give her all the Otsutsuki at that point.
Yeah, but the crazy thing about that is like each member of Squad Zero all have the ability to do what Senjumaru did.
Yeah.
And and Senjumaru was holding back.
And she was holding back. Trying to exert the full power. Facts. And if I had to just insert my like own opinion on the thing, I don't even think she is the strongest. She might be second, right? I think Oetsu is probably the strongest in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the only reason why they chose her is because her ability is more suited to deal with multiple people. But someone like Oetsu, if he got his power unlocked, he'd probably be insanely strong.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Oetsu just in base is already retarded, bro. He's already like
Yeah,
when they say like, oh, the five of us are as strong as the Gote 13 put together. You really only
yeah,
need Oetsu and Ichibe. You don't even need Tenjiro. You don't need Hikifuna. You don't need them, right? They can come along, but you don't need
yeah,
them. It really is only Oetsu and fucking base and Ichibe.
yeah. You completely one-shotted every single scenario there.
Yeah.
That scenario scaling is interesting to me though. Shunsui, when he fought Lily, always thought about that because after they fought the Squad Zero, they get an amp through the Osweiler. Right,
They
so their base power should obviously be stronger.
Yep.
And then Lily goes on to fight Shunsui, and Shunsui's still able to like contest him for a bit. That was an interesting thing. Yeah, because I don't think Shunsui's that strong at all.
You don't think Shunsui's that strong?
I think he's a high tier, but I don't think he's Squad Zero.
So
Because
yeah. Go ahead. Say again, bro.
but it didn't make sense to me how it was possible, but I got to think about it. I got to remember what happened in the anime, but you can go ahead and say your thoughts on how Shunsui's whatever.
Yeah. So I would say like Shinsui's whole shtick is literally deception. If it's not deception, it's some form of playful trickery, which even still goes into deception, there, right? Because when he first encounters Lele, the first thing he literally does is trick him with a spiritual pressure illusion or clone. That's the first thing that he tricks him with. He's then right in front of him, but Katen Kotsu is already awake and playing. So the games are already on. At that point, it's no longer a fight of I'm faster than Shunsui, I'm this, that, and the third. No, because you can be faster. You can shoot him while he's moving. But now that all the games are actively on and playing, you're literally in his playing field. And to me, that kind of equalized the whole thing for them because give me 1 second. Where Lille wasn't able to track Oetsu at first, right? He did say, "Oh, my eyes are actually starting to adjust to you." So his reaction speeds are getting better, and his shots are getting more accurate and stuff like that. Where Oetsu is definitely faster than Shinsui, but where Shinsui would actually make up for all that stuff is like in the games and in the tricks. Oh, you shot my shadow. You looked away from me. Now I'm behind your ass. You know what I mean? So you know what I mean? I think that kind of bridges the gap between their fight, I would say.
Yeah. And now that you mentioned that, it is stated in Spirits Are Forever with you that essentially he could be a Bachelorette, but also lose to like a lower level hollow. I forgot what it was, maybe a Manos Grande or something like that.
Oh, really?
And it's all because like Shunsui's power are based on like compatibility, basically. So like he can beat his high tier character, but lose this character because he's not as compatible with them.
Yeah.
And that makes sense because like his powers were perfectly suited for Lily's. That's why he was able to contest him a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think he had maybe like 3 games going on at once, bro. Bodhi, Dharma, Kage, Okuri, and it was like one more. And this isn't even factoring in Kage Oni or Taka Oni. You know what I mean? That's the color where you got to cut in the shadow game. If he has if he has all that shit going on at one time, bro, Shunsui is a fucking demon. And he's being charitable by telling you how these things even work. He doesn't have to do that. Phil?
Like, Shunsui is really a good character. So like his power, where I would scale him power like Ryatsu wise and like Ryatsu level wise, I think he's in the same tier as Byakuya and Yoruichi power wise. But his hacks are so insane. I'll tell you why. But his hacks are so insane that I think he would slam both of them.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
If it's Zanpakuto is completely 100%, because Zanpakuto varies on how much effort it wants to put in. If it's Zanpakuto is 100% in the fight and he has access to all of his abilities, he's insane.
Yeah,
he's good.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
No, I'm agreeing. I'm listening. Go ahead, bro. You cooking?
Yeah, the reason why I say like he's around Byakuya and Yoruichi's level is because in Camp from Your Own World, he fights Toginada. and he's pretty much on par with Tokinata throughout the entire fight. And Tokinata, is stated like due to being a noble, like he's on the tier of someone like Byakuya and Yoruichi. So just based on that, just like the little scaling, Shunsui power wise should be relative.
Would that be
And
that'd
just
be
axe wise, he surpassed.
got you? That would be Shikai Shunsui though, right? Did he use Bankai on Tokina or no? He probably
Nah,
didn't, right?
you didn't use bump.
Okay, yeah. So that scaling makes perfect sense when you consider the fact that Byakuya, of course, went. So Yoruichi, first off, Yoruichi has always been interesting to me. Her scaling has always been somewhat interesting to me because we acknowledge people like Kisuke and Yoruichi are powerful, but they don't really get the opportunities to shine. But we know they scale to certain other people without having to fight. Hence why like we've never really seen Kisuke go all out or fight, but he's matching a Stern Ritter in his Volshin dish with his, you know what I mean? We've never seen it, but like he's actually doing this. Same thing with Yoruichi. So Shunsui being around their level, and especially considering that Byakuya had post Royal Guard training, that makes complete sense, especially if we're talking about a Shikai Shunsui. I still think he would, of course, I think we both agree he's like more powerful than in Bankai, but them being relative in Shikai makes absolute perfect sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm just even thinking about it. Yoruichi was slamming Askin.
Bro. And see, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like we really have to consider this. So the Royal Guard, Oetsu by himself whoops the shit out of the Royal Guard by himself. They all get a buff via Ausfehlen, and then they in turn whoop the Royal Guard's ass. What does this mean? Automatically, what does this mean? Okay, cool. If they get their asses whooped first, and then their Royal Guard beats them, and then they get mind you, they get another buff via Yuha awakening the Almighty. Right? They get another buff because Senjumaru says, "Oh, Uryu has the awakening of the Kane gave you new powers." They get another buff via the awakening of the Almighty. So then for the regular Gotei to come and then start competing with these niggas, that's fucking crazy. Yoruichi is actually crazy. The scaling is ridiculous because you're fighting an Askin that was able to dodge Oetsu. Oetsu's the only one. I'm sorry. You're fighting an Askin that was able to dodge Oetsu because Askin is the only person that jumped back in time to make it seem like the slash didn't hit him, or if it did hit him, it did very little damage. So Askin already reacted to that. He gets 2 more buffs, and then Yoruichi is still able to fight him in Shunko and all this other shit. It's kind of ridiculous. Yeah. It's kind of ridiculous, bro.
Well, I don't even remember what happened to him after Senjumaru activates her thing. They all die.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now that I'm thinking about it, okay, now that makes sense. So the Squad Zero didn't really get to fight like a post Australian Stern Reader. What do you call them? They're not the Stern Readers.
Shoot Staffel.
The Shoot Staffel. Because they all killed themselves in order to boost Senjumaru. And after Senjumaru died, it was like a wraps after that. So can we really like hold it against him?
Well, no. Remember the first thing that happened. Remember the order of events is Oetsu kills them all. They get resurrected via Ausfehlen. After they get resurrected, that's when the Shoot Staffel beats all of them, and then they're like, okay, well, we got to commit suicide. So they do technically have a fight in a skirmish. So the general scaling for the Royal Guards post Ausfehlen, they're stronger than Squad Zero. They're absolutely stronger than Squad Zero, which is why they need to do the sacrificial thing so they can all have the one person have all the power to beat the rest of them.
Yeah.
So bro. I can't, bro. And here's the thing, bro. I'm doing my scaling for Bleach like from nearly the ground up. I skipped the Soul Society arc simply because like that thing I said before, like Edirard has a better feat, so I'll go back and backscale everything else. But I'm doing my scaling for Bleach, triple AP style, which is as accurate and consistent as possible. We can talk about that whole thing, but I can't wait until I get to that part, bro, because it's going to be so fucking ridiculous. When I started this, I wasn't too sure if Bleach was going to hit like Universal or something like that. It's very well in the fucking grasp of it though. And this is only me looking at it from, right now I'm at Ulquiorra and Ichigo. Vasa Lord Ichigo versus Ulquiorra Segunda Etapa. That's where I'm at right now. That's already looking crazy for the feats and the calcs in the AP. I can't imagine getting to Ichigo fucking vaporizing the hill with his air pressure. And then Mugetsu on top of that. And then Yamamoto's Bankai. Kenpachi's Bankai. You know what I mean? It's so much shit, bro. It's gonna be fucking disgusting. It's gonna be disgusting.
There's really layers to this when it comes to Bleach. Like,
yeah.
You look at it like the destructive capabilities they're able to show. That's one level. Then you look at the narrative of like how much damage the Ryatsu is causing.
Yeah.
And how much you can argue with that. And then you look at it at dimensional level, right? Because I know you said like you're still back and forth on like higher dimensional Bleach and how powerful the Kokosu is.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. when you take a look at it narratively wise and how strong the Soul King is and how strong these characters who come from or on the level of the Soul King, you really start to realize like, oh, there's really levels to this stuff, right? That was my progression when I first started scaling Bleach.
Facts.
I was struggling to get them like past planetary and above, and like universal, and then these characters are actually maybe low multiverse.
Yeah.
Maybe you can even get them to low 1C. And then like that was just a progression.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to like really talk about the feats like so I can like visualize it to you. It's pretty crazy.
No, facts, bro. Real quick, I forgot this. I either forgot this happened or it went right by me. Someone said, where's the comment at? Max said, Ab-Stract, you forgot that they gave Yuha back Auschweilen buff to break the Soul King seal. Is that true? Did they give the buff back or were they just like giving him?
I remember there was a moment in the power where they're like, they were all charging Yuha's sword and then he,
But is that giving the Auschweilen buff back? I don't know if that's that though.
Yeah, it's really though. I should actually look at that. But I do remember that happening, but I don't know. That's very interesting. Yeah,
I'm gonna look into it more because it's a good point. I don't know if we can, because like here's the thing, the Auschweilen buff at the bare minimum would have been a 2 times amp at the bare minimum. But we could argue like we could actually probably say around 5 times because mind you, Oetsu blitz and one shot all of them, so we can likely say 5 times at the very least. Like, I don't know if I would probably just need more evidence on that. Max, give me the information on that, and then we can look into it. I do remember we both remember them raising up their hands and charging his sword, yes, but I have no idea if that was them giving back the Auschweilen buff. Wouldn't really make sense to me. Yeah, that wouldn't really make too much sense to me.
I remember like reading the arc, and I was wondering like, how these 5 characters are supposed to be stronger than the entire Goten team, but how is these captains keeping up with these same steroids that they just lost to?
Yeah.
Unless Ichigo that cracked, but then the anime came out, and
yeah.
Then it's like, okay, the singular power of one of the Squad Zero can probably like handle 90% of the squad, handle 90% of the Goten team. I was like, okay, that makes sense. But still, I would still expect Squad Zero to be stronger at a baseline level.
Oh, really?
No.
Well,
that's what I was.
So do you mean like initially at a baseline? Like you mean their actual like? Because here's the thing. I don't know if I can use that. So when we look at Squad Zero's interactions with the Goten, we have Tanjiro blitzing the all living hell out of Soifone. Now, mind you, Soifone hasn't been like the fastest Soul Reaper in a very long time. I think she might have been the fastest, like not the fastest, right? Of course, there's Yamamoto and Shinsui, right? But like a top tier in speed around like the first arc, because at this point she's outpacing Yoruichi. Yoruichi outpaced Byakuya, so okay, cool. Subtle scaling, yeah. She's faster than Byakuya. But Tanjiro is blitzing the living hell out of her with a technique that she's never even seen before. And as far as the shoot Staffel, I think we would agree they generally scale above the average Stern Ritter, right?
Yeah, they're the strongest variant of the
They're the strongest variants of the Stern Ritter, right? Post Byakuya, pre-royal training Byakuya got his ass whooped by a single Stone Ritter, as not, right? Got his ass whooped. He comes back from training with them, not necessarily being as strong as them. He comes back from training with them, and he's able to whoop the asses of 3 Stern Ritter tier characters. 3 Stern Ritter. The Stern Ritter are captain level by virtue of them being able to steal Bankai, because to steal a Bankai, you have to at least be as powerful as them. So he whoops their asses and uses Bankai to only finish off one of them. So he didn't even really need Bankai to beat them.
Yeah.
The Royal Guards would probably be scaling to that or higher, right? So in my opinion, I think their bases are fine. And this is why I'm saying, like, you really could just send Oetsu and Ichibe down there. Oetsu would blitz like probably 6 of these guys, like with the exceptions of Yamamoto, Kenpachi now, right? True Kenpachi, Unohana, and Shunsui. I think before all this happened, Soifon's getting blitz. Komamura is getting blitz. Mayuri is getting, like, I'm being completely honest too. Just based on the performance that I've seen Oetsu do to the Royal Guard and Byakuya do to the other Stern Ritter, it's completely like within the realm of possibility that would actually happen. So I honestly think their bases are fine for me, and but it could be weird when you say, like, okay, well, if their bases are that strong and then they have to fight the more advanced Stern Ritter, how does that work? I could see that. I could see that.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. We did that training for you. Did they give you? Yes, they did. Okay. Wait a second. We did that.
I'm trying to find the episode right now.
Oh, with the swords thing?
Yeah.
I think that's going to be at the end of I think that's going to be at the end of chapter 28 or 29. I think it's like the very last post credit thing. I think.
Yeah.
When you picking up your PPE, I picked.
Yeah, like I think definitely, like when these captains get like nominated to go to Squad Zero and they go there, I think they naturally do get stronger. Like
yeah.
Obviously the techniques that what was her name, Hikafune had, them eating the modules or whatever thing she had, gave them a power, like, quote unquote, on another dimension.
Yeah.
Like the power, like and them just naturally being there because of the high density Rishi, it just naturally helps him get stronger. How Goku would get strong. How Goku would get stronger in the gravity chamber.
Right.
Something like that.
Right.
So, like, I feel like these captains, like, they do get stronger baseline level in comparison to, like, the normal Shinigami.
Definitely.
But based on feats, I don't know.
Got you.
I would have to look into that again.
No, that makes sense, bro. Let me respond to this message real quickly. We did that for your training. Did they give you your reporting information for this week? Yes. Got the schedule. But I'm not sure if due to all this snow. Okay. All right. All right. Oh yeah. What do you think about Bleach's speed overall? I'll give you my perspective first. So for me, Bleach is in this weird spot where we know the characters are fast. We know this. But the actual metrics don't really come into play until much later, being the 1,000-Year Blood War, for me at least, right? Because that's when we get in my opinion, the best feats, right? Ichibe doing over 4,000 kilometers in a fucking flash step. That's ridiculous. Crazy feat. Really good. Mimi Hagi traveling the Serete to the Soul King's Palace. Really good feat. Really good feat. What else? Senjumaru's Reiatsu traversing the 3 realms. Now, mind you, I don't necessarily count that as a speed feat, but like it's a really good feat because that's her power traveling. Really good feat. And so when it comes when it comes to the earlier arcs, though, I think like when we look at Gin's Mach 500, Buto Rinjin Mach 1000. I've always been of two opinions with this. Like, one, we could take that at face value. Okay, cool. That is our metric. That's what we'd have to go by. Or we could say, does the feats and scaling of the series support Mach 500? And if not, is it higher or is it lower than that interpretation? And then continue to build off that thing. And what really sucks though, bro, right, is you'll have characters like Shunsui dodge Lele's light. Now, whether or not you want to believe, not you, but whether or not people want to believe it's light is light, or it's Reiatsu, so it's not light, you'll have Shunsui like dodge light, but then that like Shunsui hasn't gotten any stronger since the first arc. Not really. I mean, if we're being completely honest. So that means that's a feat he really could have done all the time. And mind you, he did the feat while he was half dead. So they're in this situation where like, well, damn, we know they're fast. But like, what can we use to actually get them over these humps before these feats actually get introduced? And that's the most annoying thing for me about Bleach's speed scaling, bro.
Yeah. So my thing about, just to talk about the Gin thing, like, I made a whole, like, put a thread on that. I really don't believe in what I got from the databook statement, that he was talking about, like, the speed of sound when he was clapping.
Okay.
I have to go back and show you the translation. Because when you read the translation, it's implying that he's talking about the speed of his clap. Let me show you that.
I've seen that before. So you can pull it up. This is something I do go over in the Toshiro versus Kakashi video, right? And so the only thing about that, bro, was I was like, all right, I've seen this interpretation. It might not be the speed of sound. They might be talking about the speed at which Gin claps his hands. And in the video, I'm like, I don't know if that really helps us because we have no idea at which the speed Gin is clapping his. We don't know that. It's an unknown. So it's.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
I wouldn't want to use it as a negative, though. Because when people bring up that feat, they use it as a negative to downplay Bleach. Okay, Bleach is this speed. They're nowhere near light speed. Downplay, and that's it.
Yeah.
The reason why I bring that up is because even if it's unknown, it's better than it being downplayed at which people try to use it.
Okay, I agree with that.
I found the scam.
Got you.
It says the speed at which God Slayer expands and contracts is the speed as at which you strike your hand. The spear which reveals its amazing expression and contraction rate aims at Ichigo with speeds that surpasses the speed of sound. That's what it says in the data. Now, okay, if you say you strike your hand, okay, the two main things is the speed at which you strike your hand and surpasses the speed of sound. Those two statements are both ambiguous. And you can't really quantify how much that is. You can't say it's 5,000 max speed.
Yeah.
It's not saying it's. You can't just limit it.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I made an entire argument on that. I really don't think it's consistent narrative, guys. And if you want to ask, like, what my scaling for where I scale Bleach in the early arcs,
right?
I do have the Zero video. I do think like just based on like. What was the argument I used for that? You don't need the Ceros to prove Bleach's light speed. Like, just based on the feats they're doing, it implies, like, the speed, like, the calculations based on that speed is way faster than, what people think. And then you add on the Bankai multipliers, which increases their power 5 to 10 times.
Yeah.
And the multiple other stuff like blitzes and stuff like that. It's like it's a hard thing to do. But it's possible, and I think it's narratively consistent based on the beast that they show in the dice.
And here's the thing with that, bro. I agree. And like, what was I about to say? So you said the blitzing, bro, because if you go through the big three, right? Bleach is going to have the most speed blitzes out of all of them, like on a chapter to chapter basis, right? One Piece might have more now, but that's just because One Piece has a bunch more fucking chapters. But if you're looking at per chapter from when they both started, Bleach has the most. But the issue with that is calc stacking, right? But the fucking problem with that is, well, niggas aren't trying to intentionally calc stack, but we don't really have any other metrics to go off of other than this person was this fast, he got blitzed, then this person got a boost, he blitzed, you know what I mean? Blitzed, like, there's not a lot of things to go off of. And so that's like, I really hate that. Like, it's annoying. It's so annoying.
I feel like the negatives of calc, like, you said calc stack, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what the negatives I've been hearing about calc stacking is like it just becomes more inconsistent based on because like we're just adding like what is can you tell me like what is the problems with calc stacking?
Yeah.
I know there is a problem with calc stacking.
Yeah. So essentially, it's adding multipliers onto a calc that was already done, and if you do that enough times, you can get crazy numbers. For example, one feat that I did was what was it? One feat that I did was Urihime reacting to an explosion by Mayuri, right? The explosion was calced to like Mach 14, and Urihime reacts with her Zanten Keshin. So okay, cool. Urihime can react to Mach 14 speeds. Cool. Baseline. A chapter or two before that, Uryu has a feat of completely blitzing and bypassing Urihime's perception speed to the point where she was looking right at him and she did not know what the fuck happened. She literally says, for a second he was going, I didn't even know I had been moved until it was already over. So we have Uryu blitzing Urihime's perception speed. And so to do that at the distance he was, what do we get it to? To do that at the distance he would have necessarily need to be moving 10 times faster than her. 10 times faster than she can perceive. He would have been needing to move that fast to where it's like, okay, I'm looking right at him. Because mind you, the conversation was, hey, where do you think Ruki is? She points over there and says, I think she's over there, right? So she's looking right at him and he fucking does what he does right in front of her eyes. She has no idea what happened. That was calculated to be around at least 10 times her perception speed. She can react to Mach 14, but couldn't react to Uryu. Boom. We get at least Mach 70 through that, right? Now, the issue is taking another character who doesn't have a feat yet and saying they blitzed Uryu. Well, we don't then say Uryu got blitzed, so they're at least 2 times faster than Mach 70. It gets crazy if you do it that way, and then that's where it becomes a problem because now we're getting values based off of multipliers that don't have established feats behind them. If that makes sense.
So like, let's say you talking about like the 2 times faster based on the blitz. Is that what you're talking about?
Generally, yeah. Like if. And it depends how it's done too, because blitzes happen, but they're not always consistent. Blitzing someone one time doesn't mean blitzing them every other time, right? Because, a fight is a flow of numerous actions. You could have been caught off guard like Byakuya was to Ichigo the first time. You could have been caught off guard like Blue No was to Luffy was the first time. You know what I mean? So it kind of depends. One blitz doesn't necessarily mean that you are X times faster. It could just be a flow of combat and stuff like that. But yeah, generally, that's what I would say. Oh, real quick. Actually, no, go ahead first, and then I have a question for you.
Basically, what I was going to say is just like when it comes to, when you add multiple, not just calc stacking or blitzes, but the multipliers for Bleach, because as we said before, the Ryatsu they increase is proportionate to their speed, their reaction time, their strength, all that is proportionate, right? So like, when you add, let's say Ichigo and Beishi is able to do something, then he goes Bankai, and then he goes Hollow Mask, and then he gets blitzed by Ulquiorra, and then Ulquiorra gets blitzed by Bastolorde, and then blah, 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 blah. I feel like narratively, it makes sense for Bleach because because of the increase in power is proportionate.
Yeah.
And I guess in what I'm understanding is that the calc stacking is like what makes it go crazy. But if it's an accurate calc,
yeah, and see that's the thing though too, right? Because like I'm especially me, right? Because like I said, my scaling focus is on low balls and being as accurate and consistent as possible. So when we have instances where the only fucking metric we can use is how much faster a person is via blitzing or whatever, because you're exactly right in what you just said. You're exactly right. Ulquiorra. Well, let's start here. Ichigo and Ulquiorra were more or less a match. You could say Ichigo was a little bit weaker in base, and I'm talking about when he's fighting Ulquiorra in the tower with Orihime, right? You could say Ichigo is a little bit weaker. Ichigo goes Hollow Mask, and he starts to pressure Ulquiorra to the point where he's breaking his Zanpakuto. Cool. They go above the canopy. Ulquiorra transforms into Vasta Lode. His transformation, him just throwing his fucking lance, blitzes Ichigo's perception. That's disgusting. That's dirty. So that's already faster than anything Ichigo was doing. He could not process what happened in front of his eyes. We're damn near looking at the whole Orihime and Uryu thing all over again. And then Ulquiorra himself goes Segunda Etapa. Now, whether we're doing a 5 times 5 multiplier and getting 25, or we're saying that's a 10 times multiplier and he's now fucking 100 times stronger, that nigga is blitzing Ichigo to living hell, right? And so there's a certain amount of credibility to it because, as you just said, the multipliers do kind of speak for themselves. It's not like, and so I have to be careful with this too because, like, for certain transformations, because I do this with Naruto as well, so I have to be careful when I do it for Bleach. For certain transformations, not everything is spread across in a 1-to-1 ratio, right? 10 times stronger doesn't necessarily mean 10 times more speed, 10 times more durability, 10 times more chakra. Yeah. But when we're talking about...
Like
say it again, bro.
Like when Mayuri activates Bankai, I don't think he like...
Right.
I don't
right. But then when we're talking about certain multipliers for the Espada, right, I think those are definitely justifiable to use because the Espada's Resurrections, they do go right into stats. Hollow Masks and... Hollow Mask, the visors, they do go directly into stats. And a 10 times amp proportion. See, and that's the thing too. I need a video, bro, where I lock down how much more powerful someone is based on Reiatsu. And you can do it. It's possible to do it. It's just going to be very fucking hard and tedious because I'd have to get down to AP first and then, equalize that to speed somehow. But no, overall, bro, I'm saying your point definitely has validation as far as the Espada and Vasta Lord Ichigo and all that stuff. Because an increase in Reiatsu is necessarily an increase in stats because a decrease in Reiatsu is necessarily a decrease in stats. So it does work. It's just pinning down how much more powerful they are getting with those increases and how it affects their stats overall.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. If you look at it from a baseline level, the multipliers get crazy. Like, let's say you start with like the first season and you find the count from there. Then you add the blitzes, the multipliers, all throughout the manga. You can easily get these high tiers in Bleach and 1,000 but with like hundreds of millions to even trillions or times faster than light.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. And then let's say like a feat like Ichigo coming down to the Soul Society using like shampoo and all that stuff like that. Like let's say it was that bare minimum moving like lightning speed or even light speed, right? Mm-hmm. You calculate the distance it takes, like the distance times the amount of time it takes him to get back to the Serite, and then you add the amount of time it took Mihigami to get from the Serite down to down up to the Soki Palace. You get a crazy number there.
Yeah.
And then you can it's crazy when you look at the numbers just based on multipliers and count steps. But then they have feats that can also put them at that level, like the Mihigami feat, the freaking what's his name, the Senjumaru feat. Even if you don't want to say like Karyatsu traveling from there to there, scales to your speed. It's still some crazy stuff that's happening.
It is
with just feet.
It is.
Yeah.
No, that's facts. And then even I gotta ask you a question after this, but even with Ichigo traveling down to Soul Society, like, because people say, oh, well, he clearly can't be that fast. Mimihagi did it faster. That was Ichigo travel speed. But we see Ichigo is more than able, more than fine with keeping up with Yuha. And Mimihagi attacked Yuha. Mind you, Mimihagi attacked Yuha from not too far away. So all that speed that Mimihagi used to get to the Soul Palace would have been used in attacking Yuha. And Yuha was able to react to that. That all goes to Ichigo. So like, exact. So there's even stuff like that. But real quick, Ignil wanted to ask you, he wanted to say, what are your thoughts on Seven Deadly Sins scaling? And also, if you know Seven Deadly Sins, if you do know Seven Deadly Sins, what is your thoughts on Ichibei versus Gother?
Interesting. Now, Seven Deadly Sins, I've watched the first two seasons of the anime. I remember I've read a couple of chapters the manga. I never really finished it, so I can't really say my opinion on that. But nor have I even been seen anything about scaling wise to come to the conclusion on it. So I don't really know.
Gotcha.
How strong is Seven Deadly Sins?
See, and that's the thing too, bro. When me and Ig usually talk, I refer to him. He is the more expert on that one, kind of like you. I've watched it, and I got up to the point where, where did I stop? I think I stopped where Meliodas' father, the Demon King, took over his body. I think I stopped there because, after that, bro, the animation quality dipped, and I was not a fan of it. and I wasn't reading the manga, so I was like, all right, y'all just totally made me lose interest. I'm not fucking with the show because y'all just fucked up the entire animation quality. So I stopped around there. But they were pretty strong around that point, though. They were pretty strong around that point. Honestly, they were. If I remember, Galen has a feat of attacking Escanor, and the air pressure from his shit decapitates some mount. See, but I gotta think about that because how strong were they? That's a good fucking question. Hey, Ig, around that point, bro, how strong were they exactly? Because I don't want to butcher or anything. How strong were they in your opinion, Ignil? So we'll wait for him to answer. But do you remember who Gother is?
Let me think of it. By name, no.
No, okay. Gother was the puppet or the doll that could invade people's dreams with a technique. He's almost like a Quincy, actually. He shoots he makes an energy bow. He shoots arrows and shit like that.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah. And so he's asking him versus Ichibei. Now that's interesting. Let me think about that, actually. Gother versus Ichibei. Yeah, I'd have to know more about Gother, to be honest.
What tiers, do you know, what tiers they get into? Do they get into, the universal tiers, or?
If you're asked, I mean, around, maybe they do. I don't know about if they do where I'm talking about, where they stop, as far as, the Demon King. I don't know if they do. I think a conservative estimate would definitely be, island and above. So maybe multi-continental, around at the, where the Demon King gets introduced. You could probably say that. Probably. Yeah, hard to say though because I don't know all the feats and stuff. That's more so his show. He says, in my opinion, they're based on where you scale the Demon King, but that can be scaled to planetary bare minimum. Okay, so he says so basically scaling off of the Demon King, who he has at planetary bare minimum.
Okay. I scale Ichibei a little higher than that.
Okay, well, where you got Ichibei?
I gotta go. How do you scale the Senjumaru feat? Where do you scale that to?
Man, oh man.
What myth do you scale that?
So with the Senjumaru feat, kind of like how we would be talking about creation feats. Just in this, they would be the same in that we would just be looking at the total energy that it would take to do the feat, right? But the thing, you're asking good questions. Let me think about this real quick. So she's able to shake in record fucking time all three dimensions at the same time.
Yeah.
That's not That's not AP though, but at the
It
same
sort of it
time,
sort of reminds me of
yeah.
like Goku shaking the infinite void. People say like, okay, Goku like flexing his ki or transforming, he's able to shake this infinite void. Therefore, he's capable of outputting an infinite amount of power. Therefore, not universal or some shit like that.
So okay, so yeah, my scaling wouldn't allow me to chain those concepts and those ideas together. Number one, I don't agree with shaking an infinite amount of anything. If it's infinite, you can't be shaking all of it because the concept doesn't allow for that to even happen. So I really don't like that on its face. Anytime infinite is brought up, infinite speed, infinite shaking, I don't really like it. Right? Not that it can't exist or it can't happen, but scaling to it just doesn't make sense to me. That makes no sense to me. Maybe you could break that down or help me understand it better. As far as Senjumaru, if I'm being completely honest, I would still want to scale her off of actionable feats and scaling. I was getting into saying that shaking those dimensions would be a good feat. It's definitely a good feat, but it doesn't tell us anything about AP. It tells us total energy and it tells us potential energy to actually do it. It doesn't tell us anything about attack potency though. We can't take Senjumaru shaking every dimension and say, oh, well, this is her AP. Well, I wouldn't do that. Her
Well, she
Reiatsu,
had the ability to destroy those dimensions.
that's that could be something. That could be something. See, but what I would also need to see is her having an impact on the people as well, though, right? Because I get on Pain's ass about creating a fucking black orb that can create a moon, but you're gonna tell me that's not pulling in the skin off of people. That's not pulling in Naruto. That's not pulling in the people. Just the environment. Like, yeah, no, like the actual effect would actually have to be something corresponding to what's happening. So if she could destroy them, that would be actually no. Actually, if she could destroy them with Reiatsu at the bare minimum, I would probably give her like multi-planetary if she could do it. If she could do it with Reiatsu, right? If she could, because that would mean per cubic centimeter. Also, her Reiatsu is doing enough damage to the environment to where it's getting destroyed over time. Or see, but then we got to factor in time into it. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot.
I think like the implication I get from that statement. What was the specific statement? It was like with only a fraction of our power.
Yeah.
The three realms
Cause the heaven and earth of the three realms to tremble.
Yeah, I think like the implication of that is if they fully release their power and not withheld the power, significant damage or some sort of significant effect to these dimensions, which is why they hold back in the first place. So if it was just like that's what I think was that's what I think is implied through that statement of holding back, doing this level of power. Okay, then the full release obviously should be doing a greater deal of damage or a greater deal of effect than what we're currently seeing.
Got you. And I'm not even mad at the interpretation. It's one I couldn't use though because it would be a statement missing an actionable feat. She did do what she said as far as the first half, right? She definitely backed it up. Slightest use, tremble. That actually happened. But actually destroying, I don't think that's a claim that they did. Well, no, did they make that claim? Or is that just on the assumption that if they did, they would destroy it?
No, they made the claim they made was shaking the rooms.
Okay, yes. Okay, so they didn't claim destruction, and okay, yeah. So yeah, just based off of that, I'd probably just leave it where it's at as far as shaking. You could go with a higher interpretation. It's definitely plausible. I just wouldn't feel comfortable using that personally.
Yeah, I know to just use I'm a simple guy. I like to use I'm assuming you don't agree like with the versus battle wiki tiers. That's what I just use.
Oh no, I like the tiering system. I don't agree with everything they have to say on that website, but I like the tiering system. I think the tiering system's solid.
So like, let's say when they say someone who's multi-galaxy level, someone who can create or destroy multiple galaxies. you wouldn't take the create part.
Yeah, I wouldn't take the create part. Not unless you're destroying what you are creating in a one-to-one fashion, and it can't just be snapping your finger and matter's destroyed, because I would consider that hacks. I need to see the destruction. I need to see the process, because that's important and it matters.
Yeah. And then let's say someone, when you get into like the two C tiers, they say it's characters or objects that can significantly affect, create, and or destroy small multiverses. You wouldn't agree with that definition?
It said characters that can significantly, you said create and destroy,
Yes.
or affect?
Yes, significantly affect, create, or destroy a multiverse.
You said that's 2C. Give me an example character of that. Who do we have? Give me an example, please, if you can.
An example?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say I don't know a specific character, but okay, let's say U-Haul. U-Haul
Okay.
destroying the 3 rounds.
Yeah. So, and this is
Oh,
where...
wait, not even that. Well, after U-Haul absorbs the Soul King, you demonstrate that without your power, the world, the entire world wouldn't exist. So U-Haul being able to hold these dimensions simply using his power, where do you think that would go?
Yeah. And so this is where I would have to somewhat put aside my normal scaling, and because you're asking good question. You're asking good questions again, bro. So the way Reiatsu works, right? As we've been talking about, it has been shown to be a 1-to-1. And with Yuha's power being able to either uphold the cosmology or destroy it, it's hard, because number one, from what we've seen, at least from the anime for right now, from what we've seen like little tears in reality, little tears on the planet and stuff like that, and in the dimensions, little tears and stuff like that. I would want to know exactly what method he would use to destroy them. That would help. But the pure fact,
the implication is like his Ryatsu was expanding and destroying it, because like in the final chapter we see like Ryatsu's like outputting out of nowhere, and it's like all over the Garganta and stuff like that, and then Kazui puts his hand in a little like hole, pocket hole where Yuha's Ryatsu is sticking out, and he destroys it. So I think what's implied is that Yuha's Ryatsu was spreading out throughout these dimensions and destroying them. Like when he was about to absorb Ichigo, like his Ryatsu was just expanding and destroying everything, and I think that's what was happening.
Gotcha. And like what I don't want, for me at least, right, to seem is that like I'm trying to show favoritism to Bleach, because I'm really not. But like to your credit again, bro, like when you're saying he absorbed the Soul King. The Soul King was the linchpin. He was the previous one holding up the 3 worlds. And then we have Ichigo being able to fucking one-shot Yuha. That, it does mean something, right? I might not be able to get an AP value for it, but it does mean something. I don't think, for me, I don't think I've had a what's it called? I don't think I have a methodology for myself yet. You know what I mean? I don't think I've, within myself, created a standard or methodology where I'm willing to accept certain things yet. But I do know, like within my mind, or at least, right? Scaling aside, I do know affecting the cosmology is important. Destroying X is important, especially when you scale to your energy. That's important. That's probably the biggest point, right? Scaling to your energy and being able to actually output that energy and it have an effect. Not just simply hacks, not just simply poof, it's gone. Not just simply I weave this and weave that. No. Do you actually scale to that shit though? Because in Bleach, we've seen, right? Attacks will fucking bounce off you if you are outscaled. We've seen it happen many times.
Yeah.
So that aspect is important to me. It's just I can't give it a complete answer right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got you.
Thank you for asking this question though, bro, because like I don't really get to talk about this shit a lot. You know what I mean? So
Because I think these outputs of power, when it's not directly destruction, it's definitely important. Because in fiction, like how many times are you gonna see like a character directly, blatantly destroying a universe or a multiverse when the entire story takes place in said universe? You're not gonna see it very much.
That's true.
These displays of power clearly in like shows some sort of implication that this character would be stronger than someone who's only showed feats of destroying a building or something like that. So
Yeah.
even if you want to say like, oh, I can't really scale it, it's a tap on the based on that. Like the level of power which this character is capable of outputting should have some sort of bearing in a fight.
Exactly.
Who's like, let's say, who has significantly less feats. So that's where the tiering system and the what we call AP and all that stuff. That's where it comes into play. So
Exactly. And you're exactly right. Those things are important. They do mean something. They do have a bearing, bro. So yeah. But yeah, that's honestly that's why I'm excited to get to that arc of the scaling. Like once I'm past Ichigo Vaste Lode shit and Aizen Yamamoto and I start hitting 1,000 Year Blood War and doing the scaling from the ground up, I'm excited to see exactly where it goes. What does it mean for Ichigo to cut the fucking new Soul King, aka Yuha Baha, in half? What does that actually mean for Ichigo? What does it mean? What does it mean now that Yuha has absorbed all this power? Like, what does this actually mean for him in the series, in the verse, in the scaling, and Reiatsu? Because, you know what I mean? It's a lot of implications that go along with these things. So I'm excited for it.
Yeah. I think, like, what really surprised me in the anime that just blatantly showed me how strong Ichigo was Razu Sando. There's something that they added after that.
Oh, man.
Razu Sando? Yeah. The statements out, like, what Ichigo was saying is like Ichigo is handling the power of the Soul King at that point.
Right.
Who is holding all the dimensions and everything that exists, and he's capable of handling that power, which is why he's the Soul King candidate.
Right.
Before, like, I was like, wow, that was a really crazy.
Facts.
It blatantly goes to show like how Ichigo is.
Yeah, and then I think something that also goes like overlooked is Ukitake was able to do that shit for a little bit, right? Him becoming Mimi Hagi. Yeah, him becoming Mimi Hagi. His spirit energy was used as a catalyst to hold up the three realms for the while that the Soul King was slowly dying and stuff like that. So then that even gives us the perspective that like, okay, this isn't just like something the Soul King is only able to do. No, people can do it. He can just do it indefinitely. He can do it perpetually, right? Because Ukitake did it for a little fucking bit, so that means niggas have the energy. It's there. It's just about are we gonna be able to see people get the actual opportunity? And then they even gave us the statement that Ukitake had the most spirit energy out of any active captain. You know what I mean? Because I think that was first stated in Club Outside. I don't think they put that in the manga. Do you remember actually? Do you remember if that was in the manga?
Nah, that was the Club Outside.
There you go. They threw that in the anime, so therefore it is now canon and shit like that. So, yeah. What were we about to say though?
Yeah, like in terms of Ukitake's strength, I would more so attribute that to the Mihigami.
You think so, Mimi Haki?
The Mihigami is the what was it, the right or the left? I think it's the right arm, right?
Yeah, right arm.
Yeah, so he has the right, like the physical right arm, the Soul King. The Mihigami is able to go up and which has the power, the hack's power of stagnation, right?
Right.
So it was able to basically keep the Soul King alive, at least for a little bit. They were planning just to leave it like that.
Right.
So I don't think it's necessary the fact that like someone like Ukitake, like just with his Ryasu alone can do it. I think it's more so the fact that it was like the Mihigami who's the Soul King who has the power of stagnation and also should be powerful enough to do so. I think it was more so that rather than just Ukitake.
Okay, gotcha. That's fair too, because Mayority does say the signature he got from the left arm of the Soul King is pretty much identical. So I could definitely see that being an argument. It's not like it wouldn't be
possible that Ukitake is that strong.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying though. It could be the case that it could either be like a combination of both of their Reiatsus because they are kind of like merged into one, or predominantly Mimi Hagi's. And he's kind of just using Ukitake's body, so to speak. So, no, that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Well, okay, I would ask you, based on your method of scaling, how would you, let's say Yamamoto Bankai activation was affecting the dimension of the Soul Society.
Mm-hmm.
How would you scale that? And how powerful do you think that implies Yamamoto?
Affecting the dimension of this. So, are you using the actual statement, like where he's like drying up all the water and stuff?
Now I'm using the dimension where it says if he doesn't hold back his power, he's going to destroy the Soul Society.
Oh yeah. So what we have to understand is that what we have to understand is that attacks over time aren't one attack, and we can't really deal with the unknown. Kind of like how Kaguya's ETSO is going to explode to an unknown size and to an unknown degree. We don't have any idea how long it would have taken Yamamoto to completely destroy the Soul Society, right? So what this mean is over time, he could emit enough total energy. And this is taking the statement as true, right? Because again, feats, right? But over time, he could emit enough total energy to either destroy the dimension itself, or I guess like the planet of Soul Society. But and actually, real quick, someone actually did a calc of how much energy per minute he would, or per second he would be releasing. I think that shit got around to like island level of energy per minute he would be, or per second he would be releasing. But I wouldn't necessarily take that because it doesn't give us any definites. You know what I mean? I would more so use Yamamoto's Zanpakuto. When he swipes at Royd Lloyd Yuha and he hits the ground and he makes that fucking fissure, I'd take something like that and say, okay, cool. So the last impressive feat before that was Ichigo and Aizen's heel bust with air pressure, which is crazy, and then Mugetsu. This feat would be scaling X amount above those because Bankai Yamamoto should be stronger than that Aizen. Well, real quick, what do you think about that? Is Bankai Yamamoto stronger than Final Form Aizen and Dangai Ichigo, or do you got them around the same power tier? Because that'll affect my answer.
I think they were stronger.
You think they were stronger?
Yeah, I think they're way stronger.
Okay, so
transcended narrative. Yeah.
Okay, cool. No problem with that. So, if they're stronger, then his attack would be scaling right around theirs would be as far as the total energy. I'm sorry, as far as the AP, right? But if someone thinks Yamamoto's happens to be stronger, we would take their attacks and where we actually because what is the next big thing? Give me a second. Oh yeah. We might be scaling off of the total energy of the fragger because, mind you, scaling for me at least has to be linear. So feats have to come, they have to show something, and then when we have confirmed stronger characters, their feats would be stronger because they are actually stronger characters. So before Mugetsu, the last most potent, the last thing we had was Aizen's fragger. So we would take the total energy of the fragger. And divide that total energy across Yamamoto's Zanka no Tachi. And then that would be its AP because Yamamoto, mind you, this is someone who thinks he scales higher, right? Yamamoto would scale higher at that point. So that's kind of how I would do it. I don't think I would use burning the Soul Society to the ground or to ashes or anything like that. It's too hard to pin down. There aren't enough details about it, and there's too many unknowns. Time frame, amount of destruction, and yes, we can say he was holding back, but even Yamamoto, where he was in the Soul Society, sadly, it's not like he was evaporating the buildings even close to him, which really sucks for like this statement. But then again, we can attribute that to holding back.
Oh yeah, like when it comes to like the evaporation and stuff like that, or even statements like where characters are outputting enough energy to like destroy, to like shake and manipulate entire dimensions, but the characters, the humans, the buildings are still intact and just perfectly fine.
Right.
I feel like I don't know. I just see it as a narrative thing because, like, okay, how are you exerting this much power all at one point and then spread it throughout this entire area, but all these things around you are still fine?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't really make sense when you look at it realistically wise. But maybe you can just argue that okay, the authors are trying to portray this level of power, yet still keep the universe and the area which they live in intact.
Right.
For future narrative.
Right.
Because if they truly was outputting that much energy, yeah, there will be a whole lot more destruction.
Yeah.
In my opinion, all at one point.
Can't
outputting that amount of energy at one point.
No, can't have Yamamoto vaporizing everyone in the Soul Society. So definitely, I get you.
So where do you go to Dragon Ball first?
Oof. Honestly, bro, I tell everyone this. I leave Dragon Ball alone. I have such a I have a lot of respect for Dragon Ball. It was one of the first anime I've watched. I don't really put them against other verses. I watch it for enjoyment purposes. But I saw Broly. I don't know if it's canon or not, but literally Broly was destroying galaxies with fucking ki blasts. So above Universal, probably, or no, above Star Level, above Galaxy. Yeah, I mean Dragon Ball's like that. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They for me they kind of exist in their own sphere sometimes. I don't really like to get involved with their things. And most Dragon Ball fans don't. And most Dragon Ball fans, from what I understand, they don't really concern themselves with Naruto, One Piece, or Bleach debates for the most part. At least from what I understand, or from what I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, like the tier of power Goku is in is just is considered way higher than the rest of the big three and stuff like that. So
absolutely, absolutely, man. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm starting to understand your method of how you scale. Yeah, I'm starting to understand.
Hey, bro, check out Toshiro versus Kakashi. Let me know what you think about that.
I'm definitely watching.
Yeah, because I would say Asuma versus Ikaku too, but that's when I really didn't have like the complete hang of it. That was me more so like, okay, I want to make a video, but I haven't gotten this methodology down yet. But I still want to make a video. Fuck it, I'm gonna make the video type shit. But Kakashi versus Toshiro. Oh yeah.
You say Ikaku?
Yeah, Ikaku versus Asuma.
Okay.
Yeah, and the only reason I made that video was because one of my Karibo, he was saying that Renji was like Jonin level, and I'm like, you're out your goddamn mind. Jonin, you're out your fucking mind. And so I was like, bro, Ikaku isn't even Jonin level, and he would shit on all of them. And so like that forced me to actually make a video on this subject. I'm like, you know, we're not disrespecting Bleach lieutenants or anyone close to that class. They wipe their asses with any fucking Jonin in Naruto.
What was your method of scaling for Ikaku?
Yeah, so Ikaku scales to Eterard. Eterard has a creating feat via vaporization. The total energy for that attack came around to 57 kilotons of TNT. Once you divide that energy across Eterard's fist, which are pretty large, it comes out to around city block level AP. And so Ikaku was able to tank that very casually, by the way. He literally gets up, smiles, and he goes fucking Bankai. So at a bare minimum, we know his AP is at least city block level, but likely higher. And then Ikaku goes Bankai. He's able to wound Eterard, which he would probably need more energy than Eterard output to wound him, being that Eterard not only has spirit energy as well, but his own fucking Hiedo, right? So that's kind of how that went as far as the power is concerned. And then the speed thing is I use the Uryu the Uryu thing. So the Mach 70 speed feed I got for Urahime. Yeah. And then it was actually funny, bro, because like for Asuma, when I tried to do the same thing, all the conclusions that I was coming to was that it's nearly impossible to accurately chain scale Naruto characters. Nearly impossible. Like I said, unless you're being charitable and saying, like for example, let me ask you this question. Beautiful question. Let me ask you this question. How do you know Sasuke's fireball jutsu is stronger than Asuma's burning ash attack? How do you know that?
Wait, what's
So do you remember Asuma versus Hidan and Kakuzu?
yeah?
Where Asuma shoots his burning ash and it makes an explosion. Hidan runs to the circle and gets burned. Right? Sasuke has a feat of fireball jutsu where it makes a crater in the ground. Which one is stronger?
I guess I would say this visual feat of Sasuke.
So the visual feat, it's a good answer, right? But the actual thing is we don't fucking know. And the reason we don't know, number one, is because when we're looking for AP and durability, we actually need people to survive things, right? So that's the first thing. We need people to tank and we need people to survive things. We don't have anyone tanking or surviving Sasuke's fireball like that. So we can get a total energy and an AP for what it did, but as far as scaling to it, we have no idea. Asuma's thing was a huge ass explosion, only caused Hidan burns and it didn't even damage the ground around him, right? And then we have the fact that ninja ranks don't actually dictate or determine strength, unlike in Bleach, unlike in Yu Yu Hakusho, right? Because we understand S-class demons are different than A, B, C, D, and D-class demons. We understand captains actually have a measurable standard of power and are different from lieutenants, first seats, second seats, third seats, so on, right? When we're talking about ninja in Naruto, a genin can be stronger than a jonin. It can happen. It can absolutely happen. Nothing puts a limit on a genin being stronger than a jonin. So when I was looking for feats for Asuma, I was like, damn, all I can really do is what the fuck Asuma showed me, which isn't really a lot to begin with, right? Yeah. Because and then consider this, bro. Consider this, right? Hidan and Kakuzu captured the Three Tails Matatabi, aka the girl. What's her name? The girl, right? They captured her. And Hidan completed his ritual, meaning that somehow they drew blood from her when she was in her tailed beast form. Assuming, right? Maybe she got out of it, but we're assuming she was in her tailed beast form. That's when we last saw her. Hidan drew blood from her. So now that Hidan drew blood from her, are we to say that Hidan is as strong as the fucking Three Tails? No, that's not what we would say. But then Asuma was able to cut off Hidan's head. Are we going to chain scale Asuma to the fucking Three Tails? No, we wouldn't do that either. So, like, during the process of doing the video, I'm like, yo, there's not really a lot of things I can pull from because ninja don't have a system of scaling to each other, number one, as far as their attacks, and they don't have a system of even scaling durability really well. Each feat technically belongs to the person that did it. Mind you, Zabuza has been dead for 2 years. Right? He comes back during the war arc and is still almost able to cut Kakashi in fucking half. What are we talking about? What am I supposed to do with that?
That's why when it comes to like inverse topic in Naruto, there's so many arguments that can be made for both sides, and that's why like so many people argue about the same topic over and over again.
Yeah.
In comparison to something like Bleach, where it's like more clear cut. Okay, X is stronger than Y. Okay. Why, it's like do the reaction is way more clear cut about who's stronger. There's not really much of an argument.
Exactly.
In comparison to Naruto.
Exactly. It's not left. It's not like much left to guess with. We can pretty much gauge based on the feats we've seen people do in Bleach and based on where they rank, who can fight who's in what tier, etc., etc. I've even said even One Piece has a better mechanism because at least in One Piece we physically see Kaido can't be hurt by certain things, but then we see Luffy train and he can hurt Kaido. So okay, cool. Luffy must be X stronger than his previous self. We don't see that in Naruto. Everyone can hurt everyone in Naruto. And so like if their energy system did operate like chakra, I would have so much more fun engaging with versus battles for them. If it did, I'm sorry, like Reiatsu, I said chakra. If they did work like Reiatsu, I'd have so much more fun because it'd be actually something to talk about at this point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly used to reread Naruto.
Bruh, I haven't read Naruto in so long.
yeah.
Yeah. Nowadays, I only look at it when I'm looking for something specific. You know what I mean? I haven't actually like read it to just read it or anything. Oh, are you caught up on Boruto?
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, there was a point in time where I was reading Boruto every, what was it, month? And now I just fell off. I don't even know if they. I don't even see nobody talking about it on Twitter. Like,
Got you.
is it still coming out monthly? I don't even know that.
It's still coming out monthly, yeah.
What the, like, is there must nothing be going on? 'Cause I don't see anybody talking about it. Or it's just my freaking my feed. I don't know.
Yeah. Honestly,
I stop reading it. I don't know.
no, I feel that. And for me, I really only read it to keep up as far as like what's going on because one of the worst things about the anime power scaling community is that niggas will outright lie to you. And so like when so I've been saying everyone has chakra for a long time now. Like I've been saying this for a long time now. But I actually wasn't caught up on Boruto. And so when I started reading Boruto, I'm like, oh, hold up, wait. Binding force. Okay. Chakra is linked by nature. Okay, that means it's intrinsic. Okay. Oh, hold up. The divine tree exists to suck out the chakra from all living. Hey, were you niggas lying to me the whole time and like gaslighting me and making me think that I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about? So like that's part of the reason I keep up with it, just so I'm like not lost in the sauce as far as scaling and things like that go. Mm-hmm. But honestly, I think it was a good read. I liked Amado. I liked Ishiki. I liked Amado, Ishiki, and Kashin Koji. I liked them. Everyone else was kind of mid to me. Mm-hmm.
I think I don't think we got a favorite character from Naruto. I would need to reread it properly.
Got you. What are your opinions on One Piece?
One Piece. I started watching the anime. I got to like what was it, episode 30, and that's all. That's on.
Damn.
I got to try to read the manga. I got to chapter 100 or something. None of them hits. It doesn't hit like Bleach.
Yeah.
It doesn't hit. You don't gotta read it.
Got you. Wait. So, wait, real quick. You said, was it episode 30 or chapter 30 for One Piece that you got?
The chapter, it was like 100 or something for manga, and then episode 30 something for the anime.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Got you.
Boruto, what's been going on, bro? Has there been anything crazy? Because I don't see nobody talking about it.
Okay, so for me, bro, I'm waiting until the chapters build up more. I haven't started Two Blue Vortex, right? I can tell you anything about just the first half, but I haven't started Two Blue Vortex yet.
Oh, you haven't started the one where the time skip happens?
Yeah, no, not yet. I'm waiting for it to get. Yeah, I liked it. I was going to wait till fucking chapter 50, but then I found out it was monthly, so I was like, all right, that's going to be too long. It'll probably be within the next few weeks that I start actually reading it again on Scream and stuff like that, because that's what I did the first time. I was reading it on Scream pretty much about like 2.5 to 3 times a week. I was reading it on Scream. Niggas would pull up and we would have a blast doing the scaling for it and stuff like that, making fun of shit that we've seen and
So you haven't read about you haven't been up to date on like Ida and Daemon and stuff like that. Shibai.
Nope, no clue. Well, no. Listen, I know who Shibai is. I have no idea what Ada's doing, Daemon's doing. I have no idea what Boruto's doing right now or anything like that. Unless it's like a talk of the moment, like when Sarada's Mangekyo abilities Urume, whatever that shit came out. I heard about that stuff, but like, no, I don't read it. Not yet. We'll get there.
I was just waiting on the Shibai feeds, yeah. Because when Shibai came out with that one singular statement, my whole timeline was blown. That whole it was like a crazy little part of time when that feed came out. So I just want more feats from Shibai. I just was waiting on that.
Nah, I feel that, and like for me, bro, that it was such an annoying time because it's like, did y'all really just like piss in y'all pants because y'all heard a statement and we like, mind you, we didn't get any feats of Shibai. We don't even know if that's what he actually looks like, by the way. That's someone's imagination of him. We don't know what he looks like. Unless they found like his entire body. Like maybe then. But yeah, we have no feats of anything Shibai did. We really don't know how powerful he is. And we don't even know if he's actually coming back in the series. He was mentioned, hinted at. Like, we have nothing concrete.
Yeah.
No. They be jumping the gun, man. Mm-hmm.
Let me catch up. So what is your next video plans?
Oh yeah, bro. So I'm making a video on Tsukishima right now because I feel like Book of the End isn't talked about enough. And he's my favorite Fullbringer, but I think he's a lot of people's favorite Fullbringer because he's, very charismatic, dope ass ability, very loyal guy. So I'm currently making a video on him. My Ichibe, I have a video on Ichibe because people were saying that Ichibe's hacks only work within Naruto. I'm sorry, Ichibe's hacks only work within Bleach because something about him being bound by the laws of it or some shit like that. So I have a video coming out that's going to be debunking that shit, much like the Genjutsu video. Tsukishima, and I'm really trying to think of what I want to do next. I might have to lock down and really start the scaling for Weku Mundo. But what about you? What you got going on?
The next video I want to put in is I like to mix in power scaling, narrative analysis, and theories and stuff like that. So the next video I want to do a video about the Hellarchy. So when I read Inferior World, I saw this little statement. I'm not gonna say it, but I saw this little statement that I see nobody talked about. It implies that Shinigami will be getting a new transformation into Hell, and that's the video I want to I want to make that.
You said the Shinigami, like all of them?
Yeah, these games imply to be making a new transformation.
Okay, that's kind of dope. That's kind of dope. Do you have say again?
What?
No, I was saying that's dope. That's fire.
Yeah. And then another power scaling video probably on either Yugen or Ichibe, one of them characters, and then maybe a video on like breaking down Kisuke's narrative, and then that's what I have planned so far.
Got you. Out of all of those, what is like your more so preferred style of like? Because like, let me ask you this: Do you have videos that like are just like, all right, this is going to be a fucking headache. I don't want to make it, but I'm going to make it. Do you have videos like that sometime, or like moments?
I ain't gonna lie, I'm like a perfectionist, so that's why it be taking me so long to make videos. Like,
Facts.
I'd be working on the video, and then like, let's say I notice a lot of information that's gonna have that I'm gonna need to get. There's a lot of research I'm gonna need to do. I start procrastinating on it, and then it just days turn into weeks turn into months, and then I just fucking decide to lock in one day.
Facts.
There's a lot of videos I haven't done that need a lot of research that I haven't done yet. Like that those scaling videos, like the multiversal video and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I procrastinated on that. Even that debunking model resizing video.
Yeah.
Some videos just need more research than others.
Nah, I feel that.
But what's your process of making videos? Like, how do you make videos?
I think I like to start with the presentation. I think the presentation is the most thing that matters. So a video's structure is probably like the most important thing to me, and because that kind of dictates the flow of the video for me, right? I'll find. So if it's Bleach, I don't have to do a lot of work because a lot of the shit is in my head already. At that point, it's just proving or convincing other people that what I'm saying is correct, true, or whatever. So usually that's easy. But for other, even for like within Bleach, I'll say this, right? Because like I said, I used your Bleach cosmology video to help make my own. That was such a fucking annoying process, bro, because there was so much information out there, so much talks about it, so much conversations, so much points towards it and so much counterpoints, right? And so what you got to do is you got to sift through all that. And you know this because you've done it yourself. You got to sift through all of that shit. Pick out the good, pick out the bad. Okay, this is true. This is cap. He's biased. Don't use him. This aligns, but I don't know. So getting all that information was annoying first. And then organizing it to say, okay, how do we start this off? How do you start off a cosmology video? For me, for that specifically, I was like, well, before we even talk about the cosmology, what is the cosmogony? Like, okay, how did this come to be first? And then we can start going down layer by layer and seeing what exactly was what. For versus battles is interesting to me because I be watching other people's versus battles and I be thinking I be doing something wrong sometimes because I put in, at least in my opinion, I put in a lot more fucking detail. Right? When you watch Toshiro versus Kakashi, you'll see the amount of effort I put into that goddamn video and be like, wow, he went fucking hard. He damn near covered every stone, right? And I'll be like, yo, am I doing something wrong? Should I not be going this hard? Like, should I lighten up?
Yeah.
So there's that aspect of it. And then there's the actual scaling the other characters. That takes me a long time because as you've been hearing, bro, my process is extremely strict. I have to find the total energy. I have to find the joules. I have to make sure this scales to that. I have to make sure, I gotta make sure everything is fucking in order first. So that also takes a lot of time to do. I have to consider rebuttals that people might bring. So I add that into the video. Okay, cool. They might say this. Let me have this pre-buttal about Kakashi cutting lightning right here. Let me put that over here. Oh, real quick. Shout out to Yonin in the chat. Shiba has a lot of feats and is outer versatile, the strongest character in fiction. LOL, bro. Hey, I think, do you know Yonin? Say again, bro.
Those are the type of statements you were getting when that chapter came out.
Yeah. Real quick, I think you guys follow each other. Do you know Yonin?
Yonin? Yeah.
Yeah. That's my boy. Shout out to him. But back to the process. So I would say it's like first understanding what structure I want to do it in. If it's a versus battle, who are we going to cover first? And then are we going to do speed, strength, durability, AP? Because sometimes that's not even necessary depending on who we're talking about. If we're going to do like an analysis video, okay, well, what do we want to talk about? How do we make it interesting? How do I make this just me not talking for fucking 20 minutes, explaining things that are already in the series, but, finding the deeper meanings behind it. So yeah, it's structure first, and then the information gathering, and then putting all that together, I would say. Yeah.
For me, like, one thing I learned, I think it's more about consistency. It's a consistency versus quality thing. Like me being like a perfectionist, I always want to put out the best quality. But then I look back, I'm like, some of the videos that I think are ass are like have more views than the videos that I worked hard on. I'm like, okay.
Give me an example real quick.
It's not necessarily about having the best edits or best whatever, but it's more so about putting the information out there.
Real
make videos.
Wait, real quick.
I'm not disciplined enough yet to make a video where I'm not like inspired and have motivation for. So I have this topic in my head that I'm motivated for and I want to talk about. Then boom, I think about like how much information, how much evidence I need to gather up, and I go through the process of going through all the evidence, going through the research, reading the manga again, looking at different point of views from different people, data books, all that stuff. And then I gather the evidence, and then I make a script. So like, I just basically write an essay basically, and however long that takes, how long it takes.
Right.
Then I do a voiceover, and then I edit the video and add all the feats and scaling and stuff like that. But
do you do your own editing?
My method changes when I'm doing like a versus battle wiki. I mean, no, I said versus battle. A versus battle wiki. I said the same thing. Versus battle video. If it's inverse, it's a lot easier for me because I basically know where all the scans is from Bleach. Like, I know which chapter to go to, all that stuff. And I gather the scans. And I like to go in chronological order. So I talk about the first character, his feats from the beginning of the manga all the way to the end. The second character, their feats from the beginning all the way to the end, and then I do a comparative analysis to see who really won the fight based on the feats they displayed. And then for like it's the same thing for crossverse, and then it's a little different for like my narrative videos. Like those narrative videos, I don't really have like a specific structure. It's just whatever I feel like is like good at I'm writing, basically.
Got you. Real quick, what was one of the examples of the videos that you like? You were saying you put a lot of work into but didn't perform too well. Because I have the channel pulled up, so I'm just curious.
Okay, let me see. Let me go to the channel. Okay, so like I'm gonna use the recent ones, but so for example, the hidden truth behind Ulquiorra. I like that video.
Let me see. Okay, I see it.
Do too well. And also the Yamamoto there. I could have done better. I like that video too. But one video that surprised me that did well that I didn't think was gonna do well was and also the Toshiro versus Byakuya video. I like that video as well. The one video I wasn't expecting to do well was the my first video. Not the Can Juke beat the shoe staff.
Okay.
That video was trash. Like the quality was bad. That was the first time I ever edited stuff like that. But they're pretty good.
Got you. That's what's up. And you edit all your own videos?
Yeah, I do it on the phone.
Damn. Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to you.
The laptop?
No, give me 1 second. Let me get out of that. I don't know what that was. Yeah, so, wait, what the fuck just happened? Hold up, give me a second. Okay, yeah, no, so what I do is I go on Fiverr and I find people who are better at editing than me, and I say, take my money, but edit my video, type shit. Because what that does for me is it allows me to get out it allows me to get out content a lot faster, since I don't have to worry about that. I can just give that responsibility and overhead to someone else. And also, because I started off editing my own videos, but then I noticed I'm like, all right, it's that phenomena where you're doing something so many times, you're not liking the result or you're not liking the input. And so I noticed that, kind of like you, bro. I was like, yo, I'm a perfectionist. I don't like the way this is turning out, though. Even though I'm the one editing it, I do not like the way it's turning out. I can't. That it was too stressful for me. So I was like, okay, fuck it. I'll give this to someone else, but they kind of have to prove themselves. And the people that I use for editors, they got to know Bleach ball. They got to know. I can't be helping you every fucking time you need a scan. You know what I mean? It's okay sometimes, but you gotta do your own thing. But so my guys are really good at that. And it frees up my time, frees up my mental to make more content, and so I don't get tired of actually doing the process myself. Like every now and then I might be like, okay, cool, let me just take this scan and put this in here. But like other than that, it's not really anything too crazy that I have to fix or anything.
I gotta talk to you after stream so we can talk about like editors, because I ain't gonna lie, I made these so yeah.
I got you, bro.
Like, for the big videos that I wanna work on myself, I'll just do it.
Got you. Yeah, my editor was actually in the stream. I can send you his stuff, bro. I got you. Yeah, I use two people. My man Saint, he's really good for like breakdown videos. So my Bleach power system video, that one, he did that one. The Genjutsu video, my other guy did. The Damon versus Bleach, the other guy did, because he's really good at like action stuff. He's really good at like, high resolution, 4K, nice animation and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
And so do you pay someone to make thumbnails too?
Oh no, I make my own thumbnails now. I stopped doing that. I was like, yo, if I'm gonna take the YouTube stuff even remotely serious, because I started off paying for thumbnails, but then I was like, yo, fuck this. How hard could it really be? So I started making my own thumbnails, and I've been doing that for like a year and a half now. I make all my own thumbnails.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What about you as far as thumbnails and stuff? Because yours
Yeah, I
are
make
really
mine like
good.
that.
You said you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I like yours. What do you use?
I use CapCut or Pixar. So like,
Nice. Okay.
I'm in love with like the Heltavic or whatever the font is called, like that bold font. I don't know. I just like it a lot. I'm gonna use it for all my videos.
Got
Yeah, I
you.
just
Yeah.
whatever comes to my head of what the thumbnail should be. I
Yeah. Honestly, for the most part, if I didn't know better, I would say yours were like professionally done.
nah.
No, hey, I'm just saying. I'm just saying based on me. I don't know. So,
Appreciate it.
but not yeah. That's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah. Now, one thing I noticed when it comes to the YouTube stuff is about consistency. Once
Yeah.
I get that down, yeah,
Yeah.
you need to be consistent.
And the thing about the consistency thing too, bro, is like it's hard, but at the same time it's not. But it is actually hard sometimes, especially like when you're just starting out, because you have a lot of things you want to talk about, but you don't know the game, right? You don't know. Oh, I gotta do the SEO myself. I gotta use keyword. You don't know all that shit at first. So it might be a good video that you had that flopped because you failed to do the proper SEO. You failed to do the actual marketing, post your video on Twitter, tag X, tag. You failed to do all that shit. You know what I mean? So yeah, man.
Yeah, I was a while back. I was like friends with you know who Six is?
Yeah, the Naruto content creator, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw the process of him blowing up on YouTube and stuff like that. So
You said you saw his
yeah,
process?
yeah, I saw the process of him like when he blew up, self the programmer stuff, like all
Yeah.
that. He was cool with self the programmer and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then self the programmer had that little controversy.
Right.
He just like more.
Yeah.
His channel blew up. Yeah.
Yeah. The Naruto guys. Oh, I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to ask you like who are some of your favorite creators. The Naruto guys really did take, I want to say, the power scaling YouTube era by storm. At least like in the initial things,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, Swag Kage, Seth, Six, Noodles. I think Chuck was like both, and Clyde was like primarily Bleach. But they were pretty much running shit like for the first.
Yeah.
When was this one? Like 27? No, 2015 to 20. Yeah, I think you know what I'm talking about. But yeah,
Yeah, around 2015, 2016.
yeah,
All the way.
like the 15s to the 18s maybe, or
2020.
like the 20s.
Yeah, Seth the programmer, all them dudes, they was running stuff. Like, Naruto community, they was going crazy. Man.
Right. But who are some of your top creators that you watch, and then after that, who like do you watch for like Bleach stuff?
In terms of like general YouTube, I watch a lot of different stuff. Like right now I'm watching a lot of Bleach for versions this video. I ain't gonna hold you. So this guy called Giku, I'm watching his stuff.
You said a lot of Bleach, what?
Yeah, and I also watch a lot of like different DC stuff. So my top 3 favorite main characters are Batman, Ichigo, and Dante from Devil May Cry. I watch a lot of like DC news, all that stuff. I watch a lot of philosophy videos.
Nice.
So
Okay.
it's different creators. I don't really have a specific creator.
Okay. Nice. No, that's dope. So it's more diverse.
Easy. So what?
I said, oh, so it's more diverse for you.
Yeah.
Got you.
And then when it comes to Bleach, my favorite creators, I like DBZ.
Oh, Imran.
Yeah, and what's his name? Mr. Tomo. I like their videos.
Got you.
But I don't really watch consistently though, because it'll be a topic, and I watch the videos. I'm like, bro, I see something I disagree with. I'm like, oh. It's like when you've read and watched Bleach so many times, like the topic they do, like you basically already know all of it. So it's like no point in watching unless it's like news videos.
Got you.
And also like this one dude who talks about Club outside. I got fun.
Oh, Simio Urahara.
Huh?
Is it?
Yeah,
Simio Urahara. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I like his videos too.
Yeah, yo. I
Also,
was like, go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, Yeah, I also watch Clive from time to time.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
got you, got you. I was gonna say,
that's why I like.
oh yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
no, yeah, just real quick. I was gonna say, Simio Udahara, he be cooking with them club outside question joints. I don't know why. Like, it's not that I can't go look at this shit myself, but if he's talking about it, let me go watch this shit. So,
Exactly.
yeah, bro, I like that. I like that for him. But yeah, go ahead real quick.
Yeah, I like watching Clive from time. Like his videos are really well done, quality wise.
Oh yeah,
I like it. Yeah.
yeah,
And it's not really too many like Bleach power scalers or Bleach content creators besides them.
yeah. No, there
Really,
really
so
aren't. There really aren't. I think the only person that oh no, I think the only people that you haven't said that I heard were Eisen's World and Mr. No,
yeah,
Eisen's
I
World.
swear.
Oh, did you say Eisen's World?
No, I watch them though. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, Eisen's World, Manifested Fever or Favor or something like that. He has
Oh
like
yeah, Manifest Favorite.
yeah, yeah. I like those two, and Flame of Rebirth. You familiar
Yeah,
with him?
yeah, yeah. I've watched all of them.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, yeah,
We're good too.
yeah. I think honestly, out of Flame of Rebirth and Tomo, bro, as far as like analysis and break, well, let me ask, who would you give it to? Who would you like? Who's the better breakdown analysis of Bleach? Flame of Rebirth or Tomo?
I think they're both good in separate ways.
Talk
I'm
about it.
not gonna. I'm not gonna. But like Mr. Tobo, he's a good communicator and good topic. He can turn on like a topic where I'm thinking like how does he have a 40-minute video on this specific topic? And
Facts.
he's very good. Yeah, he's very good at describing and analyzing things. And I like Flame Reaper because he's very in tune with it. Like you can tell this is a guy that's very in tune with the narrative. Like I remember he made this one video comparing Ichigo to Spider-Man or Peter Parker, and I was like, yeah. And he's when it comes to like narrative analysis, I think Flame Reaper is really good at that. And I ain't gonna lie, there's a good amount of things that Mr. Tomo says that I disagree with sometimes, but in general wise, like it's his breakdown of stuff and the way he's able to make quality content and the amount of stuff he's able to put in a single video. He's good too.
Yeah, I agree with that, bro. They're both really they're both like titans in their own rights and in their own way.
Yeah,
If I had like to just pick one though, as far as like raw analysis and breakdown, I think I would have to go to Flame of Rebirth.
yeah,
For me, he just goes like a little bit deeper. Pause. Right? He just goes a little bit
yeah,
deeper into the either the lore or like what's actually not being seen, spoken, or talked about as far as some of these things go.
yeah,
Like, I think he was the first person that got me thinking that holification was actually Ichigo's Bankai or some shit like that. Right? It was like he had that as like a theory or some shit. I was like, yo, that's actually when you break it down, it pans out. It pans out. And then
These certain creators that say stuff that makes you reveal, like that makes you really think about, like, oh
yeah,
my gosh, I've never really thought about this.
yeah,
Flame of Rebirth is one of them.
definitely.
I need to get like Mr. Tomo. Like when I make content, I'm more of like a. I don't really like putting my own opinion out there unless it's like a theory video. So I grab the evidence and I talk about the evidence, and then I say my interpretation. I'm over the evidence guy. Mr. Tomo, he can have one piece of evidence and then make a 5 minute spiel on that one point of evidence. I was like, oh.
Yeah, that in itself is honestly impressive because I'd be thinking to myself too, like, okay, how can I stretch out this video without like,
Yeah.
without like making it obvious I'm stretching out the video? Like, how can I do that, bro?
Exactly.
So they
Yeah, he does
both
a good job of
yeah
talking and not making it seem like he's just rambling.
yeah they both got a really good way of doing that. But yeah, no, definitely. Okay, real quick. But yo, Ab-Stract, can you and Kon play the will game where you create your own character? I don't know how to play that game. Hold up. Give me 1 second, bro. Describe it, please. Okay. So yeah, Nirvana Igno would like us to play a game. I think where we like create a character or something like that. I don't know what it is, but he might come through with that information. If you're down for it, we can. If not, then just let me know.
One thing I'm waiting for that Death Battle video. I'm not gonna lie.
Are you a fan of Yu Yu Hakusho?
Nah, not really.
No, really?
But I am. I mean, I've read the manga a little bit when I was a kid, but I haven't really picked it back up again. I need to read that and actually watch the anime.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, honestly, I'm excited for it too. Huge fan of Yusuke Urameshi, huge fan of Ichigo Kurosaki. I've been saying I really don't care who wins. I just more so care about how they're going to like just decide who wins by like what defeats. Like how are they going to make them win? That's more so what I care about. If it's a bullshit answer, I'll kind of be upset. If it's like justified, then cool. But I
really hope. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to both.
Yeah, I hope that they scale Ichigo bad so I can make a debug video. It's like I'm hoping for. I hope they scale Ichigo good so a lot of people's gonna be watching that. Like a lot of people, just general audience who doesn't really like watch specifically Bleach videos, is gonna be watching that.
Yeah.
So like, I hope they give Ichigo good scaling because it's been years now. Like the scaling has been updated. Like there's more information out. So hopefully they give Ichigo better scaling. But also, if they don't, I'm more than happy to make a debug video because my model which is Aizen debug video is my best video and like I'll gladly take that, man.
Got you. I haven't even watched. Oh no, apparently I did watch that. I might have watched that some years ago because my thing says it's fully watched. So I'm gonna give that a watch again. Damn, 147K views. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, how does it feel to have a video get that high? Like, what goes through your head when a video gets that high?
Shoot, I was excited because I remember when I first uploaded, it was just getting a good amount of traction. I was like, oh, snap. I never really experienced it before. And then just, like, over time, it just consistently, like, the thing about YouTube is, like, your video is not going to get, like, the views you see now, that was a consistent build-up over time. Like,
oh, yeah, you're right. You're right.
In the present, they probably had, like, 1,000 views or something like that.
Yeah.
But then over time, they just start garnering more and more views to the point where it is now. So,
gotcha.
Yeah, it was a good experience, but maybe if I uploaded more, I'd probably be more up there.
Nah, I feel that. Yeah. Because some shit was going on with me, like, during my first year of starting. I was consistently putting out content, but then I ended up losing my job. And then, of course, priorities had to switch. I can't be putting money to fucking, paying creators and can't spend time making content. So that kind of sucks. So I had to, like, actually stop for, like, 6 to 8 months I had to fucking stop because needed work and stuff like that. Then I came back to it, and then you find out, like, oh, shit, well, I have to get back into the algorithm. So shit. Exactly. And so that's its own struggle. Yeah. Yep.
You see with my first 2 videos, like, it's not really that crazy. So I'm just trying to upload more consistently so I can get back into that algorithm thing.
No, facts, bro. Facts. Yeah. And yeah, honestly.
Security plus.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I'm trying to do that too right now, actually.
Bro, who are you? Are you taking Dion training or Professor Messer? Who are you using to study with?
I'm Professor Messer, and my uncle gave me, or my friend's uncle gave me this like link to the CBT Nugget like course.
Okay.
So I'm doing that as well. Gotcha.
I'm not too familiar with CBT Nugget. I did use Professor Messer though, so he's definitely good. I'm glad you already know about him. What I'll say is this, bro. This is going to sound weird. But no amount of fucking studying can get you ready for the test. And I'm saying that as a person that passed it, right? That sounds weird as shit. But no amount of studying can get you ready for the test because they're not going to ask you. How do I describe this? they're not going to ask the questions in a way that allows you to utilize what you've been studying. It's more so, do I understand? Do I understand what's being asked? And can I answer this question to the best of my ability? That's like literally the best way I can describe it, bro. But yeah, it like overall, if I had to give it a rating, I would probably give it like an 8. It's that hard. And this isn't to scare or anything, because mind you, I did pass. But the thing was, and I told this on stream, like when I was taking the test, bro, I thought I was fucking failing. I really thought like, yo, I have to be doing wrong because I don't know what the fuck they're asking me. But come to find out, I ended up passing. So I was like, okay, maybe I got a lot more questions right than I thought. So
Yeah, how long did it take you to study?
it took me about in totality about 7 months, because I started off studying on Udemy with, I can't remember their names. Myers and something. I started off with them. But then I was recommended to use Dion Training. So I was like, well, fuck it. I can't just start like in a random module, even though, I learned this stuff. Let me start from the beginning. So I started from the beginning again with Dion Training. And I completed their whole thing first, like their entire, modules, courses, practice tests. I completed that first. And then I made sure that I could pass their practice test number 1 at like a 96%, but also within 30 minutes. So that would give me, so that way I was like, okay, cool. We have accuracy as far as, questions scored, and then we have the time. So if I do need to rush, I should be good because I can answer all these questions in this time and be this accurate. And it was a lot of other different, who's calling me? Or is that you? Someone calling me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, got you. So yeah, it was a lot of other different platforms as well that had random practice tests, and I would just take all of those and just continue studying, making sure I understood the difference between microservices versus serviceless architecture, a hot site, a cold site, a warm site, and all these other things. I would say, bro, if you understand the acronyms, you'll be 90% safe. You'll be 90% good. Get the acronyms down. Because when I got to the test, a lot of questions were asked and all they would have is the fucking acronyms. And if you didn't know what the acronyms were, or you couldn't eliminate based on how the question was answered, you'd be shit out of luck. So definitely study those acronyms, bro. No. But you'll do good, man. I have faith. Because I did good. And I didn't think I was going to do good. So you'll be fine, bro.
I'm going to study for a couple more months before I try to take the test.
How long has it been already?
I just started in December, so I'm just getting out.
You said just December?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I would give myself until like maybe April, maybe even May, honestly.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Just go through the modules continuous times, take random practice tests, take practice tests outside of the stuff you've been studying, and just listen to that shit on repeat. Oh, hold up. Okay, hold up. He sent me the thing. Oh, yeah, I have a missed call too. All right, race, energy, tail beast, CT. Oh, hold up. Give me 1 second. Let me play this message real quick.
So it's very simple, my brother. I'll be sending you certain wheels.
Got you, bro. Mm-hmm. All right, Egg. Let me hear this, bro.
You click the wheel, it will spin, and it will give you a name of a character. And it will be for certain categories. So it will be what race your character is, what speed there are, AP, physical strength, abilities, hacks, so on and so forth. There is, I think, a total of 9 categories, and I'll send you each wheel. Just let me know when you're ready for the next wheel.
Interesting. Ig, I'm going to have you send all the wheels at the same time so I can see how this operates. All right. Let's see. What are we talking about? We got Revenant Ronin in the chat. We got Shinigami in the chat. We got Karibo in the chat. How you guys doing, man? All right. Better fire resistance, better stats. If he's not bored and instantly slays Sasuke's C class or B class ass, he toys with him until he loses patience. Hiei is from Yu Yu Hakusho.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's up?
I'm back.
Got you. Okay. Real quick, my man's is sending the. Okay, yeah, my man's is sending the will. Would you like to play this game real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let me see real quickly. And I'm going to play it again so you can hear it.
So it's very simple, my brother. I'll be sending you certain wheels where you click the wheel, it will spin, and it will give you a name of a character. And it will be for certain categories. So it will be what race your character is, what speed there are, AP, physical strength, abilities, hacks, so on and so forth.
Oh my gosh, why is she calling me? Hold up.
Are you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I just got a call in the middle of that explanation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my fault. Give me seconds. I'm busy. Come on, where's the come on, text. Okay, yeah. So essentially, I'm pretty sure the wheel is going to contain random stuff about a character, and I'm guessing we're building a character that will have face off against the other character that's being built. I think is what's going on.
Is this like a website or is it?
He's sending me, what is this? Yeah, Will of Names. It looks like it's a website. So let me click on this one first. All right. Would you like to go first, or should I go first?
Oh, you go first.
All right. Let's see. Let's just click. Okay. Yeah, click to spin the wheel. Okay. All right. So I have Druid. I don't know what this is. What the fuck, Igno? What is a Druid, bro? Okay. Let me write this down. This is going to be funny. You don't know what a Druid is or from what series this is, do you, Cone?
Nah.
I bet.
Oh, can you send me the link too?
Yeah, sure. Do you want to do it yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, I can't really see your, because mine is going to be behind on the YouTube live.
Oh, yeah, you're right. All right. Let me copy and paste the link. Copy. Okay. It's one. And that is 2. And where's Igno at? Oh. So that's the Will of Power. That's the Will of Names. Damn. Hey, Ig, this is a lot of wills, bro. All right. Power Up. That's its own will. Okay. Tailed Beast. All right. The character. Wait, which one did I just do? Did I do Tail Beast? Okay, the characters. That's the last one. Okay, Cone, you're getting all these?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You can
I just got.
got you. Okay, cool. You can spin for your character's name if you want to, or their class or whatever.
I got full bringers for the first link.
Okay. Lucky you, already getting Bleach things. All right, let me do mine real quickly. Where's it at? Okay, so I'm a druid with energy system of what? All right. All right. I'm a druid with the energy system of Reiatsu. Beautiful. That helps.
Interesting.
Let me know when you get your energy system, please.
All right. But you got my power up basically, and it said 8 tails.
You got an 8 tails power up? Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. That was power up, not power system?
Yeah, I got 2 power ups. I think.
Okay, that might be me. All right, I'm gonna see which one. Let me see real quick. All right, I'm gonna resend the energy system one.
My little beast is the 5 tails. It's the 5 tails.
Wait, the 8 tails or the 5 tails?
5 tails.
5 tails. Okay. Oh, listen to the VM, please. Hold up.
Rav, for the eyes section, you have to spin the wheel twice. So you'll spin the wheel for the right eye, and then you'll spin the wheel for the left eye. Such as you could have Yuha left eye of Almighty, which was still just you getting another ability. And then you can have like Chaos's eye for the left eye or right eye, whichever one, and you'll get like their extra abilities, what those eyes grant you. And the character wheel is pretty much going to be the base wheel for the categories that I have sent you.
Okay. Ig, we probably should have did this first before me and Code did this. This is a lot. That was a lot, but nigga, damn. All right. So if you heard that, basically, when you get to the eyes section, you'll spin that twice. But I don't think I saw an eyes section for me. Let me see though.
Yeah, I don't think that.
Yeah, I got tailed beast. Wait, I got character, tailed beast, power up, energy system, and race. I didn't even see eyes here.
Yeah, so far I got the full burgers. I got the 8 tails as a transformation. I got my tail base is the 5 tails. And then I got Nelia, Thousand Bloodward, and Curse Connection.
Let me finish mine real quick. I'm gonna go to power ups real quick. That's funny though. Okay. Oh wow. It stopped right after 8 tails. Okay, cool. So we got the 4 tails. Alright, so that's Reiatsu. I'm a druid that has Reiatsu and a 4 tails power up. Okay. 4 tails power up. Cool. And then tailed beast. Oh, that's why you have 8 tails and whatchamacallit 5 tails. That doesn't make sense. So you already have a Biju, but then you get another Biju power up?
Yeah, I guess I get the 8 tails transformations. 8 tails transformation.
So like would the transformation stack then or like
I get the actual 5 tails, and then I get to transform into the 8 tails.
Okay. Well, I got the 2 tails, so that's ass. But okay. Where's my... I don't know how I'm going to do this, Ig, because I don't know what a druid is, bro. But I'm here for it. We'll see how this goes. Character. Who's our character? I don't see anything. Okay. Ig, your shit's glitching, man. I can't see anything, Ig. This is a blank canvas. Okay, I'll come out of it and do it again. All right, let me try this one more time. Oh, there we go. All right, my character was Miwa. Is she from JJK? You still there, Cone?
Yeah.
Is Miwa from JJK or is she from something else?
Miwa, is it with an H?
Miwa.
Looks like it's from yeah, it's from JJK. It's the girl with the blue hair.
What?
And I think she sucks.
All right, well, you said you got Nelly L.
Yeah, I got let me see. I got Fullbringers, 8 tails, 5 tails, Nelly L, and Curse.
So you have Nelly L, who was already in a wrong car, which doesn't make. Well, see, I don't know. There's not enough clarifications in this. Like, because you got Nelly L, is she not in a wrong car? Does she like get the other energy system now?
He's talking about the stat. I think he's talking about like the stats of the character.
Oh, maybe. On the thing, he has them titled as race, energy system, power up, tailed beast, and then the characters. And he just sent me. What is this one? Okay, this might be the eyes or something like that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this might be the eyes or something like that. Hey, Ig, we'll do this first, Ig, as far as like me and you, but I don't think I have the best grasp of how this is supposed to be done for me and Cohen both to be doing it for our first time. But we'll do this. Now that I have the wheels, at least we can do this, so I don't mind. But yeah, real quick, Cohen, was there anything else you wanted to go over or talk about?
Shoot, other than I know right now, yeah. What you?
Hold on, use this mic. Nothing immediately. I was going to watch probably one of your videos real quick. Did you want to stick around for that, or?
Yeah, we can do that.
Excellent. Now, actually, no, I don't need to put in my headphones. That should be okay. Let me see. Which one we're going to go for? What haven't I watched? I haven't watched Toshiro versus Byakuya. This should be good. All right, chat. Let me know. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Discord.
Say again, bro.
You can share your screen.
Right. I did see that. Let me see if I can. Hopefully, this doesn't interfere with OBS too much.
Yeah, because the live stream is behind. Got
you. Let's see. Turn on camera. Share screen. There we go. You can share your entire screen or window. Let's share the screen. Okay. You see?
Yeah, I see.
Excellent. I'm going to go to YouTube. Let me know if you can still see.
Yeah.
Excellent. Perfect. Hey, now we can actually do video watches and stuff. That's fire. Okay. All right. Let me know if the chat or the music or anything is too loud, guys.
Toshiro Hitsugai, the captain of the 10th Division, versus Byakuya Kuchiki, the captain of the 6th Division and 28th head of the Kuchiki clan.
Okay.
While reading the manga, I always thought this matchup would be very interesting, especially in the Thousand Year Blood War arc where they both display great feats of strength while fighting the same character.
All right, real quick. Can you hear Cone?
I can't hear the video. I can hear you.
You can't hear the video. Okay.
Maybe I should. It might be a thing with Discord.
It's probably. Oh, you know what it is? It's because. Let me try this. I think I got it. I probably have to pay it through OBS. Let me see. Nigga said, bro was getting washed. Yeah, I was getting washed. You gave me Miwa, nigga. The girl that gave up all her cursed energy. That was hilarious, though. All right. Hey, Cone, start talking, bro. Let me see if I can hear you. Yes, can you hear me? You good?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Now, that's weird because it just disconnected from my headphones. Let's do this. Okay, Cone, give me a sound check real quick.
You hear me?
I can. Yes. Okay. All right. Perfect. In chat, let me know. Can we hear the video?
Might be like. Okay, I hear myself.
You hear yourself. Okay. How do I fix
Yeah, I
that?
think it might be like an echo thing.
Let me do this real quick. Oh, I might have to mute myself. Let me see if this works. I'm going to start playing the video, but I'm going to mute myself. Let me see if that works for you.
Yeah, I can't hear the video. I think I'll just watch it on the see if I can watch it on the stream.
Okie day. And you know what? I was thinking about I don't know if StreamYard costs money or something like that, but I've been meaning to like actually get a better integrated way of watching videos and stuff like that. So we'll see about that. Increase his volume on your end.
I'm low.
Yeah. You know, might be the headphones. Could be the headphones. All right, go ahead, Con. Yo. You hear me, Con? See, this shit always happens when I put on the goddamn headphones, bro. Yo. I'm not on mute, am I? Nope. I'm going to leave and come back. I see you talking, but I can't hear a thing. Excuse me. It is all Ignil's fault. Yo. This is the fact that I'm screen sharing. He's losing spiritual pressure. Hey, yo, Rev is hilarious, bro. Okay. Do what we did and get him to watch the video on his end. That's a good idea. But now we got to get the volume back. I don't know what happened to the volume. This always happens, bro. Yo. Oh my gosh. You know what? Let me. How do I fix this? I legit don't know how to fix this shit. This always happens to me, man. I hear you coming and going, Kon, but I can't seem to hear you, bro. No, can't hear you, bro. Let me see. What would I need to do? Instructions for enabling access to the camera can be found. Somehow this is Ignil's fault. You hear me, Ig? This is your fault. Probably your mic picking up his sound. It's not the mic or the headphones. Oh, you know what? Maybe I do gotta reconnect.
Oh.
Yo.
Are you can hear me now?
I can. What'd you do on your end? Or was it me?
Absolutely nothing.
All right. Okay, cool. All right. Let me try playing it again. Let me try it again. Because the problem that's going to happen, I think, is that when I'm playing it through OBS, I won't be able to hear it myself unless I have on my headphones. But if I put on my headphones, that's going to take the audio from Discord and put it on, OBS. So it's kind of a lose-lose.
You just play it regularly for like the stream, and then I'll just watch it on my end.
Okay, gotcha. We can do that. Let's do that then. Oh yeah. Also, bro, real quick, if you want to time it to when I'm starting it too, so like it's happening at the same time, we can do that too.
Yeah. All right.
I bet.
Make sure there's no ads on this.
Gotcha.
All right. I'm ready. Let me know when you're ready.
Perfect. All right. 3, 2. We're gonna go and start. 3, 2, 1, and start.
Toshiro Hitsuga, the captain of the 10th.
Oh.
And how I'll be setting up this fight. Both characters will be in their strongest variants in the manga. They start off in base. So for both, that will be their 1,000-year blowout arc variants and around the time of the Gerard fight. I will first talk about Byakuya's major feats and all of his abilities, and then I will talk about Toshiro's. After that, I'll compare the two characters to see who would win in a fight if they both started off in base, and who would win if they started in their strongest forms, which for Byakuya would be Bankai, and Toshiro would be his completed Bankai. With that being said, let's hop into the video. To start off the AP scaling for Byakuya, we'll take a look at the feats he performed in the FKT arc. Byakuya was able to nick an off-guard resurrection on Yami with a Kido attack. Later on, Yami fires a Sarah at Byakuya and Kenpachi, but they were able to dodge the Sarah with ease. But while moving away, Kenpachi and Byakuya gets into an argument where Kenpachi states he always wanted to go toe-to-toe with Byakuya. This should be a testament to Byakuya's strength because in character, Kenpachi does not and would not want to fight anybody he knows that he's completely stronger than and couldn't put up a fight against him. Before they were about to fight, Yami interrupts the battle and Byakuya was able to hit Yami with his Bankai, which was able to damage Yami.
Real quick, say again, bro. I can hear you now. Yes. Were you asking me to pause it? Oh, my fault, bro. I thought I said sorry. Let me go back. Let me go back. Let me go back real quick. Gotcha. Where are you at? Do you want me to start from the beginning? I'm at 148. Yeah, minute 48 seconds. Okay, cool. 3, 2, 1, and starting.
That's not to brute vein, but it is implied that he wasn't using its full capabilities. After getting his insides completely disintegrated by his own Bankai, he was sent to the royal palace where he healed in the bloodbath created by Tanjiro. After healing, it's most likely the case that he went through the same process that Ruki and Renji did. So by eating the food made by Kiro Hokufune, he would have gained spiritual pressure from a whole nother dimension. Now I've seen a lot of people say Byakuya is relative to Kenpachi based on that one Inohana statement, but if you look at the raw kanji, any other translation of the statement, or even look at the definition of rival, you would understand it simply means that they can fight on the same playing field and not that they're relative in strength. It's stated that the Rishi within the atmosphere of the royal palace was a lot denser than that of the Seirei, and over time they slowly got accustomed to it, making them stronger. After training in the royal palace, Byakuya showed to completely rip through the ability of As-Naut. His Shikai became so strong after training the As-Naut that he was using Bankai while attacking. Later on, Byakuya was part of the group that fought 7 Stern Ridders with their Voltaic active, and Byakuya was able to defeat 3 of them on his own. This is a major feat because only someone like Kenpachi was shown to be able to do something like that. Byakuya was also a part of the group of captains that was able to take down Gerard, who is a Shustaffel member, and he completely blew his head off in the upper torso. But after Gerard gets bigger, all of Byakuya's attacks are swatted away, and he couldn't even damage it with Senbon Sakura. But by using his ultimate technique, he was able to break Toshiro's ice and completely pulverize Gerard's head. In terms of speed, Byakuya is one of the more faster captains, as he was taught by Yoruichi, and this is shown when he was able to blitz Mario on multiple occasions, who he stated to have the fastest Sonido. And in the Daiji Bubble arc, he was able to react to As-Nauts and multiple Stern Riders attacks and ultimately defeat them. One of them being Robbery, who was able to attack Shunsui in the eye. And lastly, Byakuya is seen being able to react to Gerard's attacks, who is a Shustaffel member. Now, Toshiro in the FKT arc was able to fight the 4th strongest Espada, which is Harley Bell, all by himself, and ultimately defeat her. Additionally, in the novels, Harley Bell states that in physical ability, Hikone at that point was comparable to this Toshiro. This was the same Hikone that was able to fight Grimmjow, Nell, Harley Bell, Lalato, Bombi, and Giselle all at the same time. After the FKT arc, Toshiro went into intense training to enhance his Bankai and control over Hinamori. In the anime, Toshiro was able to box with Kendo a bit before he got his Bankai stolen. But even after getting his Bankai stolen, he was still able to fight with Kendo while he was using his own Bankai against him. Unlike someone I know. After that, Toshiro goes back into the lab and starts to retrain himself in basic swordsmanship. He states that he was able to refine his Bankai after the Aizen battle into a true Bankai before it was taken. After training, Toshiro was able to box with Baz B for a bit before Baz B started trying. After Baz B started trying, he did end up getting folded. But before Bazby could finish him off, Kendo interrupts and tries to beat him himself. After Toshiro regains partial of his Bankai, he's seen reacting to and blocking Kendo's attacks. When he finally gains full control of the Bankai, he ends up defeating Kendo with only one attack. After Toshiro gets turned into a zombie, he's seen reacting to and blocking attacks from Mayuri, and ultimately one-shotting him with Bankai. But that was due to the effects of the drugs. We really don't know if Mayuri was going all out because he was trying to test drugs on Toshiro and not necessarily trying to beat him in the fight. After being saved by the goat, Toshiro pulls up on Gerard while in Shikai and froze his arm in place before he can strike down the city. Keep in mind, this was the same Gerard that was capable of casually swatting away Byakuya's Senbon Sakura and trade blows with Kenpachi. Gerard needs to use his shield to break the ice and attacks Toshiro, who's capable of dodging this attack while simultaneously activating Bankai and freezing Gerard's whole upper body. Gerard was able to break out of that ice, but whether it was just through sheer physical abilities or the miracle was unknown. Toshiro was able to block Kenpachi from slicing Gerard, but Kenpachi was significantly holding back. Toshiro was also able to dodge another attack from Gerard. After Gerard uses some sort of laser attack, Toshiro was able to stop an entire part of a city from falling down the Seirei, which should be attributed to his range. Now, when all of Toshiro's ice flowers fall, that's when his Bankai is finally complete. And because Toshiro's power isn't completely developed yet, his body has to age a little bit. Now, I do want to talk about how it's consistently seen that Hinamori is hold to this enormous amount of power that Toshiro isn't capable of handling yet because his own power level up to that point wasn't there yet. That's one of the reasons why he has insane potential. When he activates this form, we finally get to see that potential. After seeing this form, Gerard thought that Toshiro activated Bankai again, and he states he's a much more worthy opponent than he was before. Although Toshiro was able to dodge an attack from roasting Gerard and also freeze a shield throw with only his hands. Gerard brings down his whole fung on Toshiro, but he casually freezes that and slices the sword in half. The reason why his ability of the whole fung doesn't work because Toshiro Ice stops the function of all its abilities. After taking 4 steps, Toshiro was able to completely freeze Gerard, but somehow Gerard was able to break out of this and attack Toshiro. By simply touching Toshiro in that state, Gerard was being frozen again. The whole fung that Toshiro sliced apart has a higher durability than that of Gerard's normal body and should be stronger than the sword that was clashing with Kenpachi. So although Toshiro can easily be scaled scaled to voicing the Gerard, who is stated to be the strongest and fastest Stern Ritter, and that should scale him above Shikai Specialist Kenpachi, who should be the strongest Shinigami up to that point, and has feats in scaling that can put him relative or even above the likes of Yamamoto.
All right, I'm stopping at 6:54 real quick. Excuse me. All right, that part was interesting. Hold up. Adult Toshiro is more or less relative to Volstendig Gerard, and Gerard is the strongest and fastest Stern Ritter. Then Shikai, Specialist Kenpachi, strongest Shinigami, Gremmy Yamamoto. Okay. Okay. I'm going to go back a little bit.
Talk about how it's consistently seen that Hinamori is hold to this enormous amount of power that Toshiro isn't capable of handling yet because its own power level up to that point wasn't there yet. That's when
I wanted to analyze that point real quick. And chat can't hear you right now. I understand chat. You guys can't hear him. But don't worry. We're going to have we're going to discuss it after. But go ahead real quick. Yeah, for some reason, bro, whenever I use headphones, the other person can't come through on the audio. But there was a way I fixed it when me and Igno did our stream. I just don't remember what it was right now. But we'll get that. Yeah, we'll get it another time. Whoa. Save it. You gotta save it, bro. They can't hear you. Wait. we gonna get into it. Got you. All right, I'm gonna finish it. We got like 5 minutes left. I'm gonna finish it, then come back. All right.
the reason why he has insane potential when he
6 minutes exactly. Yeah. I went back a little bit because I wanted to get all that. Okay, starting in 3, 2, 1, and start.
activates this form, we finally get to see that potential. After seeing this form, Gerard thought Toshiro activated Bankai again, and he states he's a much more worthy opponent than he was before. Although Toshiro was able to dodge an attack from roasting the Gerard, and also freeze a shield throw with only his hands. Gerard brings down his whole fung on Toshiro, but he casually freezes that and slices the sword in half. The reason why his ability of the whole fung doesn't work because Toshiro Eye stops the function of all its abilities. After taking 4 steps, Toshiro was able to completely freeze Gerard, but somehow Gerard was able to break out of this and attack Toshiro. By simply touching Toshiro in that state, Gerard was being frozen again. The whole fung that Toshiro sliced apart has a higher durability than that of Gerard's normal body and should be stronger than the sword that was clashing with Kenpachi. So although Toshiro can easily be scaled to voicing the Gerard, who is stated to be the strongest and fastest Stern Ritter, and that should scale him above Shikai Specialist Kenpachi, who should be the strongest Shinigami up to that point, and has feats in scaling that can put him relative or even above the likes of Yamamoto. Now let's find out the outcome of this fight. I know I said scaling all the way from the FK Tieric, but the main thing we need to look at in order to compare these two characters' strengths is the feats they both showed against Gerard. When Gerard became bigger and Byakuya tried to attack him with his Bankai, Gerard was able to completely palm the Bankai and swat it away like dust, and then hit Byakuya with his shield. Byakuya was able to swat away Gerard's hand while he was trying to grab Toshiro, and then Gerard is able to swat away Byakuya's Hanbon again. It's not until Byakuya uses his ultimate attack where he's able to penetrate the eyes of adult Toshiro and pulverize Gerard's head. In comparison, Toshiro was able to stop a punch from Gerard and freeze his hand with his Shikai Ice alone, and while in Bankai he's able to freeze his entire upper body. We do get a display of his range when he's able to freeze an entire part of the city, so I would say he does display better feats than Byakuya in this fight. So if the fight started off in base and they were fighting with the sword, I do think they would be evenly matched, with Toshiro having a bit of an upper hand with his extensive training on Genjutsu and better physical strength. I do want to mention that both of these characters have shown impressive battle IQ and adaptation, for example when Byakuya fought Mari, and also when he fought Tsukishima after getting his weakness found out, and for Toshiro when losing his Bankai, he showed multiple impressive tactics against Baz B. Back to the fight though, knowing these two and the fact that they know each other and how powerful they are, I believe they would just hop straight into Bankai and not waste any time. This will be a good battle with multiple techniques being used, and both of them will get some hits in, but in the end Toshiro will use something like Sen and Hayoro and ultimately trap Byakuya, and that's it. But it turns out Byakuya actually used Utsumi, and Toshiro ended up trapping an after image of Byakuya. Byakuya then used his Gokei, which surrounds Toshiro and leads to his ultimate end. But that wasn't actually Toshiro. That was simply an ice cone, and the real Toshiro is behind Byakuya in the air, controlling the weather, and then using Hayoten Hayakuso, which surrounds Byakuya's body with ice puddles, and that's it. But wait, at the last second, Byakuya was able to surround himself with Senbon and Sakura and break out of the ice. The fight continues, and the last of Toshiro's ice flowers fall, leading to his Bankai being completed, and his adult form appears. He waves his hand at Byakuya, and Byakuya ends up getting flash frozen and one-shot. That's actually how I think the fight would go. I simply just can't see Byakuya getting the upper hand and being able to kill Bankai Toshiro before he's able to use his adult form. And when he activates his adult form, Byakuya is done for. So if the fight started off with adult Toshiro and Bankai Byakuya, Toshiro completely stomps no diff, and this is not only supported by feats shown by adult Toshiro, it's also consistent with Toshiro's narrative of being a child prodigy with insane potential. Shunsui states himself that Toshiro would eventually surpass him in the next 100 years, and this adult form is supposed to be that personification of Toshiro in the next 100 years, if he have full control of Hinamori. So yeah, that's the end of the video. I really hope y'all enjoyed it. Let me know if you want any more one-on-one matchups like this, and I'll see y'all later.
Okay. All right. Kon, can you hear me? Good brother.
Wow.
Excellent. Okay. Wow. I enjoyed that. That was good. Really good editing. You edit all your videos, bro?
Yeah.
Damn, man. Nigga might need to start paying you. But nah, man. Say again for me.
I look, you forgot the hearing the echo.
You hear echo? Oh, you know what? It might be because. Oh yeah, that's right. Hold up. I got you. 1 second. Yeah, 1 second. Okay, go ahead.
I look, you forgot the scaling line. Oh, I still hear it.
One more time. Go ahead.
Yep.
Is it going?
Yeah, I still hear it.
You still hear it? What is it? Okay. Let me see. Is it my volume? Okay, try now.
Nope.
Is it still there?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay.
Let me leave and come back.
I don't think it's you, bro. I think it's on my side. I don't know what it is, though. It shouldn't be you. You know what it is? That's right. It's coming through my speakers.
Let me leave and come back. All right, let's see. Okay, I don't hear it.
Okay, nice. I think, you know what it was? I still had it on my OBS thing, but I moved it back to my MacBook Air speakers. That might have been it.
All right, so yeah. I look, you forgot the line of reasoning I used in this video. I ain't go.
Got you. I liked the analysis of it. I like the breakdown, and I like the analysis of it. I think Toshiro being able to completely freeze and cut in half Jirard's sword is a good scaling point. I don't remember if do you remember if Kenpachi was able to land any hits on Jirard in Shikai? Kon? Yo. Can't hear you, brother. No, why is this happening again?
You hear me now?
Yes. I can hear you.
Okay, so yeah, Shikai Kenpachi was able to slice the arm of Jirard's head.
Okay, cool. So he did this in Shikai. Okay, cool. So then, yes, Adult Toshiro's strikes would scale.
The line of reasoning was, Jirard's whole funk scale above his body, like
right. That's right.
Basic ability.
Yeah.
And base AP, right? Because Jirard was attacking Shikai Kenpachi with his sword. His sword was being able to contest, or was able to block it and contest attacks from Kenpachi. Even though his sword was getting chipped, he still has the durability to handle that power in comparison to his body.
Right.
He sliced.
Right.
And that's even the case in real life. Like typically, your sword, because unless it's like the Zanpakuto, but typically your sword is stronger than your body.
Yeah, right.
And so, even if you want to say like Toshiro can't physically cut it by itself, he's shown to be able to freeze it and then slice it.
Yeah. So if that condition is met, then it's going to be cut anyway because it's already frozen. So, but you know, I really thought it was funny when you were like, but then this happens, but then he counters it with this.
All those clips were from the Regalia uprising. I was like, these dudes are fighting, and I thought he beat him, and the next thing you know that happened.
Like shit.
And the next thing you know, I was like, you know what, let me just do that.
Yeah. One thing I would probably push back on is I really do think Byakuya. I think you said Toshiro might be better at Zanjutsu. I don't know about that one. Not that he would like get his ass whooped or anything. I think as far as like swordsmanship and then factoring in Kido and stuff like that, I think Byakuya would be stronger in Shikai and at least first release Bankai as far as like, you know, using general Bankai, not Ikasin Jika or Hakuteikin or anything like that. I think Byakuya takes that aspect of it. But I do believe Toshiro would be able to last until he gets to his Bankai. I think that's 100% within his capabilities, you know, just to survive. I think that's possible. And then,
What?
Yeah, and then just the conclusion of it. I thought the conclusion was fine. Maybe not the whole, you know, he waves his hand in instant freeze. I don't know about that, but I do overall think he would win. I don't know if it would be like that, but yeah. Because, well, then again, I don't really see a way Byakuya would stop it, but, you know, so it kind of depends.
Yeah, so, like, on my line of reasoning, I had Toshiro relative to Old Extended Gerard, which was the Gerard that Shikai Kenpachi fought.
Right.
And then in the manga, like, when you look at different versions of the manga, it had the little sidebar statements. Like, in the Japanese manga, there's statements that Kubo includes in the side of the manga. It's not on the page, but it's on the side.
Gotcha.
It's like random statements. And I gotta show you that one, if I can find it.
Gotcha.
But in that sidebar, it states that Gerard is the strongest and fastest distributor.
Mm.
And then that would put him relative, and then just that interaction alone would put him relative to what was it? Shikai Eye Specialist Kenpachi. Yeah. So he's relative to Shikai Eye Specialist Kenpachi, and then who is stated to be the strongest Shinigami, through being the Kenpachi.
Mm.
And then that version of Kenpachi was stronger than the version that fought Gremmy, because the version that fought Gremmy still had his eye patch on.
Right.
And the feats that I used to put him relative to Yamamoto was, what was it? Him being stated to be, there's so many strongest statements. If him applied to be stronger than Roy Lloyd, who is 70% of Yuha's power and who can contest like Shikai Yamamoto before you win Bankai.
Yeah.
That feat, and also the meteorite feat, even though I don't think it would I don't think it would do anything to Yuha. I don't think it would kill him at all.
Yeah.
But the implication is that Yugon was like protect Yuha or something. The implication is that the attack could possibly do something. They had a chance of it doing something. And so, because I think he scales to his creations, I think those two statements and the amount of Ryatsu Gremmy has, it possibly put him relative to Shikai Yamamoto. And if that line of reasoning is all connected, then adult Toshiro is significantly stronger.
No, that makes sense. I don't honestly. Gremmy being relative to Shikai Yamamoto, I don't think that's outside the realm of like possibility. To be honest, I mean, mind you, Gremmy was literally like locked up and could only be controlled by Yuha himself. So that pans out. It pans out to me at least. But no, overall, man, that was a nice video.
It's been a while since I watched that.
You said it's been a while since you watched it. Got you.
But we should watch the Gremmy video.
Gremmy video, all right, bet.
There's probably some things you would disagree with that one.
Got you. Let me see real quick.
In that video, I gave the reasoning as to why I think that's this.
All right, where we at? Okay, how powerful is Gremmy? All right, I want to see if I can have you here still while I play the video. I was able to do it before with Ignil, but I don't remember what the fuck we did. I gotta start like taking notes on this stuff. So let me see. Oh, you know what it was? Yeah. So the only thing we didn't do, bro, is I didn't share the screen. So I won't be able to share the screen, but I can definitely keep you. Do you have your phone with you too?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to watch it along, like with your phone or in a different tab in your laptop, you can definitely do that.
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. Yeah, that way I can keep you here and let you know when I'm pausing it. Then we can go over stuff and whatnot.
Oh, let me read the chat real quick. The guy said Hibachi lost to Roy Lloyd.
That Kenpachi did, yeah, before he like awakened.
Yeah, that was Kenpachi before he awakened. A significantly weaker Kenpachi.
Yeah.
But
Got you. Okay. Next video, the power beyond imagination. All right, I'm gonna start it first. Just make sure there's no ads, and then I'm gonna get into it. If there's not, okay, beautiful. Let me go back.
oh, there's no.
No, okay, gotcha. All right, starting it in 3, 2, 1, and 0.
Throughout Bleach's run, there's always been some crazy good hacks abilities such as Kyokusugetsu, which can control the 5 senses. But in the 1000 level arc, Kubo turns the hacks ability meter up 1000 degrees to a point where a significant amount of Stern Readers, especially the high tiers in this arc, have seemingly unbeatable hacks abilities. One of the characters that have unbeatable godlike abilities is the main character of this video, Gremmy, who has the ability to turn his imagination into a reality or warping reality itself, which is described as a phenomenon close to the power of a god. Being able to conjure a life-wiping meteorite from nothingness and instantaneously creating an entire multi-galactic to universal-sized pocket reality are just some of the things Gremmy's able to do with his Shrift. But unfortunately, people like to throw him to the side and label him as dumb because of the things which he could have done with his Shrift that he didn't do. While I do think Gremmy's quite arrogant and egotistical, he's far from the dumb character people portray him to be. In the making of this video, I myself have come to the realization that I have been sort of underestimating Gremmy's power, as he does have the potential to be comfortably top 20 in the verse, and arguably above most of the true staff when I get into why today. Before we get started, if you're a returning viewer, make sure to like the video and leave a comment. If you're new here, please subscribe to the channel. If you enjoy Bleach and want to see more content like this. Before we just hop into his scaling, I feel like it's necessary to explain exactly how his Shift Divisionary works and why exactly he should scale to the things he conjures. Otherwise, he would have no AP as all of his attacks are based on his Shift. As you should all know, Gremmy is a Quincy, and the main source of a Quincy's power is manipulating and gathering Rishi particles from the atmosphere and combining it with their own spiritual energy, thereby creating weapons or any sort of ability with it. Rishi can be translated to spiritual particles and are the main component of souls in the Bleachverse and all spiritual matter. Everything in the Soul Society and Huikamundo are composed of Rishi, making it easier for Quincy's to use their power. And because Rishi is the main source of a Quincy's power, and as I said before, essentially the same thing as Ryoku to them, it is seen multiple times that each one of their abilities come from the manipulation of it, such as Harin Kyaku, which is a method which Quincy's use to travel quickly over short distances, just like how Shinigami's use Shampoo and Arakar's use Onito, and Blue Verse by making Rishi flow into their blood vessels. Something I want to mention that I feel people often forget is that Quincy's do have Ryatsu. Then their Rishi manipulating skills had also shown to increase as well. For example, when Uryu activated his Let's Steel form, he got significantly stronger, and he was able to manipulate Rishi at a remarkably higher rate than normal. It was so remarkable that even Mayuri started pissing down his pants when he saw how Uryu was able to bend Rishi to his will. Another example is Quincy Volstending, which is seen as the successor to Let's Steel. With an increase in Miryoka and Ryatsu comes an increase in Rishi manipulation as well. They can absorb the trees, sand, rocks, and buildings in Huikamundo or Soul Society. They can even absorb spiritual abilities like Orihime's and entire living souls such as Aeon. Lastly, after Yuha absorbed the power of the Soki and gained exponential power, he was able to completely dismantle Wanderers from the Serite and recreate the Soking Palace. So these feats clearly illustrate the correlation between Rishi, Ryoku, and Ryatsu and Quincy. You may now be wondering how this applies to Gremmy. Well, it's seen that Stern Raiders whose Shrift involves creating something it's done by manipulating Rishi or materializing Rishi, which is equal to their spiritual energy. For example, when Lily recreated his guns that were sliced apart by Shunsui, he states that the guns he uses were created by his own Rishi, similar to any Quincy blow. Bambiela is able to create Rishi that turns anything they come into contact with into a bomb itself. And when Gerard gets killed and he evolves with the miracle, he is visually shown to be collecting Rishi from his surroundings to become stronger. The very nature of Quincy's powers are based off of Rishi, and Gremmy's imagination power should be no different. Gremmy is able to create things through racial manipulation, which is combined with his spiritual energy and spiritual pressure. So the things he conjures scale directly to him, as he would need to output that energy into existence. What further backs this up is that throughout the Kenpachi fight, which I will get into soon, Gremmy is shown to be fatigued as he continues to conjure more things. Fatigue directly implies that he has to exert some kind of energy when he warps reality. And contrary, he's able to imagine bigger, more complex things as he increases in power. So now that I've explained why Gremmy goes to the shift, let's hop into the scaling. So the first thing he's able to do is react to Yachiro's attack and turn the bones of her arms into cookies. He then goes on to state how his power divisionary works by making his imagination into a reality. Kenpachi pulls up to the battlefield, and Gremmy states Kenpachi seems strong, just as he imagined. Moments later, he creates a grand stage for him and Kenpachi to fight on, and he states that he thinks he's the strongest Stern Ritter. Immediately after, Kenpachi swings his sword at Gremmy, and unlike most people would think, Kenpachi's sword is stopped by Gremmy's body alone. Gremmy explains that the imagination is the most powerful thing in the world, and that he imagined his body was harder than steel. Kenpachi, after hearing this, slices right through Gremmy and states he simply cut him as if he was cutting through steel. Gremmy heals himself through his imagination, and the fight continues. Gremmy imagines lava, which casually gets watered away by Kenpachi. Zaraki tries to rush Gremmy, but he imagines the air Kenpachi was currently into water, and it slams him down into the crack in the battlefield, which he also imagined. Kenpachi breaks out of that crack and tries to attack Gremmy, but Gremmy is able to react to this attack and imagine a pillar of steel to block Kenpachi. While Gremmy was dealing with Kenpachi, we learned there is a limit to his power, as Yashiro was completely fine, even though her bones were made up of cookies just a few moments ago. Zaraki slices through the pillar and attacks Gremmy, but he reads this attack, and then cuts to Asuka, who is watching the battle from afar, and is in awe that someone is capable of going toe-to-toe with Gremmy. He goes on questioning why Yuha would let Gremmy have his cell anyways, which Pepe then cuts in and agrees that Gremmy is a monster that should be locked away for life. Asuka gets up to leave because he doesn't want to get caught up in the catastrophe Gremmy's about to cause. But little do they know, this little interaction shows how the other Stern Ritters are indeed scared of Gremmy and don't want to deal with him and his power. Even Asuka, who would later become a Shustaffel member. Back to the fight, Kenpachi explains to Gremmy that if he truly is the strongest, he should want to crush the strongest. Gremmy states that nobody ever tried to lay a finger on him because it was obvious he was the strongest, and there was no need to prove it, so he had never felt the need to crush anybody. But for some reason, he wants to crush Kenpachi so bad. This moment right here is the answer to the misconception many people have about Gremmy. One of the people's main complaints about his character is why didn't he just imagine Kenpachi's bone the cookies, or just imagine him dead or something. The reason why is because Kenpachi, simply put, was the only dude with enough balls to try and fight him. And because of this, Gremmy wanted to test his power and actually fight someone for the first time. And simply imagining his opponent dead wouldn't be a battle if he could do that. Gremmy imagines multiple modern-day guns and fires at Kenpachi. He also imagines multiple missiles, and some of them also land on Kenpachi, but he slices the other one in half before it reaches him. The smoke clears and Kenpachi is fine, but he was damaged by Gremmy's attacks. Kenpachi attacks Gremmy again, but he was blocked by a metal dome around Gremmy. He ends up breaking it and slicing through Gremmy. Gremmy holds Zaraki's sword in place and imagines a giant hand, which comes down on Kenpachi. Kenpachi, of course, breaks out of the hand and he starts continuously slicing Gremmy down to the point where Gremmy almost imagines his own death. Fortunately for Gremmy, Kenpachi stops what he's doing and allows for Gremmy to recollect himself. After recollecting himself, another Gremmy appears and he states he will show Kenpachi his greatest power, which is the ability to create a life with his imagination. The clone Gremmy imagined couldn't die nor be cut by Kenpachi, and by creating himself, the power of his imagination is doubled. So at this point, Gremmy is essentially 2 times stronger, and he imagines a meteorite that would kill Kenpachi along with the Cerate itself. When the meteorite was created, we see multiple people reacting to it in shock, like Basby and Askin, as it falls down on the Cerate. Gremmy states that even if hypothetically he was killed at that moment, it wouldn't change anything because the meteorite is already a reality. Most people try to calculate the size of the meteorite and the Cerate to obtain the destructive capabilities of the meteorite. That's severely underestimating this feat by only looking at it from that aspect. The importance of this feat is that Gremmy was able to use his power to imagine something that can destroy everyone in the Cerate, meaning Gremmy with his power doubled has enough attack potency and Ryatsu to kill everyone in the Cerate at that point. A battle in Bleach is a battle of Ryatsu, so if Gremmy didn't have this level of power, he wouldn't be able to imagine something that can damage or kill everyone in the Cerate logically. Everyone that was in the Cerate would include characters like Shunsui, Askin, and most importantly, Yuha Ba. Now, of course, whether or not this attack had enough attack potency to completely kill Yuha is questionable, but this attack most definitely had enough attack potency to at least severely damage Yuha. And this is shown when Jugum, after seeing the meteorite, orders others to protect Yuha. Jugum wouldn't be worried if this attack couldn't affect Yuha in the slightest. And Jugum would be the best character to back up this feat, because not only is he Yuha's right-hand man, and should know more about Yuha's capabilities than most characters, but additionally, the last time we saw Jugum visually and verbally worried about Yuha is when Ichigo attacked Yuha in Full Bankai, and this attack of course was able to damage Yuha. So Jugum should know whether an attack can and cannot damage Yuha. So if Gremmy was able to create an attack that can kill or damage base U-Haul, which is the same and arguably stronger U-Haul that was stated to be able to take the power of Yamamoto's Bankai. Gremmy having this level of power is consistent and supported by the novels, which I'll talk about later. Moving on, Kenpachi being Kenpachi was able to casually one-shot this meteorite with his Shikai. I know some people might question how Kenpachi was able to destroy this meteorite that was made to destroy everyone, including him. Simply, Kenpachi activating Shikai became stronger than anything 2 times and Gremmy had imagined when he created the meteorite. Gremmy appears next to Kenpachi and now has 7 visual clones, meaning Gremmy is at least 7 times stronger, and he imagines outer space itself to ripen and trap Kenpachi in. So Gremmy was able to use his imagination powers to create a multi-galactic universal-sized pocket reality, and I'll explain to you why this is the case. First of all, like I've already explained, Gremmy is a Quincy. Consecutively, to use their powers and create their abilities or even spaces themselves, they need to use their surrounding Rishi by combining it with their Ryoku and outputting that power into reality. For example, the Rishi inside the Wanderer's Empire was created when the Quincy lost the battle 1,000 years ago and created spaces within the Rishi inside the shadows of the Serte. As Askin explains, the plan was a success because the Soul Society is full to the brim with their source of power, which is Rishi, and the things they can do with that were infinite, such as creating invincible empires or even universes. So Gremmy simply put was able to output and manipulate Rishi, which is equal to his Ryoku, which is then exerted as spiritual pressure on a multi-galactic universal scale. And since this feat required the output of energy to create something, just like how Ichigo would need an output energy to create a Getsuga Tensho, or how a Ron Curse would need an output energy to create a Zero, or how any Shinigami would need an output energy to create a Kido, this would scale directly to Gremmy's AP, and should be calculable in joules, just like how any of the other attacks I just mentioned should be as well. So this is not some reality warping hacks that doesn't scale to his AP, as some people like to argue. For those of y'all asking how we know Gremmy used Rishi to create it, all Quincy, which would include Gremmy, operate under this law set by Kubo, and there are no contradictions, exceptions, or outliers to this law. Therefore, all the evidence shows that Gremmy using the same process as all other Quincy's is the most consistent proposition as it aligns with the author's statements. In conclusion, Gremmy is a Quincy. All Quincy's have been shown to operate under this law. Therefore, it is most likely the case that Gremmy operates under this law as well, unless evidence is brought out that proves a law valid for all Quincy's is not for Gremmy, who is a Quincy. Moving on, let's talk about the argument that Gremmy only created a portal to an already existing outer space. Let me just say there is not a single piece of evidence that supports the claim that Gremmy only created a portal. Rather, every statement made on this feat blatantly states that Gremmy created outer space in its entirety. In the novels, it is stated that he materialized outer space itself in the Serte, and in reference to Gremmy's brain, they say, a Quincy's brain with the ability to instantaneously create outer space. In the end of the chapter sketch that Kubo normally does, he shows an illustration of Gremmy with an entire cosmos in his head, also alluding to the fact that Gremmy created outer space. When you break down the Japanese kanji, all it says is to wrap or to be covered with outer space. So again, nothing suggests that Gremmy only created a portal, an opening, or any synonymous words of portal. That is simply a desperate argument people should stop using. Obviously, there is an opening, but that does not mean he only created that opening. The last debug I will address on this feat is to those that try to say this feat is inconsistent because Gremmy needed 2 clones to create a meteorite, while he only needed 7 to create an entire universe. The reason why this misconception happens is because people, like I said before, focus on the wrong aspect of this feat. The meteorite itself is not important at all. What was important is that Gremmy imagined everyone in the Serte dying. He could have imagined them dying from poison gas or a gigantic gamma ray. It wouldn't change the fact that Gremmy would need enough spiritual pressure to damage and kill everyone in the Serte at that point. One of those people being U-Haul, who had enough power to handle the strength of Yamamoto's Bankai, which was powerful enough to passively destroy the entire Soul Society, which in and of itself can be argued a multi-galactic universal in size. Even comparing the state of Gremmy in those 2 feats, in one, Gremmy's relaxed with his hands in his pocket, quite easily imagining this meteorite, and in the other, Gremmy's visually exerting his power to create the outer space and moving space-time itself to surround Kenpachi, and I see when the clones have all their arms outstretched. Alright, that's enough of this. Let's move on into the fight. Gremmy sliced in half because he forgot to harden his body while trapping Kenpachi in outer space. The clones turned themselves into a bomb which explodes directly on Kenpachi. After doing this, Gremmy's visually fatigued and sweating. The smoke clears and Kenpachi is still standing up, although he is heavily damaged from head to toe. Gremmy calls Kenpachi a monster and decides the only way to beat this monster is to become stronger than him. While he's in the process of becoming stronger than Kenpachi, his body completely breaks apart and deteriorates. Gremmy states he was able to perfectly imagine the level of Kenpachi's power. He imagined his power in its entirety, but what he couldn't imagine was a body that could withstand that power. Gremmy states his imagination wasn't the reason why he lost to Kenpachi, rather it was his body. But then Gremmy states it doesn't change the fact that his imagination came up short. The reason why he says this is because his body itself is only an imagination, and the true form of Gremmy is a brain floating in a container. The next thing you know, Gremmy's body ends up disappearing, and that's the end for him. And the novel explains exactly what happened here. Gremmy imagined a power that will outstrip Kenpachi's Araki,
as he did say he would imagine a power that's greater than Kenpachi. And he also said he imagined Kenpachi's power in its entirety, which would include an even stronger Kenpachi, not just the current Kenpachi that Gremmy was fighting. It ended up bringing his own downfall when he was unable to imagine a body that could bear that power. And because of that, he had been awakened from his dream, and his brain could no longer function. So at that point, Gremmy's power was actually stronger than Kenpachi's. He couldn't use that power, but it's still important to bring up. Gremmy has even more scaling in the novel that truly shows how strong he is. It is stated that Gremmy was a boy who, bearing U-Haul, was said to be the strongest of the Stern Ritter, someone who could beat anybody. This is backed up by the fact that he was quite casually going to kill every living being in this territory at that point. It is also stated that Gremmy was sealed in a barrier that only U-Haul himself could make. So on multiple occasions, it's portrayed that U-Haul is the only one in the Warriors army that could fuck with Gremmy in terms of strength and power. What makes this even more crazy is that it's implied that Gremmy's imagination was stunted due to being imprisoned by U-Haul. You might also wonder what his full capabilities are, since we never get to see him use his full power. Well, to answer that, we have to look at Hikone, because Gremmy's brain is an ingredient in her existence. Hikone was composed of tens of thousands of Kompaku, and many fragments of Rio. Gremmy's brain is able to withstand the turbid waters of spiritual pressure, surging like a vortex of chaotic consciousness. His power is so strong that it can force Hikone's paradoxical nature to exist. It's also stated that Hikone has the same spiritual pressure as Grammy. It does not have to mean they have the same amount of spiritual pressure, though. Hikone was able to rival Kenfuyo World Eye Patchless Kenpachi, who is significantly stronger than his 30-year blood counterpart, and you can probably Grammy at 5. I won't go in depth on how strong Hikone is, but she is easily top 10 in the verse. So in conclusion, where do I scale Grammy? Let's start off with attack potency. In base, he's obviously relative to an awakened Eye Patch Kenpachi, as he is able to damage Kenpachi and block his attacks. 2 times Imp Grammy should be above base Eye Patch Kenpachi, and at least relative to base U-Haul, who is relative to Bankai Yamamoto. Whether or not Grammy's actually relative to Bankai Yamamoto is arguable, but he's definitely on the same tier, if not above Shikai Yamamoto. And after getting 7 times stronger, he should be relative to Shikai Kenpachi due to being able to damage him. In speed, he should be low and relative to Kenpachi because he was able to react to his attacks and tag him as well. So based on this, Gremmy should be above almost all the high-tier captains such as Sunsui, Byakuya, and even characters like Yoruichi. He should also be above all the pre- and post-Australian Shustafu, with the only arguable character being Miracle Amp Gerard. Lily got contested by Sunsui, who's significantly below Yamamoto. Asuka was physically below Yoruichi, who's also below Yamamoto. Pernita got contested by Mayuri, who's also weaker than Yamamoto. Base Gerard pre-Miracle Amp got killed by Byakuya and Renji, who are both significantly weaker than Yamamoto. Miracle Amp Gerard durability got casually sliced by base Eye Patch Kenpachi, and was probably going to get sliced into pieces if Toshiro didn't tell Kenpachi not to. He was able to fight a Shikai Eye Patchless Kenpachi, but that Kenpachi was weakened because of the whole fun, so we can't really assert any relativity there. That's why I say it's arguable. Crossfits-wise, Gremmy should scale anywhere from multi-galactic to universal plus, due to creating outer space, which is defined as the physical universe beyond Earth's atmosphere, and scaling to Yamamoto, who's going to destroy the Soul Society. That's all for today's video. I hope y'all enjoyed. If y'all did, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and share this video around with your friends. Peace.
Wow. Wow. What a video. Why are we taking so long to load? Yes, 1 second, bro. 1 second. We just sharing that to Twitter real quickly.
What?
Say again?
What you say? You sharing the video?
Oh yeah, of course. Wow. Okay. I like that, man. That was a good video.
What were your thoughts on the Grammy scaling to this creation?
I liked the way you presented it, and what I'm gonna have to do, because usually what I would do is I would stop, pause at certain points, and do an analysis or a critique or whatever. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to watch that video again. But I liked what you were putting down. Honestly, I liked it. It all made sense. I was like, okay. He's saying.
I looked at it, it's like, if you want to say, like, if you say an Espada creating a zero or Ichigo using the gets potential skills to his AP if it damage something, it would also be the same thing with any other Quincy ability. And if that's the case, then Grammy creating something who is a Quincy and obviously using the same process as other Quincy's would also scale to this attacks.
Yes. So the only thing with that for me is that all those things, the Setos, the Getsugas, all those things have actual AP values, right? We can, and this is what I'll be telling Ig. We can actually get things from those, right? Creating a star, creating a galaxy. Like, it's hard to say, especially like,
When
yeah.
you say like AP value, do you mean like so the main thing I'm getting from like the way you scale is like destruction and how much things it destroys. But when we break that down on another level, it's destroying something because of the energy and the amount of energy it can produce, right?
Yes.
Or am I looking at it wrong?
No, you're
So
looking at it right. We're looking at the amount of, yeah. Basically, you're right.
yeah, so if the body's capable of producing that same amount of energy, but instead of destroying something, it's creating something, wouldn't it still be the same thing?
It not necessarily, no, not necessarily. That would have to be show forth and proven to be the same thing. And it's the fact that, say again.
You go ahead.
Yeah, like so like creation feats. They don't give us a yield for energy. They don't give us a yield, right? We don't know how much energy it takes. And I always use this example for Naruto. I used to say like, let's say it takes 20 chakra to do a fireball jutsu, right? But then let's also say it takes 20 chakra for Kaguya to do Amane no Manaka. Are we going to say that the fireball is the same level as the Amane no Manaka because they're taking the same amount of energy to create it? Right? This is just an example because we don't even know the values. But like, what would you say in that case? Is the fireball that's using the same amount of chakra as the Amane no Manaka, are they the same level of thing?
Well, are you speaking hypothetical, or are you talking about like the actual?
Oh no, this is just a hypothetical to, I guess, test the logic of it or challenge it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we knew they used the same amount of chakra, but they displayed different levels of feats, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. One feat would be a creation feat. The other one would be whatever the fireball jutsu was able to do.
Okay, because I was confused because like Tagi is, I would say Tagi is like narratively implied to be using like a whole bunch of chakra to the absorbing the shinobi thing. If you're looking at it just to do a hypothetical and say like, okay, use the same amount of chakra, different levels of potency. I guess that would, I don't know, what is this?
But stop right there. Where would we derive the potency from the creation feat? We can get it from the fireball, but where would we get the actual potency from the creation feat?
Well, I guess it was just okay. So her creating dimensions, what you're comparing to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Versus her. I mean, I don't know. The potency would be what we see.
You said the what?
I don't know for Naruto, but for Bleach, the reason why I say this, right? Because like, let's say Ryatsu, like the power system at the base level when it comes to like using Ryatsu or using Rishi and all that stuff, it's the same thing. Like the same thing a character used to destroy something is the same thing they're gonna use to create. So like the same thing.
The energy is the same.
So what?
The energy is the same. Like the power behind it is the same.
Yeah, and the reason why I say it correlates is because the more energy they use, the more things they can destroy, the more things they can manipulate, the more things they can create. That's why I believe they're all in correlation because that's what's seen in the makeup. The more potency, the more potency, the more they can destroy. The more potency, the more they can manipulate. For example, U-Haul when he got stronger, he was able to manipulate Rishi on a more massive scale that you've ever seen before. Then the more they can create. For example, Gremmy when he got stronger, he can create bigger and more potent things when he got stronger. So that's why I believe there's a correlation.
No, I got you. I think the correlation thing is a valid thing. And like I said, because when we were talking about it before, I mentioned one of my boys, Rev. So he has a doc he was working on about Reiatsu and Reishi based things scaling to the thing, right? I'm not totally against it, right? Like I said, I'm still kind of teetering. But real quick, the other thing that I would probably push back on is just the Gremmy creating 7 clones is now 7 times stronger. I don't know about that one. When you're saying he's 7 times stronger, say it again.
Go ahead.
Yeah, when you're saying he's 7 times stronger, what exactly are you meaning by that?
So I don't know if it's 7 times, but like, okay, I'm basing it off the fact that when he created the clone, he's plainly stated to get 2 times stronger, or double increase, or double the imagination, right? So I'm gonna say like, okay, let's say the original Grammy is 100. Okay, the next Grammy comes in. All right, that's 200. All right, he makes the 3rd clone. Now it's 300 overall power. Next clone 400, all the way to 700, all the way to the seventh clone, which would make it to where Grammy was only 100 by himself, but now he's 700 all combined together.
Okay, so it was more additive then.
Yeah, more additive.
Okay, that makes sense because I was like, well, I mean, I don't know if he would be getting 7 times stronger. There are 7 Grammys out, so okay, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. So and then let me ask you this because you ended up getting him to like galaxy level and stuff like that. With that, would you also be saying prior to that feat that he was, or did he only get there when he did the creation feat?
In terms of like in general scaling.
Yeah, I guess.
Yes.
Well, which one? Which one?
Wait. What did you two options again?
Yeah, did he only get
Before he created we visually see him create the galaxy? Was he like galaxy level or whatever?
Yes.
The feast. Okay, I'm gonna bring up skilling. Sylvia as a shield, CN grunts, their skilling. Without powerful, I don't know. Like, how do I answer this question? So, and basically, ask me what was his AP before defeat?
Yeah, and I'm only asking because like I'm trying to see if like when we do like progressive feats and stuff like that, right? We have to understand that everything that happens isn't a person's maximum, right? So what I like to do is I like to find out how strong, the casual sword swing is of a character versus how strong their strongest attack is. So Gremmy imagining outer space and the galaxies and all that other stuff, the energy it took to do that. Like, I'm just trying to make sure we're not saying that the energy it took to do that isn't also the energy that was in the missiles and the bombs and the explosions that he sent at Kenpachi.
Oh no! Obviously, when he created the outer space, that was visually more of an extra power than the rest of his abilities. It's just right. He was like exhausted, needing more clones to do so.
Gotcha.
So his base power is not nearly as strong as when he was 7 times.
Gotcha. Okay, because I've heard people do it like that before. Not specifically Gremmy, but like, oh well, I mean, Kaguya created this, or someone created this, so their attacks scale to that, and I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? So okay, I'm just making sure.
Yeah, it wouldn't even work that way because he's just constantly getting stronger.
Yeah. Okay, then I got you. But no, overall, bro, I honestly give that video like an 8 out of 10. I'm going to have to go back and look at some of those points again because you were bringing up a lot of good points, and you cross-reference the data book really well with the manga. You do that really well. You bring
Which skin are you talking about?
all of them throughout were pretty much good representations of when they should have been used and cross-referenced with the manga. From the Gremmy stuff. To the Yuha stuff and him keeping him locked up and stuff, and even the last video I'm talking about, it was just something I was noticing. I was like, okay, he's bringing up the novel at very good times. And then what was the one thing you had in there, bro? Post Thousand Year Blood War, Kenpachi. I can't remember exactly what it was, but yeah.
Was it involved with Camp Hero World or something?
I think it was Camp for Your Own World.
Yeah. Well, yeah. He went back skill to
Got you. What right now?
Kenpachi, he's just someone. He's like Ichigo. He gets stronger after every fight, and he's constantly training and stuff like that. So.
Got you. All right. Well, I'm being shooed away by my fiance. Looks like it's time for me to get out of here. But all right, bro. Say again.
I said, all right, but this was a good stream. I ain't gonna lie.
No, this was dope, bro. We got to do this again. Hey, actually, me, you, and Ig actually got to do a stream. That'd be fun too. Me, you, and Nirvana Igno. He's also a content creator. He's the guy that was like suggesting the Wheel of Fortune games and stuff like that. I think it would be a dope conversation for us to all have and stuff like that. But I'm gonna hit you up. We can. This was good because like I said, bro, you have an idea of what I go for, what I like to do. I have an idea of how your mind works as far as scaling. We can definitely get some videos out the way. We can definitely have one on my channel, have one on your channel. You go live, I come over your section, and vice versa, bro. Yeah. So I'll be in DMs. We can throw out some matchups back and forth, pick one, and then get started. Ig, I haven't forgotten about you either, bro. Ignil wants to do 7 Deadly Sins versus the Stern Ritter, so that'll be interesting.
How many chapters is 7 Deadly Sins? I might just like read it, see if I can see it myself.
Boy, oh boy, I think it's over 500 at this point. Let me see though. I have the hold up. I have the manga over
When it
here.
comes to like scaling a new series, you have to read the manga, then you have to find data book statements, then you have to
It's a lot. It's a lot. Luckily for me though, I kind of just skip right past the data book part because most of my scaling doesn't involve it. Oh, hold up. View all chapters. Okay, hold up. Give me 1 second. Yeah, most of my scaling just skips right past the data book just because if I'm not using it for one verse, I tend not to use it for another verse, especially doing like cross verse stuff. And if it's not like anything scaling specific, I probably won't use it. Okay, never mind. It looks like it's at chapter 346.5. So yeah, less than 500 chapters. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Okay.
I do want to respond to this comment real quick.
Oh yeah, no, go. Hey, if you want to read the comments and go off real quick, you can. I'm gonna be right back.
What was it? Gyno Makima. He said Gremmy's clones don't make him stronger. Wait. That's not what I was reading. Okay. Gremmy's physicals are confirmed to not match his creations. The reason why I say it does match his creations is because Gremmy's physicals is literally his creations. Like for example, as you see at the end of the fight between him and Kakashi, we find out his physical, what he actually is simply just a brain. So his body and everything else is part of his imagination. So that's why I would say it would correlate. And then it's 10 Commandments versus 7. Get into it.
10 Commandments versus Stern Ritter. Not. Oh yeah, my fault. I mean, 7 Deadly Sins is the verse. Hey, come on, don't beat me up over that. It's the verse. He gets it. But yeah, bro, this was fun, bro. This was fun. I enjoyed this. Yeah, we gotta get a thing to where like we can actually like watch and view videos together while I'm on stream. While we're both on stream. That'd be fun. Cause I be wanting to stop, pause, and analyze stuff sometime, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been better. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can figure out this out next time.
Definitely.
Definitely hit you up. I ain't gonna lie, I'm hungry.
I got you, bro. I got you. Oh, yeah. Before we get out here, just like I said, Kakashi versus Toshiro. And honestly, I have some streams on, but you know what I'll do this, bro. Because there are streams where I like really break down in detail my scaling style. I'll try and send you like clips if I can find them, but they're like all on live, so it's kind of hard, disconnected as shit. Yeah.
I'm gonna watch that Kakashi versus, the Toshiro versus Kakashi.
Got you, Brody. Appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Of course, man.
See y'all later chat. It was good.
Got you, bro.
Live stream.
Yes, sir.
And, I'm gonna catch y'all next time, man.
Yes, sir. All right, chat. We about to get out of here. The lady is calling. Hey, I hope y'all enjoyed that stream. We're going to give it a few more days before we do our... Oh, hold up. Look like a square. We're going to give it a few more days before we do our Genjutsu comments review. But that's going to come. We're going to be doing that. It's going to be hilarious because they all did what I expected them to do. Everyone. And you guys all did what you expected you. By the way, Luna Ursa was cooking niggas in the comments. Go check that out. She's holding it down. But yeah, actually, you know what? It would be very rude for me to get out of here without even addressing the comments. So I'm going to address the comments first. You guys don't got to leave. I'll address some of the comments first, and then I will get out of here officially. We had Michael join the chat. How are you doing, Michael? Nice to see you, bro. Just watched one of One Piece's vids ever. Oh, one of worst One Piece vids ever. Okay. Goes to show even fans of the series can't read and or stink at making arguments. How bad was it? Which, by the way, I was thinking of Akiyama versus Itachi or Ayano Koji versus Itachi. Okay. Shinigami, Ayano Koji versus Itachi. Complained about the story structure being formulaic without explaining the issue with it and simplifying plot beats. Misunderstanding Kaido's character / motivation. Overstating the issue with Straw Hats getting involved with royal princesses, downplaying the deaths that do occur in the story, and overstating some of the fake out deaths. One Piece do be having a lot of fake out deaths though. The idea of Akiyama versus Itachi is something that might get ignored, but here it is. Two liars, but they lie for the greater good. Okay. Bruh, the liar game. Who is the true king of lying? So basically, how strong is Kenpachi? The answer is he's strong. Valkyria says 10 out of 10 video. Not going to lie. I agree. So, well, I gave it an 8 out of 10 just because that whole 7 times thing. But no, that video was good. Ko know what the fuck he talk about. That video was good. Gremmy is strong as fuck. Very underrated. Facts. I watched it a while back. Great video still. Good video. Hey, you're getting a lot of love coming. But bro is low. Yeah, we got to figure out Mike's situations on my end. That's probably a me problem. People like to say Kenpachi lost to Roid Lloyd, which was in base with eye patch before obtaining Shikai and Bankai 10 times then 100 times. And people will be forgetting that. How smart does Gremmy have to be to create that? He might not have to be honest. It might literally just be based on his conception of things. He might not, like, for example, Gremmy might not have to know how a gun works. He just has to know what a gun does. And then how he perceives that to happen in his mind, the effect will happen. He probably doesn't have to know how a gun works or anything like that. Is Kenpachi stronger than Ichibe or any Squad Zero or Ichigo and Aizen based on the statement that he is the strongest Shinigami? Is he stronger than Ichibe? He could probably do more destructive feats than Ichibe, but Ichibe would probably beat Kenpachi. And Kenpachi is likely not stronger than any released Squad Zero member. He's probably around Ichigo and Aizen. Around, maybe. Strongest, pay attention to the nomenclature. He was special threats. Strength, I think it was called. He was special threat, true. Grammy's physicals are confirmed to not match his creations. His physicals are confirmed to not match his creations. Well, I mean, it would make sense if he, like, obviously, you want to output more, hopefully, than you can take. So that means if you're relative to your opponent, they can't take it. At least for, like, being able to be injured, right? We're not talking about absolutely killing you. Ichigo was a special threat potential. It does give us It does give us a quantifiable amount of energy for creation feats depending on how they create it. See, but most of the times these creation feats happen, they're with pure magic or pure energy and stuff like that. But if I were to ask you to quantify that based on its destruction value, you would come up short. You would probably just say something along the lines of, well, it was created and to destroy it, it takes this much thing. But that they're not a one-to-one. There's no basis for it in real life. So I don't know how we would be getting these numbers or values and stuff like that. Ab-Stract, do you have a Discord server? LOL. So Valkyria, I do not have a server, love. Here's the thing with me in Discord. I enjoy adding you guys. I enjoy adding people. I don't mind talking to people, right? As far as a server, I don't know if I'd want that responsibility. I like being a part of a server. I join. Well, no, I wouldn't actually, because I told Shinigami I wouldn't join any other server than the one I'm in now. Yeah, no, I probably wouldn't. Yeah, we'd all be. We can be friends on Discord. I probably wouldn't do a server though. Like, it would have to if I did YouTube full time, hell yeah, we'd do a server. But right now, I don't. Not right now. It's not out of the question 100%, but not right now. Gremmy's clones. Gremmy's clones don't make him stronger. They make his creations more potent. Adding to his capabilities, like giving a human gun, doesn't make them physically stronger, just more capable. Yes, I agree with that. Like, the whole 2 times stronger, 7 times stronger, he clarified that it was more additive, and it's more like, okay, well, Gremmy himself isn't getting stronger by making clones, but it's more like Limbo, actually, in that respect, too, where the more Limbo clones Mater has out, the more hacked out, and I guess the more stronger he would become technically, because his fighting power is getting quadrupled, right? So with Gremmy, his fighting power would get stronger over 7 times, because there's now 7 Grammys, but he himself is not getting a 7 times amp or anything like that. 10 Commandments versus Stern Raiders, right? The audio makes it hard to hear the dude on the call. Yeah, I got to figure that out. I got to figure out the audio. I apologize about that. But people will think it's the actual group. Gino Makima, have a good one. If it is Itachi versus Ayanokoji, I need to finish reading Classroom of Elite and not be biased against Ayanokoji. Ayanokoji's fire, though. But what do you think of my liar versus liar idea? I don't know if I read that far up. I might have missed it. If Kenpachi isn't stronger than them, then the statement doesn't hold up to be true. Yeah, I mean, strongest Shinigami, the title of Kenpachi, there's truth to it, but scaling has Yamamoto above Unohana all day. So, And now Ab-Stract going to draw more. There's nothing in the side to show that supports the notion of Kenpachi being the strongest. I have a server. Oh, I didn't know you had a server. Really nice. I'm really proud of my drawing. It's sad because I wanted to make a community for my manga. Thank you for answering. Of course. And I'm sorry that I couldn't answer more questions during the live, but I try and give my attention to, the person that's on the other side of the screen so they don't feel like, any type of way. Well, no, if you can create something with X amount of energy, then you can destroy it with the same amount of energy, as creation takes more energy than destruction. Where did you get that? Where'd you get it takes more energy, bro? Where'd you get it takes more energy? What are you using to base that value off of? That it's taking more energy to create. I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh yeah, Rev. If you're still here, Rev, I read your document. I'm gonna have to reread it again and make some and start making the notations and stuff. But that was good. That was good. I need you to start making some videos, Rev. Oh, Rev said Toshiro's not surviving Shikai Byakuya long enough to transform into his Bankai. At best, he's relative with his true Bankai. Yeah, no, I want. You said Shikai Byakuya? You're crazy, bro. What? Shikai Byakuya? Oh wait, well no, Shikai Byakuya now is his Bankai. So, ooh, that's a good point. Actually, I didn't consider that. Shikai Byakuya is now his Bankai equivalent. Okay, we'll have to cover that next stream. I'm gonna read the last comments and I'm gonna get out of here. Based on calculations. Okay. Ig, you can send me this stuff on DMs. What is the formula that is calculating that creating something yields more energy than destruction? Number one. That's number one. Like where are we getting the values for it? And then why are we assuming that because you created something, now all of a sudden your attacks carry the AP of that thing? Calculate how much is required to create a planet in the calc how much is required to destroy it. All right, Makima, have a good one. A planet is created over time. A planet is not created in one fell swoop. You'd be getting the energy from that creation over time. Nowhere in the universe does a planet just form out of nothing or out of pure energy. It's a process. It's a cycle